The 100 Years' War, a prolonged series of conflicts lasting between 1337 to 1453, primarily fought between England and France. This struggle was ignited by disputes over territorial claims and the legitimacy of the French throne, particularly after Edward III of England claimed the French crown, citing his mother's lineage as the basis for his right to rule. The war saw several pivotal battles, including Crécy, Poitiers, and Agincourt, which highlighted the evolving nature of medieval warfare, notably increasing importance of infantry and the use of the longbow. The conflict eventually culminated in the rise of French nationalism and the solidification of a more centralized French state under Charles VII, significantly aided by figures such as Joan of Arc, whose involvement became a turning point in the war and a lasting symbol of French unity and resilience. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, good to see you again. As always, if you like what I do, there's a link to a Patreon in the description. Otherwise, liking the video and leaving your comments down below helps YouTube show other people. Now, if you're after something quintessentially medieval, you're certainly in the right place. The 100 Years' War. Figures like Edward III, the Black Prince, and Joan of Arc. Knights and battles and castles. It has it all. Thus, the video is going to be in 2 parts, just so we can make it as detailed as possible. Of course, a war of this magnitude could have 10, 15, 20 parts, but I'm going to try and keep it just to 2 parts, for all of our sakes. Now, without further ado, I would like you to become relaxed, take a deep breath, and we can begin. When Charles IV of France died in the year 1328, Edward III of England was the closest male relative, through his mother Isabella, Charles' sister. The legal question at hand was whether Isabella could pass on a claim she herself could not hold, as succession laws restricted the crown to male heirs. The French aristocracy instead chose Philip, the Count of Valois, Charles IV's first cousin, to become King Philip VI, setting a precedent for the French crown's succession that Edward III and his descendants would contest for generations. Initially quite hesitant, the young Edward III, aged 17, and Duke of Aquitaine, formally paid homage to Philip VI in 1329. Gascony, a significant part of Aquitaine in southwestern France, was pivotal economically due to its claret wine trade with England, which the English had gained quite a taste for, thus bringing considerable revenue to the English crown. Now, the Gascons, having distinct language and customs, preferred the more hands-off governance of their distant English king over the more direct control of a French monarch. Despite Edward's homage, the French continued to meddle in Gascon affairs, including military skirmishes and bureaucratic pressures in the region, especially in the French-controlled area of Agenais. Additionally, the French summoned support from local lords for potential conflicts, indicating ongoing tensions despite Edward's formal submission. The broader politics of the landscape was also tense. During the 1330s, France supported Scotland, England's adversary, complicating relations even further. In Flanders, while the cities relied on English wool and favoured England, the nobility was pro-French. The situation escalated when Philip VI gathered a fleet for a crusade, later repurposed as a threat in the English Channel, signaling aggressive intentions towards their northern neighbours. Influential in Edward's court was Robert III of Artois, an exile from the French court due to a dispute with Philip VI. In 1336, Philip demanded Robert's extradition from Gascony, threatening severe consequences. This demand, coupled with the confiscation of Edward's territories in Gascony and Ponthieu the following year, was cited as a direct cause for escalating conflict. The seizure of Gascony by Philip VI in 1337 marked a critical moment, prompting Edward III to devise a military strategy aimed at maintaining English control in Gascony while also preparing an invasion from the north. This dual approach was to be supported by a broad alliance of continental allies, to whom Edward pledged over £200,000, an amount that is equivalent to around £65 million today. I believe that's about 70 million US dollars, something like that. To fund this costly venture, Edward capitalized on England's wool trade, planning to sell 30,000 sacks through English merchants to generate an estimated £200,000, which would be loaned to him for the war effort. Additionally, substantial loans were secured from major banking houses like Bardi and Peruzzi, and later, in a financial crunch, the merchant William de la Pole provided a crucial lifeline with a £110,000 advance, pulled from his buddies who were also other English merchants. Edward's financial strategies extended to high-interest loans from Low Countries merchants, who demanded solid repayment assurances, resulting in the Earls of Derby and Northampton being held as collateral. In 1339, Edward requested a £300,000 grant from the Commons, which they eventually offered in exchange for concessions. These financial maneuvers delayed Edward's invasion plans, providing the French with an opportunity to redirect their resources and also launch an offensive into Gascony in December of 1338, capturing Saint-Macaire and Blaye. Oliver Ingham, the Seneschal of Gascony, faced the daunting task of defending the region with limited local resources and without reinforcements from England. His strategy largely consisted of retreating to fortifications and enduring the siege while managed to secure allegiance of the Lord Albret in 1339, which allowed for some offensive raids into French territory. Meanwhile, the English naval defense was slow to mobilize, allowing the French, with their hired Genoese galleys, to conduct raids along the English coast in 1339, hitting Portsmouth, Southampton, and Guernsey. A significant French naval assault targeted the Cinque Ports, but encountering prepared Kentish defences at Sandwich, they shifted their focus to Rye And no, that sentence is not a joke. They are just the two names of the town, Sandwich and Rye. Only to face the newly assembled English fleets under Robert Morley. Now, misjudging the size of the English forces, the Genoese mercenaries retreated to France, ending their campaign after disputes over pay led to a mutiny. Now, despite these French naval incursions, England's coastal defences remained largely intact, barring significant damage to undefended locations like Hastings. Concurrently, the English military's focus on France weakened their position in the north, enabling the Scots to recapture key locations, including Perth in 1339 and Edinburgh in 1341, exploiting the reduced English presence in the region. Edward III, under pressure to achieve military success, gathered an army of approximately 12,000 men in the Low Countries by September, drawing from his various allies. With Cambrai, an ally of the French king, as an initial target, Edward's forces laid siege to the bishopric on September 20th. Despite ravaging the surrounding area, Cambrai withstood the siege, and on October the 9th, Edward's army withdrew, moving deeper into France. As Edward focused on Cambrai, King Philip VI of France used the time to assemble his forces at Péronne, near the border. Edward's troops continued their destructive march across a 20-mile-wide swath of French countryside, prompting Philip's army to closely monitor their movements, albeit without engaging in direct battle. On October the 14th, with the French army in proximity, a confrontation seemed inevitable as Edward approached them, but then veered off, continuing his path of devastation. The armies finally positioned themselves for battle in Picardy, between La Capelle and La Flamengrie. But no battle ensued on the anticipated date of October 23rd. At nightfall, Edward strategically retreated from France, ending his campaign without a decisive conflict. And the French? They chose not to pursue them. Meanwhile, the economic ramifications of Edward's embargo on English goods to Flanders, which remained loyal to Philip, incited a revolt in 1337 due to the absence of essential English wool and food supplies. Jacob van Artevelde, leading the revolt, negotiated Flemish neutrality in exchange for lifting the embargo. By December, Flanders was prepared to formally support Edward's cause against Philip, with Ghent, Ypres, and Bruges recognizing Edward as the King of France. This political maneuver aimed to consolidate Edward's alliances in the Low Countries, enabling his supporters to assert their allegiance to what they saw as the legitimate King of France. Back in Gascony, the English defences, already stretched thin, received unexpected relief when two French-supporting nobles, the Count of Armagnac and the Count of Foix, became preoccupied with a personal feud rather than combating the English. Additionally, significant support came from the Albret family, notably Bernard Hayes, the Lord of Albret, who declared allegiance to Edward in the same year 1339. The Albrets, holding a pivotal lordship in English Gascony, provided critical financial and military support to Edward's campaigns, leveraging their extensive family connections to bolster English forces in the region. In 1340, the French amassed an impressive invasion fleet, including French, Castilian, and Genoese ships, totaling around 400 vessels gathered together in the Joan estuary. Lacking purpose-built warships, Edward III of England modified deep-draft merchant ships, known as cogs, for naval use. Edward set up his command on the cog Thomas and sailed from Orwell, Kent, on June 22nd to meet the superior French fleet the next day. The French fleet adopted a defensive stance off Sluis, aiming to block Edward from landing. Initially feigning retreat, the English capitalized on a favorable wind shift in the late afternoon to launch their attack, positioning themselves with the wind and the sun at their backs. Edward devised a tactical formation, sending ships in groups of 3, 2 filled with archers, and another filled with men-at-arms. The proximity of the French ships to one another hampered their mobility, allowing the English archers to decimate the French from close range before the men-at-arms boarded to complete the assault. This decisive action at the Battle of Sluis nearly annihilated the French fleet, ensuring English dominance over the Channel and thwarting further French invasions. Meanwhile, in spring of the following year 1340, Philip VI of France had planned a major offensive against Edward III's allies, but shifted focus following the calamitous defeat at the naval battle of Sluis. Edward split his forces. One contingent under Robert of Artois faced a destructive encounter in Artois on June 26th, while Edward himself commenced the siege of Tournai, a significant city which was then a part of France. The prolonged siege lasted until September, when Philip approached the main French army, leading to a stalemate and the eventual signing of the Truce of Esplechin on September the 25th, 1340. This truce paused hostilities for 9 months, marking the end of the conflict's initial phase, but certainly not the end of the conflict. Now, the war's financial and political toll was of course substantial, prompting a reassessment of alliances and military strategies. The German princes withdrew from the coalition, leaving only the Flemish burghers as steadfast allies. Back in England, Edward faced increasing domestic opposition due to the high costs and minimal gains of his continental campaigns, compounded by significant territorial losses in Scotland. The financial strain pushed Edward towards bankruptcy, necessitating selective repayments of debts. While some creditors received full payment, others, notably the major Florentine banking houses of Bardi and Peruzzi, did not. Contemporary chronicler Giovanni Villani, connected to the Peruzzi, exaggerated Edward's debts somewhat, which were substantial but not solely responsible for the Florentine financial crisis. He was probably just trying to blame it on an outside influence. Good strategy. Indeed, the broader economic turmoil in Florence, including the bankruptcy of the Acciaioli a major financial company that had no dealings with Edward at all, indicates that the English king's defaults were, yes, a contributing factor, but definitely not the sole cause of the disruptions. Well, upon the death of John III, Duke of Brittany, April 30th, 1341, a contentious succession crisis unfolded due to his lack of direct heirs. The key contenders for the dukedom were his younger half-brother, that being John of Montfort, and his niece, Joan of Penthièvre, the daughter of his brother Guy. Despite Joan's close blood relation to John III, the recent French laws concerning female inheritance, which had barred Edward III from the French throne, suggested that women might not be eligible to inherit significant titles. Jeanne was married to Charles of Blois, a nephew of the French king, which added another layer of complexity to the succession. Well, John of Montfort did not wait for a royal decision and proactively assumed the title of Duke, taking control of Nantes, the capital of the Brittany region, and securing the ducal treasury at Limoges. Oh yes, that was the important part. By mid-August, he had gained control over the majority of the duchy, including its principal cities, that being Nantes, Reims, and Vannes. However, his swift actions polarized the local nobility and clergy, with only the minor clergy, knights, and peasantry supporting him. This, of course, led to another civil war. Philip IV of France supported Charles of Blois as the rightful duke, which of course prompted John of Montfort to flee back to England and beg some support from Edward III, pretty please. Despite the ongoing truce of Esplechin, Edward agreed to assist Montfort. Thus, Montfort returned to Brittany to rally his forces, but by November he found himself besieged by a French army in the city of Nantes. The city's residents eventually surrendered him up to the French, and he was taken back to Paris for an extended stay in the dungeons. With John of Montfort imprisoned, leadership of the Montfortist faction fell to his wife, Joanna of Flanders. She established her base at Hennebont in southern Brittany, managing to hold off Charles de Blois' forces over the winter of 1341–42. Her strategic leadership maintained vital connections between Brest and Hennebont, facilitating the arrival of English reinforcements, which helped recapture quite a bit of lost territory. In August 1342, further English support arrived with the Earl of Northampton, who landed at Brest and swiftly captured Vannes. Subsequent battles saw the English forces, including those led by Richard d'Artois, score a victory near Morlaix. However, Robert d'Artois, wounded in the taking of Vannes, later died in England, and the French, under Olivier de Clisson, retook Vannes. Edward III himself arrived in Brittany in the late October of 1342, and then he retook Vannes back and advanced to besiege Rennes. The French mobilized to confront him, but the potential clash was avoided when two cardinals brokered the truce of Malestroit on January of 1343. Despite the official truce, hostilities persisted in Brittany, with Edward III finally consolidating control in the May of 1345. The prolonged truce between England and France, officially established to facilitate peace talks and address mutual war exhaustion, significantly impacted both nations. In England, the heavy tax burden, coupled with the manipulation of the wool trade, left Edward III grappling with substantial debts, which he spent the subsequent years trying to clear. The economic strain was evident as the king struggled to balance the fiscal demands of warfare with domestic economic stability. Back to France, under King Philip VI, they faced their own set of financial challenges. The absence of a centralized authority capable of imposing taxes across the kingdom forced the crown to negotiate directly with various provincial assemblies. During the truce, many of these assemblies resisted tax levies, adhering to traditional feudal customs that exempted them from taxation, during peacetime at least. To generate revenue, Philip VI resorted to debasing the coinage and implementing two highly unpopular taxes, as opposed to the popular ones, I suppose. These taxes being the foage, or the hearth tax, and the gabelle, a tax on salt. Now, of course, a tax on salt is serious business, because everybody uses salt. You have to preserve your food somehow, don't you? So a tax on salt was basically like putting a tax on grain or any sort of other common food stuff, going up to the northern Europe and putting a tax on potatoes. It's basically the same. So this was not good for the lower classes, but certainly gets you quite a lot of money if you can keep the people paying it. These measures only added to the already discontent public's woes, and it only really made things more unstable in France. In 1343, significant administrative changes occurred in Gascony, a key region for the English side. Oliver Ingham, the then Seneschal of Gascony, was recalled back to England, and Nicholas de la Beche replaced him. De la Beche's tenure was marked by strict adherence to the Truce of Malestroit, although he struggled to maintain civil peace within the duchy. The increasing insecurity in the region was evident, as de la Beche required a substantial armed escort to follow him around everywhere he went. That ought to tell you something, reflecting the growing unrest and the challenges of enforcing the truce. The truce had also unintended consequences for the numerous soldiers left unemployed by the cessation of hostilities. When you build a wartime economy, you have so many people engaged in conflict, and all of a sudden, they're all unemployed. They have nothing to do. They either get very drunk and cause trouble, or go and start fulfilling careers in other areas. Most of the time it's the former. Many of these soldiers, rather than returning to a life of poverty, going back to being peasants in the fields, formed or joined what were called routier companies. That was bands of mercenaries that roamed around the countryside looking for work. As these groups, comprising veterans from various regions including Gascony, Brittany, other parts of France, Spain, Germany, and England, exploited their military skills to rob and loot local communities. Indeed, they were more just bandits than mercenaries. When a job came up, sure, they would take it on, make a bit of money. Some local lord or noble wanted some people shaken down for some tax money or whatever else it was. But most of the time the more direct approach seemed to be a little bit more time efficient. They were basically turning into the few hundred years earlier Vikings that had invaded. They were effectively the same sort of thing. Well, of course, these sorts of routier companies were quite a few, and they were notorious for their ruthlessness, often resorting to methods as far as torture and murder to sustain themselves. Your money or your life. The routier companies frequently sieged strategic towns or castles, using them as bases to plunder the surrounding areas. Their presence became a significant problem during the truce, as they would demand ransom from towns to avoid complete devastation. The issue of routiers persisted as a major security concern until the 15th century, when reforms in taxation allowed for the establishment of a regular army, incorporating many of the more disciplined routiers and restoring a measure of order to the regions afflicted by their depredations. Well, on July the 5th, 1346, Edward III embarked on a significant campaign, departing Portsmouth with a fleet of approximately 750 ships, carrying between 7,000 to 10,000 men. Accompanying him was his son, Edward the Black Prince, who had recently turned 16 years old and been titled the Prince of Wales. I have a full video on him, by the way, if you want to go watch that. Well, the expedition marked the start of a major invasion across the English Channel, and on July the 12th, Edward's forces made landfall at Saint-Vaast-la-Hauge on the Cotentin Peninsula. Now, we're very lucky to have a chronicle from Jean Froissart, which describes the events here. So we'll read from a contemporary source now. When the King of England arrived in the Hauge Saint-Vaast, the king issued out of his ship, and the first foot that he set on the ground, he fell so rudely that the blood burst out of his nose. The kings that were about him took him up and said, "Sir, for God's sake, enter again into your ship, and come not aland this day, for this is but an evil sign for us." Then the king answered quickly and said, "Why, this is a good token for me, for the land hath desire to have me." Of which the answer all his men were right joyful. So that day and night the king lodged on the sands, and in the meantime discharged the ships of their horses and other baggages. There the king made 2 marshals of his host, the one the Lord Geoffrey de Harcourt, and the other the Earl of Warwick, and the Earl of Arundel. And he ordained that the Earl of Huntingdon should keep the fleet of ships with 100 men of arms and 400 archers. And he also ordained 3 battalions, one to go on his right hand, closing to the seaside, and the other on his left hand, and the king himself in the midst, and every night to lodge all in one field. End of the passage from the Chronicle of Jean Froissart. Edward III's army progressed through Normandy, committing to a scorched earth policy rather than holding on to territory. Thus, Philip VI of France mobilized a large army to counter this invasion, Edward's forces engaged in two significant battles during this march, the storming of Caen and the Battle of Blanchetaque, both of which ended in English victories. Unable to outmaneuver Philip's forces definitively, Edward positioned his army at Crécy, where the ensuing Battle of Crécy took place. Despite the French numerical superiority, their attacks were systematically thwarted by the skilled English and Welsh archers. The French forces suffered heavy casualties and were ultimately forced into retreat, marking a decisive and, frankly, humiliating defeat for Philip. Well, following the victory at Crécy, Edward continued north and laid siege to Calais, successfully capturing the strategic port city in 1347. This victory was complemented by another English success at the Battle of Neville's Cross, where the Scots under David II were defeated, significantly diminishing the Scottish threat. While the onset of the Black Plague in 1348 stalled further military campaigns as it ravaged populations across Europe, including England and France, straining military and financial resources. By 1350, Philip IV, the sixth rather, had passed away, and his son, John II, ascended to the French throne, continuing the conflict. During this period, tensions escalated between England and Spain due to repeated Spanish acts of aggression against English maritime interests. Well, they weren't going to have that, weren't they? In response to the reports of the Spanish arming themselves in Flanders, Edward III remarked on their continuous provocations and prepared for a confrontation. In August of 1350, the Spanish fleet, laden with armaments and mercenaries armed to the teeth, attempted to pass along England's south coast, targeting potentially vulnerable English towns. Edward's fleet intercepted them at the Battle of Winchelsea on the 29th of August, 1350. The battle, which lasted until dusk, saw English archers inflict severe losses on the Spanish before boarding their ships. The engagement ended with significant Spanish losses, capturing nearly half of the fleet, while the remnants fled under the cover of night, mirroring the earlier naval triumph at Sluis. Well, despite the presence of a truce, the spirit of chivalry and rivalry persisted in Brittany, culminating in the Battle of the 30 in 1351. This event was essentially a chivalric tournament rather than a traditional battle, orchestrated between Robert de Beaumanoir, a Breton who commanded the garrison at Josselin, and Richmond Bambro, an English commander at Ploermel. They agreed to a contest where 30 knights from each side would engage in combat with sharpened weapons. The English contingent included renowned men-at-arms like Robert Knolles and Hugh Calverley, although Bambro had to include German mercenaries to reach the required number of 30. The combat was fierce, lasting the entire day, and it ended in a French victory. True to the chivalric ideals, the French victors ransomed many of the captured English knights. That ought to show 'em. Well, like we've said, the Black Death loomed over everyone's head quite ominously, and it reached England in 1348, drastically affecting the population and temporarily halting military campaigns. By the mid-1350s, however, England began to recover, allowing Edward the Black Prince to resume hostilities in France. In 1355, he launched a series of brutal raids known as chevauchées from Gascony, aiming to demoralize the French populace, undermine their leaders, and strain the financial resources of the French crown. These raids involved extensive looting and the systematic destruction of property to weaken the enemy economically and also psychologically. The conflict escalated in the August of 1356, when the Black Prince himself, leading a campaign deeper into French territory, found himself and his army threatened by a larger French force under King John II. The ensuing confrontation at the Battle of Poitiers on the 19th of September 1356 initially saw the English forces, reliable on their formidable longbowmen, successfully repelling multiple French cavalry charges. Good old longbow, nothing beats that. Well, as the battle intensified, and the English archers began running out of arrows, the situation grew a little desperate. However, a tactical maneuver by the Gascon noble, Captal de Buch, led to a flanking attack that captured King John II and even several of his nobles, turning the tide decisively in favor of the English. The capture of the French king led to a significant political instability in France, naturally. A truce was hastily signed with Edward III, and the absence of King John caused governmental functions to falter. The ransom for the king was initially set at 2 million écus, but John, valuing his status, insisted it be raised to 4 million, underscoring the high stakes and heavy burdens of ransom warfare during the period. Well, it culminated in the First Treaty of London in 1358, which established the ransom for King John II of France at 4 million, with the initial payment due by November 1st, 1358. However, the French never paid. In response, the Second Treaty of London was signed on March 12th of the following year, 1359, which stipulated that, in place of John, hostages would be held, including 2 of his sons, several nobles, 4 Parisians, and 2 citizens from each of the 19 upper major French towns. With these hostages secured, John returned to France to raise the necessary funds, while the treaty granted England vast territories, effectively restoring the Angevin Empire. During John's efforts to collect the ransom, his son Louis of Anjou escaped from captivity in Calais in 1362. Ashamed by his son's actions, and preferring to adhere to the code of honor, John voluntarily returned to captivity in England, where he remained until his death in 1364. His funeral in England was marked by great chivalry, honoring him as a noble adversary, and one who acted in the proper and upright manner befitting of a king. Well, meanwhile, France faced internal turmoil with the 1358 Jacquerie peasant revolt, driven by the war hardships and abuses by nobles and mercenary companies. This revolt saw peasants, led by Guillaume Caille, committing atrocities against the nobility in northern France, before being decisively defeated at the Battle of Melun. which was, of course, followed by brutal reprisals. In 1359, leveraging the instability of France, Edward III sought to capture Reims, aiming to strengthen his position. Despite extensive preparations by the city's inhabitants, Edward's siege lasted 5 weeks but ultimately failed. Edward then moved his army to Paris and later to Chartres. At Chartres, a catastrophic hailstorm caused significant casualties, prompting Edward to consider peace a little bit more seriously. Negotiations initiated by the Dauphin led to the drafting of the Treaty of Brittany, ratified at Calais on October the 24th, 1360. This treaty saw Edward renounce his claim to the French throne in exchange for full sovereignty over an expanded Aquitaine and Calais. In the aftermath of the Treaty of Brittany in 1360, where Edward III of England renounced his claim to the throne in exchange for full sovereignty of Aquitaine, relative peace ensued between England and France. Relative. However, regional conflicts continued, notably in Brittany and Castile, which influenced the broader Anglo-French negotiations. The War of Breton Succession, a significant regional conflict, persisted despite the formal peace. The English supported the Montfort family, representing the male line of succession in Brittany, while the French, they backed the House of Blois, advocating for the heir general based on Brittany's acceptance of female succession. This divergence led to prolonged hostilities, culminating in the English-backed John of Montfort defeating and killing the French-supported Charles of Blois at the Battle of Auray in 1364. Although John of Montfort secured his position, he had to acknowledge the suzerainty of the French king to maintain his title peacefully, diminishing many of the strategic benefits for England. While during this period of the nominal peace, many soldiers once again found themselves without employment, leading to widespread pillaging across France. These conditions prompted Charles V of France to engage these forces under Bertrand de Guesclin, a skilled Breton commander, to intervene in the Castilian War on behalf of Henry of Trastamara against Pedro the Cruel of Castile. Pedro, seeking assistance against Du Guesclin and his supporters, enlisted the aid of the Black Prince, who successfully reinstated him after the Battle of Najera. However, Pedro's failure to compensate the Black Prince and his allies led to his ultimate downfall, with Henry of Trastamara reclaiming the throne and establishing alliances against England. It was this shift that significantly impacted English interests in Castile, culminating in attacks on English merchants and naval raids along England's southern coasts, which shifted maritime dominance back towards France. The Black Prince, seeking to recuperate his financial losses, imposed high taxes on Aquitaine, leading to unrest among the Gascons, who appealed to the French king as their feudal lord. However, by the terms of the Treaty of Brittany, the French king had relinquished his suzerainty over Aquitaine. The French court, revisiting these terms, claimed that Edward III's renunciation was flawed, asserting ongoing French suzerainty over the region. When Charles V summoned the Black Prince to address these grievances. He refused. Tensions then escalated, leading to the renewal of hostilities in what became known as the Caroline phase of the Hundred Years' War. This phase marked a resumption of the conflict, driven by unresolved territorial disputes and broken alliances. With Charles V resuming hostilities again in 1370, France, as the most formidable state in Western Europe, was very well positioned against England, lacking in strong military leadership. Edward III was aging, and the Black Prince, once a formidable force, was incapacitated by illness. The death of John Chandos in 1370, a pivotal English commander, was just another blow in the already weakened English military capabilities. Under the strategic guidance of Bertrand de Guesclin, appointed Constable of France, the French adopted a strategy of attrition. This approach focused on gradually reclaiming territories ceded at Brittany, rather than engaging in major battles. This incremental method proved effective with the recapture of Poitiers in 1372. A severe blow to the English efforts came with the naval defeat at La Rochelle in August of 1372. An English convoy, vital for supplying reinforcements and funds to Aquitaine, was intercepted and defeated by a Castilian fleet. This loss not only deprived the English of crucial resources, but also heightened their vulnerability to French and Spanish raids, further isolating Gascony and spurring domestic opposition for the war. Jean III de Grelly, Captal de Bouche, an influential Gascon noble fighting on England's side, was captured during these engagements, and, despite his value, Charles chose not to ransom him, fearing his military prowess. So, he was simply imprisoned until his death in 1376, removing another key player from England's strategic reserves. In response to these setbacks, the English conducted several chevauchées into French territory. These raids, designed to devastate the French countryside and undermine Charles V's authority, involved fast-moving forces, burning and pillaging everything as they went. John of Gaunt's chevauchée of 1373 was particularly ambitious, planned over 3 years to traverse from Calais to Aquitaine, and despite initial successes, Charles V's tactics of avoiding confrontation and protecting his peasantry in fortified towns blunted the impact of these raids. The campaign suffered further as English forces, monitored by Du Guesclin's lieutenant Olivier de Clisson, faced numerous challenges. They lost significant numbers of men and materiel while crossing the rivers Loire and Allier. By the time the remnants of Gaunt's army reached Bordeaux on Christmas Eve, 1373, they were ravaged by disease and starvation, significantly weakened, and unable to maintain their campaign. The failures of these campaigns sparked widespread discontent in England, particularly towards John of Gaunt himself, whose political influence was marred by his unpopularity and inability to secure a favorable peace with France. By 1373, the territorial gains England had secured at Crécy through the Treaty of Brittany were effectively all gone, leaving England with little more than it held prior to these victories. In an attempt to broker peace, Pope Gregory XI orchestrated the Treaty of Bruges in 1375, initiating a 12-month truce between France and England as a sort of permanent cessation of hostilities. The negotiations, led by Philip II, Duke of Burgundy for France, and John of Gaunt for England, ultimately faltered, mainly over the status of Aquitaine. England demanded full sovereignty over the region, while France insisted that it remain under the control of the House of Valois. Despite the Pope's efforts to mediate a resolution, the talks collapsed, and by 1377, hostilities resumed. This period saw personal changes in the English monarchy. The Black Prince had passed away the year before in 1376, and in the following year, Edward III had died, leaving the throne to his 10-year-old grandson Richard II. It was under Richard II's rule, and later his disposition by Henry Bolingbroke, being Henry IV, that the English under the House of Lancaster revitalized their claims to the French throne, although substantial military action would not resume until later. Charles V of France died in September of 1380, and his young son, Charles VI, succeeded him, with the county governed by a regency led by his three uncles. Despite the military successes during his reign, Charles V's policies unraveled posthumously. He had ended the war taxes, which were critical for funding the French military efforts. When the Regency attempted to reintroduce these taxes, widespread popular revolts, known as the Harel, erupted, starting in Rouen and spreading to Paris and other northern cities. The regents were compelled to repeal the taxes to quell the unrest. Power to the people. Further complicating the politics was the onset of the Great Schism in 1378, instigated by Charles V's support for the Avignon Pope Clement VII. This schism split the Church and diminished the papal authority significantly, undermining efforts to mediate peace in the 100 Years' War. The fractured papacy, struggling with its internal legitimacy, was unable to exert meaningful influence over the warring factions. Thus, despite numerous peace conferences through the late 14th century, no lasting resolution was achieved, and the war dragged on, fueled by deep-seated national rivalries and intermittent hostilities. The Civil War of Succession in Castile in 1366 pitted the forces of the incumbent ruler, Peter of Castile, against those of his half-brother, Henry of Trastamara. During this conflict, the English crown had supported Peter, while the French backed Henry. The French, under the leadership of Charles V, dispatched a substantial force of 12,000 men led by Bertrand de Guesclin, a notable Breton who had risen to prominence as one of France's leading military commanders, to aid Trastamara's bid for the throne. Peter sought assistance from the Black Prince, ruler of Aquitaine, and a key English figure, who initially hesitated due to concerns over the implications of the Treaty of Bretigny. Eventually, acting more so in his capacity as the ruler of Aquitaine rather than a representative of England, the Black Prince intervened. He led an Anglo-Gascon force into Castile, successfully restoring Peter to power after defeating Trastamara's forces at the Battle of Najera. Well, despite the victory, the Castilians reneged on their financial agreements with the Black Prince, who was already having enough of a hard time. He was struggling with poor health. Upon his return to Aquitaine, the prince attempted to recoup his losses by imposing a hearth tax. This move was met with resistance, particularly from Arnaud Armagnac VIII, the Lord of Albret, who had supported the prince in the Castilian campaign but grew increasingly discontented with the influx of English administrators in the region of Aquitaine. Albret, along with other Gascon lords, flatly refused to pay the tax and ran straight over to Charles V's side on the French side of things to get his support. In response, Charles V summoned the Gascon lords and the Black Prince to his high court in Paris to try to mediate and resolve this dispute. The Black Prince's defiant response had hinted at military actions. He had basically said, "Yeah, I'll show up, and I'll bring a few thousand men with me and mop the floor with you." This, of course, did not ease tensions. In fact, it led to the resumption of the war. Edward III subsequently reclaimed his title as King of France, but by the end of 1369, Aquitaine was engulfed in another revolt, largely spurred by Charles V's declaration that all English possessions in France were now forfeit. Meanwhile, Henry of Trastamara seized the opportunity to launch a second invasion of Castile, with the Black Prince no longer present to defend Peter. This culminated in the Battle of Montiel in the March of 1369, where Peter was killed, effectively ending his rule and allowing Henry to assume complete control. The new Castilian regime aligned itself with France, providing naval support that was instrumental in the French victory over the English fleet at the Battle of La Rochelle in 1362, marking a significant shift in the naval power dynamic, as the British, before this battle, had already won significant naval victories and effectively controlled the English Channel. Well, after La Rochelle, that changed. In the August of 1373, John of Gaunt, together with John de Montfort, the Duke of Brittany, embarked on a military campaign from Calais, commanding a force of over 9,000 men. This operation, a typical chevauchée, which was kind of like a raid essentially, initially was met with very little resistance, as French forces were way too dispersed and spread out to effectively counter the English movements. In some areas, there were simply no French soldiers at all, and the English just walked right in like they owned the place. In fact, if you ask them, they did own the place. Well, however, as the English army went further south, this was not the case. The French began to gather their forces and adopted a strategy of avoiding direct engagement, specifically under the directives of Charles V. No, instead they targeted smaller detachments of the English army that had become separated from the main group, either for raiding or foraging for food. They set up ambushes, they lied in wait, they placed bait for them to come and take. You would find the French hiding in little farmhouses, waiting for the English to come and pick the food out of the fields. Out would come the French to, well, do whatever they needed to do. Well, this tactic of shadowing and harassment culminated in October of that same year, 1373, when the English found themselves completely surrounded and cornered against the river Allier by 4 different converging French armies. Managing to cross at the bridge at Moulins, the English, however, suffered significant losses. And it wasn't just losses in terms of manpower. All their baggage and everything they had looted was gone. The French just simply took it all back. The dire situation for the English continued and continued to worsen as they moved across the harsh terrain of the Limousin Plateau, facing increasingly severe weather conditions. Thus, the army suffered substantial losses, both human and equine, with many soldiers compelled to abandon their armor and march on foot due to the exhaustion and death of their horses. In fact, food became so scarce that they would choose between transport and a meal. The poor old horses, well, I can't feel too sorry for them. Horse is pretty nice, actually. I've been to Kyoto, don't worry. Well, by December, the remnants of Gaunt's army had reached the relative safety of English-controlled Gascony, and ultimately arrived in Bordeaux, albeit in a state of utter destitution, having lost more than half of the 30,000 horses they had initially set out with. So, more or less, this whole ordeal, though it started out pretty well, quite promising, it ended up being a gigantic waste of time, with a lot of dead men and a lot of dead horses, albeit most likely very tasty ones. Well, the deteriorating health of the Black Prince saw him return to England in early 1371 amidst the declining health of his father. The Black Prince's condition worsened, leading to his death on 8th of June 1376. His father passed the following year, on June 21st, 1377, and the crown passed to the Black Prince's young second son, Richard II, who was only 10 years old at the time, as Edward of Angoulême, his first son, had already passed away. Now, under the Treaty of Brittany, the English had expanded their territorial holdings in France, but these gains were progressively eroded by a revitalized French military strategy under leaders like Du Guesclin. By 1380, England's possession in France had been reduced to Calais and a few other minor ports. Richard II's succession at such a young age meant that no regent was appointed. Instead, governance was managed by successive councils, a structure preferred to a potential regency under John of Gaunt, who it was pretty obvious to anybody who had been in a 5-foot radius of him, he was very much eyeing off the throne for himself. Well, Richard's reign was marked by significant internal challenges. I've already made a video about Richard and a video about the Peasants' Revolt of 1381. I'm yet to make a video about his conflict with Scotland in 1384 to 85, but it is on the list. But one thing you can be sure of is Richard was a busy boy. His fiscal policies, particularly the levies imposed to fund military endeavours and fortify Calais, contributed to the growing discontent with his rule. In 1380, the Earl of Buckingham led another expedition to support the Duke of Brittany, laying siege to Nantes in November. However, the lack of expected support from the Duke of Brittany and severe attrition forced Buckingham to lift the siege by January 1381, with Brittany compensating him quite nicely to withdraw. Well, it was around this time, 1380, the death of Charles and Duke Escalin left France without its strategic leadership. And, of course, the young Charles VI ascended to the French throne. The governance of France was managed by his uncles during a regency, continuing the war effort against England, but hampered by quite a bit of internal strife and financial constraints. In 1386, Philip II of Burgundy failed attempt to invade England, highlighted the ongoing financial and logistical challenge that France was facing, exacerbated by failed tax levies and widespread resistance from the populace. Indeed, to fund the wars of aggression, they decided to tell the people, we're going to tax you and take more of your money. The people did not like this, and they got very angry. Seeing how angry the people were, the government changed their mind. Crazy how that works, isn't it? Well, this period saw both nations engaging in more proxy wars, such as the conflict in Portugal from 1383 to 1385. And while the wars were still going on, this reflected a broader slowdown in the pace of the 100 Years' War, at least between France and Britain, and it led to the period between 1389 and 1415, which is referred to as the Second Peace. Now, the 100 Years' War, already deeply unpopular due to the heavy taxes levied for its funding, further fueled discontent among the English populace, culminating in the Peasants' Revolt of 1381. The revolt was partly motivated by the financial strain by the ongoing war efforts. Richard II, who ascended the throne as a child, displayed very little interest in war. Really, he preferred instead to focus on the consolidation of power around his own court and favoring his close friends and advisors. This approach, of course, alienated many, including powerful lords within his realm, who thought that having a ruler who didn't want to fight everyone next to him was a little bit of a strange idea. Well, by 1388, an influential group of nobles, known as the Lords Appellant, frustrated with Richard's governance and his circle, seized control of the government for themselves. They managed to charge 5 of Richard's closest associates with treason during the so-called merciless Parliament. Although they took control of the council, the Lords Appellant struggled to muster the necessary financial support to rekindle the war efforts in France. The tide turned for Richard in the year 1389, following the return of his uncle, John of Gaunt, from Spain. With Gaunt's support, Richard was able to gradually restore his authority, little by little clawing back the power he used to have. Well, by 1397, some 8 years later, he felt sufficiently strong enough to strike back against the Lords Appellant, effectively neutralizing the main threats to his power. However, this political stability was short-lived. Following John of Gaunt's death in 1399, Richard disinherited Gaunt's son, Henry of Bolingbroke, who then returned from exile, quickly gathered support, and ultimately deposed Richard, declaring himself Henry IV. Well, all of this internal turmoil in England, it had repercussions beyond its own borders, that is for sure. Some good, some bad, depending on who you ask. In Scotland, the instability invited frequent border raids, prompting military responses that culminated in the Battle of Homildon Hill in 1402. Disputes over the division of spoils from this battle ignited a fierce conflict between Henry IV and Henry Percy, the first Earl of Northumberland, leading to the near destruction of the Percy family by the year 1408. In Wales, Owain Glyndwr capitalized on the chaos in England by declaring himself the Prince of Wales in 1400, leading a significant rebellion against English rule, the most severe of rebellions since Edward I's conquest of Wales in the late 13th century. In 1405, Glyndwr formed alliances with France and Castile, leading a combined Franco-Welsh force deep into England, while Spanish forces conducted their own coastal raids. Despite the initial successes, the Glyndwr Rising was eventually quelled by 1415, though it did temporarily restore a degree of Welsh independence. And to this day, if you ask any Welshman about it, they'll tell you, at least any Welshman who's ever opened a book and is literate. It certainly left a lasting legacy on Welsh nationalism. Now, the mental breakdown of Charles VI in 1392 plunged France into a period of regency, dominated initially by his uncles and later by his brother, Louis of Valois, the Duke of Orleans. The politics in France had become increasingly chaotic, as a power struggle ensued between the Duke of Orleans and Philip the Bold. That's B-O-L-D, not B-A-L-D, by the way. He was the Duke of Burgundy. Upon Philip's death, his son, John the Fearless, inherited the conflict, but found himself at a bit of a political disadvantage due to his more distant relation to the king. In a drastic move, John orchestrated the assassination of Louis of Orleans, an act that quickly exposed his involvement and shifted political power to the Armagnac family, who were adversaries of the Burgundians. By 1410, the internal conflicts in France had escalated into a full-scale civil war, with both Burgundian and Armagnac factions seeking English support to gain an advantage. This ongoing strife culminated in the capture of Paris by the Burgundians in 1418, an event marked by the brutal massacre of the Count of Armagnac and thousands of his followers by a crazed mob within the city. During this period, England was not free from conflict either, as it faced significant destruction from pirate raids that impacted both trade and naval operations. Under Henry IV, England resorted to state-sanctioned privateering as a means of conducting warfare on the seas, indirectly applying pressure on its adversaries. This strategy was reciprocated by the French, who, under Scottish protection, launched similar raids against English coastal towns. These raids, combined with domestic and dynastic issues, confronting both England and France, led to a lull in direct military conflict between the two nations for about a decade. Upon the death of Henry IV in 1413, his son, Henry V, ascended to the English throne. Meanwhile, in France, the ongoing mental illness of Charles VI meant that governance was effectively in the hands of the royal princes, whose rivalries only deepened the divisions within the country, as they were all kind of just waiting for Charles to go away, and however they were going to make that happen, well, that wasn't important. Well, in 1414, Henry V received ambassadors from the Burgundian faction at his court in Leicester. He also sent envoys to the French court with demands for territorial concessions and the marriage to Catherine of Valois, Charles VI's daughter. In August of 1415, King Henry V of England embarked on a significant campaign by sailing to France with a force of approximately 10,500 men. His initial target was the port city of Harfleur, which capitulated after a prolonged siege on September the 22nd. The extended resistance at Harfleur consumed much of the campaign season, forcing Henry to adjust his strategy. Instead of marching directly on Paris, he opted for a raiding expedition across France towards the English-held Calais. During this maneuver, reminiscent of earlier English campaigns such as Crécy, Henry's forces found themselves outnumbered and completely depleted of supplies, compelling them to engage a considerably larger French army at the Battle of Agincourt. Despite the numerical disadvantage and the logistical issues, the English achieved a decisive victory. The French suffered a catastrophic defeat, with a significant portion of their nobility, about 40%, killed in the battle. Concerned about the security risk posed by a large number of French prisoners who outnumbered his own troops, Henry just decided to execute them all. I mean, that solves the problem, technically. Well, the successful English campaign continued with the capture of major Norman cities, including Caen in 1417 and Rouen in 1419, effectively bringing Normandy under English control for the first time in 2 centuries. Well, things shifted again with the assassination of John the Fearless, Duke of Burgundy, in 1419, leading to an alliance between Henry V and the Burgundian faction. This culminated in the Treaty of Troyes in 1420, where Henry married Catherine of Valois, the daughter of King Charles VI of France. Well, also, yes, She was 6 years old at the time of the wedding, but this is somewhat more elaborated on in my video about Richard II. I'm not going to harp on about it here, because every time Richard II comes up, they always call him a PDF file. Well, maybe he was, but maybe you should just watch the Richard II video. Well, this Treaty of Troyes, stipulated that Henry's heirs would inherit the French throne, and Dauphin Charles VII was declared illegitimate. Henry's military endeavors continued with the siege of Meaux in October of 1421, which proved challenging and extended over 7 long months, before the town finally surrendered in the May of 1422. It was around this time where Henry's health began to deteriorate, and he passed away on August 31st, 1422, in the royal castle at Vincennes. His death was followed shortly by that of Charles VI in October, leaving the infant Henry VI as the successor of both the English and the French thrones. Well, Henry's death marked a pretty critical moment, with the Duke of Bedford appointed to oversee English territories in France. The subsequent military campaigns, particularly the Battle of Verneuil in 1424, showcased the continued effectiveness of English archers and led to significant victories that bolstered English positions in France. Of course, Joan of Arc's arrival at the Siege of Orleans in 1429 marked yet another turning point in the 100 Years' War, revitalizing the French morale and shifting the momentum against the English. The English had besieged Orleans since 1428, but lacked the forces to completely encircle the city. Joan, asserting divine guidance and a fervent belief in the Dauphin's rightful kingship, bolstered the French resolve, and led a spirited offensive that compelled the English to abandon the siege. Once again, if you want a lot more detail, full video on Joan of Arc, medieval playlist. Now, following the lifting of the siege, Joan's influence spurred the French to seize several key English strongholds along the banks of the Loire River. The reinvigorated French forces then pursued the English, culminating in the Battle of Patay in 1429. It was at Patay that French cavalry decisively breached the English longbowmen's defences, leading to a catastrophic English defeat, where they lost over 2,000 men, and John Talbot, the first Earl of Shrewsbury, was captured. The victory paved the way for Dauphin's procession to Reims, where he was crowned Charles VII on July 16, 1429. Despite this resurgence, the French still faced setbacks, such as the unsuccessful siege of Paris in September 1429, after which Charles retreated back to the Loire Valley. Amidst these events, Henry VI of England was crowned king in 1429, and also crowned King of France in 1431 in the occupied Paris. However, the English position in France weakened further when Joan of Arc was captured by Burgundian forces at Compiègne in 1430, and subsequently handed over to the English. She was tried and executed in 1431, but was posthumously pardoned in 1456. The English war effort suffered after Joan's death, particularly following the Congress of Arras in 1435. This Congress, intended to negotiate peace, faltered due to the very unrealistic English demands. Shortly after, a significant political shift occurred when Philip the Good, the Duke of Burgundy, deserted the English alliance to sign the Treaty of Arras with the newly crowned King Charles VII, effectively returning Paris to French control. Of course, this defection marked a critical loss of English influence in France. Now, the death of John, the Duke of Bedford in 1435, further destabilized English governance, and he was later replaced by Richard Plantagenet, the third Duke of York. During the intermediate periods of truce throughout the Hundred Years' War, Charles VII utilized the time effectively to centralize and strengthen the French state. This period allowed for significant reforms in military organization, shifting from traditional feudal levies to a more structured and professional army, which could leverage its numerical superiority much more effectively. Innovations in artillery during this time, catapults, trebuchets, and the like, also meant that the French could conduct sieges with greater efficiency, employing cannons as well to breach castle walls that previously would have withstood prolonged sieges. By 1449, the French had managed to retake Rouen, and momentum continued in their favor. In 1450, at the Battle of Formigny, French forces under the command of the Count of Clermont and Arthur de Richemont, Earl of Richmond, dealt a critical blow to the English. Richemont's timely flank and rear attacks were pivotal, as they came just as the English were close to defeating Clermont's forces. The following year, Charles VII focused on Gascony, the last English stronghold in France. Bordeaux then fell in June 1451, but was briefly retaken by the English under John Talbot in October of 1452. The English hold was definitively ended following their defeat at the Battle of Castillon in July of 1453. The battle, marked by the effective use of French artillery arranged by Jean Bureau, resulted in heavy English casualties, and also the death of Talbot. Although the Battle of Castillon in 1453 is traditionally and frankly widely considered the endpoint of the Hundred Years' War, the formal state of war between England and France continued until 1475, where they signed the Treaty of Picquigny. This treaty, which secured peace by offering Edward IV of England a significant cash sum and even an annual pension, effectively ended English claims to French territories. Now, despite this, the title of King of France continued to be claimed by English monarchs all the way up to the year 1803, a practice finally abandoned during the Napoleonic Wars as a gesture towards the exiled French king living in England. Now, the war's aftermath saw significant unrest back in England as landowners dealt with the financial repercussions of lost territories. This discontent is often cited as the contributing factor to the civil strife that preceded it, the War of the Roses, which erupted in 1455. The conclusion of the Hundred Years' War in 1453 marked a pivotal moment in European history, ending a chaotic and tumultuous era that had its origins all the way back in the Norman conquest of 1066. when William the Conqueror, Duke of Normandy, became the King of England, a complex feudal allegiance was established. As a vassal to the King of France through his holdings in Normandy, yet an equal as King of England, William's dual roles planted the seeds of a centuries-old Anglo-French conflict. It was this duality that created inherent tensions, as his successors on the English throne inherited not just a kingdom, but a contentious claim over a vast French territory. Well, by the war's end, England was stripped of its expansive continental dominions, retaining only the port of Calais until it was also lost in 1558. This dream of an Anglo-French dual monarchy, envisaged by several English monarchs as they sought to exploit their historical claims, was irrevocably shattered. Of course, the social and cultural impacts of this profound conflict were also wide-ranging. In England, the war fostered a deep-seated antipathy towards all things French. Some things never change, Well, despite this, the Norman conquest of all these earlier times had definitely woven French into the very fabric of English society. In fact, the only reason why I'm speaking the way I speak, and you are understanding me the way you do, is because of the amount of French that was rammed into the English language, whether you like it or not. Well, French was the language of the ruling classes, you see. Also law and high commerce until the mid-14th century, when more proper English began to reassert itself. But you see, by then, English had changed so much. Of course, it didn't help when the plague happened and we had something called the Great Vowel Shift. But, well, once again, a story for another video. Well, by 1385, and that's after the plague, French was no longer used in the educational system, signaling a shift towards linguistic and national identity. Albeit, they didn't go back to the old ways. The repercussions of the war weren't just limited to territorial and linguistic changes, but they were rather instrumental in reshaping the national identities of both England and France. In France, the devastation wrought by decades of warfare on French soil paradoxically accelerated the centralization of royal power, moving the country towards a more modern state system. The French monarchy thus began to consolidate power, reducing the influence of feudal lords and laying the groundwork for a centralized administrative and military apparatus. Conversely, in England, the political and financial upheaval resulting from the military failures abroad sowed the seeds of internal conflict and led quite directly to the Wars of the Roses. This dynastic civil war from 1455 to 1487 further drained English resources and stability. Just one war after another. In fact, it's been highlighted by modern historians how opposition to the protracted war in France helped mold political culture in England, fostering a growing aversion to military conflicts perceived as contrary to national interests. But then again, who decides what is contrary to national interest? This sentiment became particularly pronounced as the economic and human costs of such wars became deeply apparent, without any corresponding benefits. Further complicating things during this period was the devastating impact of the Black Plague, which drastically reduced populations all across Europe. France saw its population cut in half, with Normandy and Paris experiencing more severe declines. Of course, England, too, suffered significant population loss, ranging from 20 to 33%. The demographic collapse exacerbated the already difficult economic situation, also undermined the feudal order, and strained the resources necessary for prolonged military campaigns. In the broader context of state formation, the Hundred Years' War exemplified the role of interstate conflicts in shaping fiscal and administrative capacities. The existential threat posed by the English occupation forced the French monarchy to innovate financially, notably through the implementation of regular taxation that enabled the maintenance of a proper standing army. This shift was a critical step in the evolution of the modern state, reflecting a transition from feudal obligations to a more centralized and organized bureaucratic system. The necessity of defending the realm from foreign invasion justified the expansion of state power, an argument that gained acceptance even among the traditionally tax-averse French nobility. Thus, the legacy of the 100 Years' War is somewhat multifaceted, influencing the trajectory of both England and France in their own profound ways. It shaped national identities, accelerated state centralization, and contributed to the overall re-evaluation of governance and military strategy in England, setting the stage for the modern age in Western Europe. Edward of Woodstock, also known as Edward the Black Prince, a paragon of medieval knighthood and medieval prowess, whose legend is woven into the fabric of English history. Born in 1330, he was the eldest son of King Edward III of England, and his life was marked by significant military achievements during the 100 Years' War. His leadership at the battles of Crécy and Poitiers not only demonstrated his tactical genius, but also cemented his reputation across all of Europe, which led to his knighthood at the age of 16. Despite his early death at the age of 45, the Black Prince's legacy as a chivalric hero and capable leader continues to endure, embodying the ideals of knighthood and valor of his time. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, good to see you again. If you like what I do and want to support the channel, there's a link to the Patreon in the description. Otherwise, help YouTube push it out to more people by liking, commenting, and subscribing. Now, with that out of the way, get yourself relaxed, because we will begin our history and biography of Edward the Black Prince. Edward was born on the 15th of June of the year 1330 at Woodstock in Oxfordshire, as the eldest son of Edward III and Queen Philippa of Hainault. His birth into royalty came at a time when his father, Edward III, was deeply entrenched in conflicts with France over territorial claims and the French throne itself. This animosity was rooted in familial ties, as Edward III's mother, Queen Isabella of France, was the daughter of Philip IV of France. positioning Edward III and consequently his son in the line of succession for the French crown. The situation escalated when the French king threatened to seize English lands in France, which sparked the 100 Years' War. Queen Philippa, Edward's mother, was the daughter of the Count of Hainault. Her marriage to Edward was orchestrated by Queen Isabella, who sought to secure Hainault's military and financial support to overthrow her husband, Edward II. The union was fruitful, producing 13 children, with Edward being the firstborn. Edward III ascended to the throne at the tender age of 14, after his father, Edward II, was deposed in 1327 by Isabella and the English nobility, due to Edward II's failed leadership and military defeats, particularly against the Scots. In an effort to reclaim lost territories, Edward III initiated military campaigns that mirrored the aggressive strategies of his grandfather, Edward I. His efforts culminated in the decisive Battle of Halidon Hill in 1333, where he avenged the earlier humiliating defeat at Bannockburn and restored English dominance over Scotland. This victory solidified Edward III's reputation as a formidable leader and earned him the epithet Great Champion of the English nation. Now, on to the young prince, whose upbringing was marred by the political and military dynamic of the time. On September 10th, Edward III allocated an annual allowance from the profits of the county of Chester for his son's maintenance, and by February 25, 1331, these funds were entirely assigned to Queen Philippa for the upbringing of both Edward and his sister Eleanor. In July of 1331, amidst ongoing internal tensions, Edward III proposed a marriage between the young Edward and daughter of Philip VI of France, aiming to stabilize relations through marital ties. On the 18th of March, 1333, Edward was formally granted the earldom and county of Chester. Several years later, in a Parliament session held on the 9th of February 1337, he was created the Duke of Cornwall, receiving the duchy through a charter dated on March the 17th. This distinction marked the first instance of a duke's creation in England, and the terms of the charter stipulated that the title was to be held by him, and subsequently by the eldest sons of the kings of England. Edward's education was overseen by Dr. Walter Burley from Merton College, Oxford. In March of 1334, the responsibility for managing his revenues was assigned to his mother, Queen Philippa, to cover the expenses of raising Edward and his two sisters, Isabella and Joan. By August 1335, amid rumors of an impending French invasion, Edward III ordered that Edward and his household relocate to Nottingham Castle as a precautionary measure. In late 1337, when two cardinals arrived in England to negotiate peace between Edward III and Philip VI of France, the young Duke of Cornwall met them outside London and escorted them to the king, accompanied by many nobles. On July the 11th, 1338, and again on May 27th, 1340, and October the 6th, 1342, Edward III appointed his son as guardian of the kingdom during his absences abroad. Although Edward was too young to engage in any significant governance, he left the council to manage the affairs. To strengthen his alliances, in 1339, Edward III proposed a marriage between the young Duke of Cornwall and Margaret, that was the daughter of Duke John III of Brabant, and in the spring of 1345, he urgently requested a marriage dispensation from Pope Clement VI. On May 12, 1343, Edward was made Prince of Wales during a parliamentary session at Westminster, where he was invested with a circlet, a gold ring, and a silver rod. He accompanied his father to Sluis on July 3, 1345, where efforts were made to persuade the burgomasters of Ghent, Bruges, and Ypres to recognize the prince as their lord, although this plan was thwarted by the murder of Jacob van Anteveld. The prince was then tasked multiple times with mobilizing troops from his principality and earldom for the military campaigns in France. Due to the heavy debts incurred in the king's service, his father authorized him to draft his will, ensuring that his executors could access all his revenues for a year if he were to fall in battle. Thus, on July 11, 1346, Edward, the Prince of Wales, embarked on a significant campaign along his father, Edward III. They landed at La Hogue, where the young prince was knighted by his father in the local church at Quetho. Following his knighting, Edward demonstrated early military prowess as he ravaged through Cotentin, contributing notably during the capture of Cannes and the skirmish at the ford of Blanchetaque against Sir Godimar I du Fay, which allowed the English army to finally cross the Somme. Before the Battle of Crécy, on August 26, 1346, Edward and his father received the sacrament in Crécy itself, preparing for the conflict where Edward would command the right flank of the army. This unit included prominent leaders such as the Earls of Warwick and Oxford, and Sir Geoffrey d'Harcourt, among others, comprising 800 men-at-arms, 2,000 archers, and 1,000 Welsh foot soldiers. During the battle, after an initial success against the Genoese bowmen, Edward's forces faced a severe challenge from the Count of Alençon. At a critical moment, Edward's division was nearly overwhelmed, prompting his commanders to seek aid from Edward III. However, the king refused assistance, urging his son to win his spurs and earn the victory. Now that's some medieval parenting for you. Well, during this intense phase, Edward was thrown to the ground, only to be saved heroically by Sir Richard Fitzsimon, his standard-bearer. With additional support from the Earl of Arundel, they repelled the French attack. The battle saw significant French casualties, including the Duke of Lorraine and the Counts of Alençon and Blois, leading to a complete rout by the English forces. Well, after the battle, Edward III met his son with pride, commending him for his brave conduct. Together, they paid their respects to the fallen, including King John of Bohemia. Edward's valor at Crécy was a testament to his capabilities as a military leader, even at such a young age, and it was certainly a trial by fire. Say what you want about Edward III's throwing him into battle and not saving him, but certainly he did, as it was said, earn his spurs. Now, following Crecy, Prince Edward played a crucial role in the siege of Calais between 1346 and 47, where it was his job to conduct raids around the captured town, of which he accumulated substantial booty. He returned to England with his father in October of 1347 and participated in courtly festivities, including his investiture into the newly formed Order of the Garter in 1348. In subsequent years, Edward continued to support his father in military endeavors, including the Battle of Winchelsea in the August of 1350, where they confronted the fleet of Lacerda. During this naval battle, Edward's ship was almost sunk by a larger Spanish vessel. It was only through the timely intervention of Henry of Grosmont, the Earl of Lancaster, that they achieved victory. It seems to be a running theme that Edward, the Black Prince, certainly has a lot of good friends by his side. Of course, that always helps. In 1353, disturbances in Cheshire required Edward's attention, as he was indeed the Earl of Chester. He led an expedition to support the local justices, and he managed to quell the unrest, albeit extracting heavy fines from the local populace. His visit to Vale Royal Abbey, mistaken in records as Dulacres Abbey, led to a generous donation. In 1355, as Edward III prepared to rekindle hostilities with France, he assigned his son, Prince of Wales, a pivotal role in the campaign. It was time for the Black Prince to shine. Just quickly, it's such a cool name. I know that's off topic, but I keep saying it, and every time I do, the Black Prince has such a ring to it. Anyway, Edward was tasked to lead an army into Aquitaine, aligning with broader strategic movements that included coordination with the King of Navarre in Normandy and support for John of Montfort in Brittany by the Duke of Lancaster. This deployment into Aquitaine came at the behest of local Gascon lords, eager for the spoils of war. On July the 10th, Edward III officially appointed his son, the Black Prince, as his lieutenant in Gascony, granting him substantial autonomous powers, including the authority to receive homages. Thus, the Black Prince departed London for Plymouth on the 30th of June. However, adverse winds delayed his departure until September the 8th, where he finally set sail with a formidable fleet of about 300 ships. His force was indeed quite substantial, comprising about 1,000 men-at-arms, 2,000 archers, and a significant contingent of Welsh foot soldiers, alongside 4 earls who were notable figures of military command. Upon the arrival in Bordeaux, he was warmly received by the Gascon lords. A decision was made to initiate a swift, aggressive campaign before the onset of winter. On October the 10th, the Black Prince embarked on his campaign with a well-equipped force that included 1,500 lancers, 2,000 archers, and 3,000 light foot soldiers. This military venture quickly devolved into a ruthless marauding expedition across the counties of Juliac, Armagnac, Asterac, and the Comminges. Upon crossing the Garonne at Sainte-Marie near Toulouse, which was then defended by John I, the Count of Armagnac, the expedition laid waste to the region. The local garrison, under orders from the Count Armagnac, refrained from engaging the invaders, simply allowing the Black Prince and his forces to continue their destructive paths straight into the Lourdes. The campaign was marked by harsh tactics against the local population, particularly in Montxard, where the troops stormed the town, committed atrocities against its residents, and plundered wealth, including carpets, draperies, and jewels. The people of the region, described by the Black Prince as good, simple, and ignorant of war, were severely exploited. Notably, the only significant resistance came from the Monge, where the chatelaine ingeniously used beehives to fend off the English attackers. Very creative. The prince's army continued its path of destruction through Carcassonne, sacking the town but not the well-fortified citadel. Towns like Ormez and Trebes negotiated to avoid plunder, while Narbonne was not so lucky. Plans to assault the citadel at Narbonne were abandoned due to its robust defenses. Now, during this time, the Black Prince received overtures for peace from the papal court, but deferred any decision pending his father's directive. Ultimately, the expedition, which lasted 8 weeks and only saw 11 days of rest, concluded with the prince's uneventful return to Bordeaux. That being said, it was a very hard trip with all the treasure he had to carry back with him. On the 6th of July, 1356, Prince Edward embarked on an expedition through France to Normandy with the intention of supporting his father's Norman allies, including the King of Navarre and Geoffrey d'Arcot. He began this journey by crossing the Dordogne at Bergerac on August the 4th. As he progressed through regions like Auvergne, Limousin, and Berry, his forces engaged in widespread plunder and burning. His approach to Bourges led only to the burning of its suburbs, as he failed to capture the city itself. Edward then turned westward and launched an unsuccessful assault on the Issoudun between August the 25th and 27th. Meanwhile, King John II of France was amassing a formidable force at Chartres, prepared to defend the Loire crossings and reinforcing fortresses at risk of attack. After the failed siege at Issoudun, Edward retraced his route to Vierzon, which he captured, and then decided to execute most of the garrison. From Vierzon, upon realizing that crossing the Loire or joining forces with Lancaster in Brittany was unfeasible, he decided to return to Bordeaux, setting course towards Romorantin on August the 29th. Upon hearing that the French knights had withdrawn into Romorantin, Edward moved to assault the fortress on August the 31st. Despite the stiff resistance and personal loss of a friend which enraged him, Edward succeeded in capturing the fortress by September 3rd. Reportedly, he had used Greek fire to set its roofs ablaze. If you don't know what Greek fire is, it's kind of like an ancient form of napalm. the secrets of which we've somewhat lost since the fall of Constantinople. They've kind of figured out how to do it, but maybe it's not the same. Well, as he continued his march through Berry, King John II, having gathered a large army, crossed the Loire at Blois and pursued the English forces. Despite being significantly outnumbered, Edward commanded about 7,500 men compared to John II's upwards of 20,000. Edward maintained a parallel path to the French, staying just miles away. By September 17th, as confrontations began near Poitiers, Edward positioned his forces on the advantageous terrain, using the natural landscape and fortifications to strengthen his defensive position. Despite the French king's substantial numerical advantage, Edward's strategic positioning and preparation played a more important role. The prince decided to deploy his archers more effectively, using the terrain's hedges for protection. He set out an ambush that proved pivotal in the ensuing battle. On the morning of September 19th, the Battle of Poitiers commenced. French forces, attempting to break through the English defences, were decimated by English archers, as the French ranks faltered. The English counterattacked, leading to a comprehensive victory for Edward's forces. The battle then concluded with the capture of King John II and numerous French nobles, causing significant French casualties and resulting in a decisive English triumph. Following the battle, Prince Edward treated his royal captive with notable respect, serving him personally at dinner and refusing to sit at the same table, citing his unworthiness compared to the great king. Now, this is interesting because it was this act of chivalry that was praised widely, and it also enhanced Edward's reputation. So whether or not he was doing this as a genuine act of kindness and chivalry towards the French king, or if he just knew this would make him look very gentlemanly, well, that's a matter of debate. But either way, the result speaks for itself. Well, one thing that wasn't very gentlemanly was the amount of plunder he got from the campaign. And after securing these swaths of treasure, Edward returned to Bordeaux, where he spent the winter celebrating his successes. In March of 1357, he agreed to a 2-year truce, desiring to return to England. Despite some opposition from the Gascon lords over the removal of King John II to England, Edward quelled their dissent with a payment and left the governance of the region to local lords. He arrived back in England in the May of 1357, entering London triumphantly with King John II displayed prominently, albeit in a manner that some contemporaries and later observers alike may view as an act of calculated humility. Now, after his triumphant return to England, Prince Edward immersed himself in the vibrant court life, participating in numerous festivals and tournaments. By tournaments, we're talking the nightly tournaments, and yes, they're exactly what you're thinking. Jousting and fights and wrestling, all the rest. It is exactly as you think it is. Now, in May 1359, he and King Edward III, along with other challengers, held the lists at a joust in London. This event, proclaimed by the mayor and the sheriffs, absolutely delighted the people, especially as the king appeared in the guise of the mayor and Prince Edward dressed up as the senior sheriff. The extravagance of these festivities and the generous gifts Edward distributed to his friends led him into more than a few financial difficulties, stretching himself a little bit too thin while he was in the festive mood. Well, recognizing this, the king decreed on August 27th, 1359, that should Prince Edward fall in battle during the upcoming French expedition, his executors would have control of his entire estate for a period of 4 years to settle his debts. In October 1359, the Black Prince journeyed with his father to Calais to participate in the Reims campaign, part of the ongoing 100 Years' War. At the conclusion of this military endeavor in 1360, Edward played a role in the negotiations for the Treaty of Brittany. He was heavily involved in the drafting the preliminary truce at Chartres on May 7, 1360, which was established by proctors acting on his and Charles, Duke of Normandy's behalf. Following the campaign, it's likely that Prince Edward did not return to England until after his father, who landed at Rye on March the 18th. On the 9th of July, 1360, the Black Prince, along with Henry, Duke of Lancaster, again travelled to Calais, accompanying the French king. However, they had to return to England as the promised ransom installment was not ready, leaving King John II in the custody of Sir Walter Manny and other knights. In the October of the same year, 1360, Edward was present at Calais for the liberation of King John and the formal ratification of the Treaty of Brittany. He journeyed with King John to Boulogne for a ceremonial offering before returning with King Edward III to England in early November. On October 10th, 1361, Prince Edward got married to Joan of Kent. What, did you think I was going to say another war? It can't all be about fighting. We must take a break from the murder to have a little romance. But actually, it's not that romantic when it's your cousin. Well, of course, marrying your cousin was not such a big deal back then, and far be it for me to push my morality onto others. Well, either way, he married Joan of Kent, his cousin and the widowed Countess of Kent, thus becoming the Earl of Kent through marriage. Joan was the daughter of Edmund of Woodstock, the Earl of Kent, and Margaret, a daughter of Philip III of France. Their close kinship required a papal dispensation for marriage, which Pope Innocent VI gladly provided. Although it appeared the marriage contract was secured before the dispensation, the ceremony was held at Windsor, officiated by the Archbishop Simon Islip, and attended by King Edward III, who was initially unaware of the engagement. The couple made their residence at Berkhamsted Castle in Hertfordshire. Now, on July 19, 1362, Edward III granted the Black Prince all English territories in Aquitaine and Gascony as a principality, requiring an annual tribute of an ounce of gold, and conferring the titles of Prince of Aquitaine and Gascony. After Christmas celebrations at Berkhamsted, the Black Prince departed for Gascony in February with his household, arriving at La Rochelle. There he joined John Candos, the king's lieutenant, and travelled to Poitiers to receive a homage before continuing to Bordeaux to establish his court, alternating between there and Angoulême. During his rule, he appointed John Candos as Constable of Guyenne and secured lucrative positions for his knights, though his favoritism towards the English led to quite a few eyebrows, if not outright discontent among the Gascon lords, exacerbated by Charles V of France, who actively encouraged local opposition. Despite attempts to mediate regional conflicts and hosting dignitaries like Peter, King of Cyprus, in Angoulême, tensions remained high, particularly with local nobles such as Arnaud Amanieu, the Lord of Albret, and Gaston, the Count of Foix, who openly supported the French. The regional instability was compounded by the activities of the Free Companies, mercenary groups that had shifted allegiance to Bertrand du Guesclin and supported Henry of Trastamara against King Peter of Castile. When Peter sought Edward's aid and arrived in Bayonne, the prince supported him, further entangling English forces in continental disputes. This period was marked by significant military and political challenges, with Prince Edward increasingly pressed by both local unrest and demands from his father to manage the mercenary bands effectively. Many of Edward's English and Gascon lords were reluctant for him to support King Peter, viewing the conflict as inappropriate for intervention, since it involved a dispute between a legitimate king and his illegitimate brother. However, the Black Prince felt compelled by a sense of royal dignity and the unacceptable precedent that a bastard could usurp a legitimate king. While Peter, seeking further support, promised riches and titles, including making Edward's son the King of Galicia, which actually swayed many to his cause. A parliament was then convened in Bordeaux and deliberated on this matter, seeking the opinion of King Edward III, who endorsed his son's involvement. Subsequently, another parliament agreed to support Peter, contingent upon financial guarantees for their efforts. To this end, the Black Prince agreed to lend the necessary funds to King Peter. Negotiations at Bayonne between Prince Edward, Charles of Navarre, and King Peter solidified their military collaboration. Peter agreed to financial compensations and provided territories as collateral to secure the prince's financial backing. The Treaty of Libourne, formalized on September the 23rd, laid out these agreements in detail, including substantial monetary commitments for military wages and strategic pledges regarding leadership roles in campaigns against the Moors. The prince financed this military venture through various means, including funds received from his father, derived from the ransom of the French king John II, and by melting down his supply of silver plates. His preparations in Angoulême culminated in a festive Christmas in Bordeaux, where his wife gave birth to their second son, Richard, who would later become King Richard II of England. I just did a video on him too. It'll be out soon. Should be. Now, in February of 1367, Prince Edward departed Bordeaux, consolidated his forces in Dax, and marched through Roncesvalles into Pamplona. The loyalty of the free companies shifted back to Prince Edward from Henry of Trastamara, recognizing Edward as their rightful lord. There, from Pamplona, the prince's campaign continued towards Burgos, but strategic challenges and supply shortages slowed their progress. The army also faced harsh weather and logistical difficulties, but managed slightly better conditions in Logroño. The 30th of March, 1367, Prince Edward responded to a letter from Henry of Trastamara, and on April the 2nd, he moved his forces from Logroño to Navarrete, La Rioja. The proximity of the two armies, with Henry encamped at Nájera, facilitated communication, and although Henry seemed inclined to negotiate, asserting that Peter was a tyrant responsible for much bloodshed, the prince maintained his commitment to Peter, asserting the importance of rightful kingship and the defense of royal dignity. On April the 3rd of the same year, the prince's army, consisting of a well-organized force of English, Breton, and Gascon troops, dismounted for battle some distance from Henry's position. The vanguard was commanded by notable leaders including Lancaster, Chandos, and Calvalet, with separate divisions led by prominent Gascon lords, and the prince himself overseeing the main body of the army. Before the conflict began, the prince appealed to divine support for his cause to reinstate King Peter, exhorting his forces with a call to advance under the banner of St. George. The Battle of Nájera commenced with Castilian forces aggressively engaging the English vanguard, but strategic misalignments in Henry's forces allowed the Gascon lords to flank the main body of Henry's army effectively. The prince then led a critical charge with the main body of his army, turning the tide of the battle. The conflict ended with Henry's forces in complete disarray, and Henry himself, well, he fled the battlefield in a panic. In the aftermath, while Prince Edward requested King Peter to show mercy to their defeated foes, Peter executed a notorious traitor immediately, and two others shortly thereafter. The capture of notable figures such as the French Marshal Arnauld d'Audrehem, a previous captive at Poitiers, led to a dramatic encounter where the prince accused him of treachery. However, upon review by a panel of knights and much discussion, d'Audrehem was acquitted on the grounds that he served not the prince directly, but King Peter, thereby honoring his prior commitment. Following their military success, the prince and Peter advanced to Burgos to celebrate Easter. However, financial and political tensions arose when Peter failed to fulfill his financial obligations to the prince, leading to further complications. Peter's evasiveness and the eventual denial of payment resulted in strained relations, with the prince encamping outside Burgos and later moving to Valladolid in an attempt to secure the promised funds. Valladolid is an interesting town, by the way. A rather infamous figure comes from there, being Thomas de Torquemada, that was the first Grand Inquisitor of the Spanish Inquisition. I'm sure they don't have, at the entrance of the town, Home of the Grand Inquisitor. That may deter certain types of tourists, perhaps. Well, the subsequent weeks proved difficult for Prince Edward and his army. Harsh conditions, disease, and a lack of resources plagued his forces. All this together led to significant casualties. There were allegations of poisoning that were made as the prince himself fell ill, a condition from which he never fully recovered. Meanwhile, Henry of Trastamara took the opportunity to launch attacks on Aquitaine, further complicating the politics. Now, the situation continued to deteriorate, and as it did, negotiations for a safe passage through Navarre facilitated a return through Roncesvalles. By early September 1367, the prince and his remaining forces returned to Bordeaux, marking the end of a challenging campaign marked by initial military success, but brought down by political and logistical failures. After returning to Aquitaine, the Black Prince faced significant challenges managing the free companies, bands of mercenaries who had fought under his command. Around 1366, about 6,000 of these soldiers had passed through the Kingdom of Aragon into Aquitaine. Due to incomplete payments, they took up residence in the region, causing substantial disorder and damage. Prince Edward successfully persuaded their captains to move north across the Loire, where they continued their devastation in France, which of course exacerbated tensions with Charles V of France, who was not happy about Edward pushing his problems onto his territory. Charles then seized this opportunity to foster dissent among the Gascon lords and destabilized Edward's authority. One particularly significant incident involved the Lord of Albret, who had initially agreed to serve in the prince's Spanish campaign with 1,000 lancers. However, the prince, citing the logistical constraints, later requested that he only bring 200. This perceived slight deeply offended the Lord of Albret, marking the beginning of a strained relationship that was exacerbated by the prince's failure to pay an annual pension to Albret. The situation worsened when Albret, aligning himself closer to France, betrothed Margaret of Bourbon, the sister of the Queen of France, further alienating him from the prince. Facing financial difficulties from the expensive Spanish campaign and his customary extravagance, the Black Prince convened the estates of Aquitaine in Saint-Emilion and later in Angoulême in early 1368. There, he managed to secure a hearth tax to alleviate his financial strains. Though this move was, of course, unpopular and further alienated the local nobility, yet I'm sure that the prince was very surprised to hear that they weren't pleased to have another tax to pay. Well, jokes aside, the major vassals of the High Marchers refused the tax. They just said, "No, we're not paying it." And prominent figures like the Counts of Armagnac, Périgord, and the Comminges, alongside the Lord of Albret, brought their grievances to the King of France, asserting his paramount lordship over them and rejecting Edward's authority. Well, Charles V of France was happy about this, and he capitalized on this unrest by summoning the Black Prince to Paris in 1369 to answer for his actions, a demand that Edward outright refused, threatening to arrive with a military force instead. Now this tension escalated into open conflict, during which Sir Thomas Wake, the High Steward of Roger, was attacked by forces loyal to the dissenting French lords, indicating a worsening situation for English control in the region. By 1369, a full-scale war was back on. The health of the Black Prince had also significantly deteriorated. You know, that problem with the poisoning. Like we said, it never went away. This, of course, prevented him from taking an active role in military operations. Despite all this, however, he continued to attempt conciliatory measures with the Gascon lords, but it was to no avail, and the political influence of John of Gaunt, possibly acting against him at the English court, further complicated his position. Charles V's strategic deployment of forces into Aquitaine resulted in severe losses for the English, culminating in the siege and controversial capture of Limoges in 1370, where the Black Prince, despite his illnesses, directed harsh retributions against the city for its betrayal. Ultimately, the worsening of his illness forced the prince to retire first to Angoulême and then to Bordeaux, leaving the direct military engagements to other commanders. The death of his eldest son, Edward of Angoulême, in 1371, really hit Edward hard. He was deeply grieved and exacerbated already by his declining health. The last thing he needed was the stress. Following the advice of his personal doctor, he decided to return to England to recuperate. Accompanied by the Duke of Lancaster, he landed at Southampton in early January of 1371 and proceeded to meet his father, Edward III, at Windsor. During this meeting, Edward successfully contested a treaty that his father had arranged with Charles of Navarre the previous month, objecting to the cession of lands demanded by King Charles. After halting the treaty, the Black Prince returned to his manor in Berkhamsted. Back in England, he found himself naturally opposed to the influence of the anti-clerical and Lancastrian party. His stature and the trust he commanded among the clergy were evident when he met with the Convocation of Canterbury at the Savoy on May 2nd, persuading them to make an exceptionally large financial grant. Well, around this time, his health actually began to show a few signs of improvement. At least compared to before. And in August 1372, he joined his father on an expedition aimed at relieving Thouars. However, bad weather prevented their fleet from reaching the French coast, and the mission was called off. On October 6, 1372, citing the insufficiency of revenues from Aquitaine and Gascony to cover its expenses, he resigned his principality, formalizing this decision in Parliament the following month. During the same Parliament, he effectively negotiated with citizens and burgesses to extend customs protections for merchant shipping for an additional year. In 1374, amidst growing tensions with the Church, Prince Edward presided over a council at Westminster, responding to Pope Gregory XI's demand for a subsidy to combat the Florentines. Despite the Pope asserting dominion over England, the prince, frustrated with Archbishop Whittlesey's hesitation, managed to assert the independence of the crown, declaring that no previous monarch had the authority to subject the kingdom to external rule. By the time the Good Parliament, as it's called, convened on April 28, 1376, Prince Edward was widely regarded as a champion of the Commons against administrative abuses. Aligned with William of Wykeham, he opposed the influence of the Duke of Lancaster and the corrupt courtiers surrounding him. Despite receiving a significant bribe rather, from Richard Lyons, the king's financial agent who was under impeachment, the prince refused it, maintaining his integrity, even though he later remarked it probably could have been useful to pay the kingdom's soldiers. Recognizing his impending death, the Black Prince prepared by making provisions for his servants in his will and bidding farewell to his father, asking him to ensure the protection of his son Richard. Now I know I say that casually, but that is so sad. It's so sad that your son would have to die before you. Indeed, it reminds me of the scene in Lord of the Rings where Theoden is burying, I forgot the name of the son, burying one of his sons, and he turns to Gandalf and says, "No son should have to bury his father." Terrible. Anyway, I digress. Well, Edward the Black Prince died on June the 8th, 1376, at the Palace of Westminster. In his final moments, attended by the Bishop of Bangor, he sought forgiveness from God and those he had wronged, leaving a legacy marked by both his military skill and his principled stand against corruption. Now, what about the name? Why was he called the Black Prince? As I've said, it's a cool name. It must have a story, right? Well, he acquired his sobriquet long after his death in 1376. The first known use of the name appeared in the writings of the antiquary John Leland, about 200 years later, during the 1530s or perhaps 1540s. Leland referred to Edward as Edwardi Principis Cog Nigri, and the Blake Prince. That's right, Blake, not Black, while summarizing earlier historical works, although these sources themselves that he was summarizing did not use that name. Now, this name Black Prince gained wider recognition through Roger Ascham's Toxophilus of 1545, where Ascham mentioned "ye noble Black Prince Edward besides Poitiers." Later, Richard Grafton in his Chronicle at Large of 1569, and Raphael Holinshed in his Chronicles of 1577 also use the term the Black Prince, solidifying its association in the historical narrative. Notably, William Shakespeare also referred to Edward as the Black Prince in his plays Richard II and Henry V. The origins of the name are not definitively known, but theories generally focus on two aspects. One, Edward's heraldic symbols, and two, his military reputation. One suggestion is the name derived from the black field of his shield for peace, or rumors that he wore black armor, though direct evidence for black armor is scant and debatable. John Harvey mentioned, without citation, that Edward was described as wearing black armor of burnished steel at the Battle of Crecy, but once again, without citation. Now, another theory relates to Edward's brutal military reputation, particularly during his campaigns in France. The French soldier Philippe de Mézières referred to Edward as the greatest black Boers, a term symbolizing destruction. This reputation for harshness might have contributed to the epithet, as echoed by other French sources, and even in oral traditions in southern France, where he was remembered as l'homme noir, noir being black, Well, in summary, the nickname encapsulates both martial prowess and also intimidating presence that Edward held over his contemporaries, combined with a good deal of later romanticized portrayals that solidified him as a legendary figure in history. You must have heard of Joan of Arc, the peasant girl who became a national heroine and a saint of the Catholic Church. Claiming to have received visions from Saint Michael, Saint Catherine, and Saint Margaret, instructing her to support Charles VII and recover France from English dominion late in the 100 Years' War, Joan was given a place in the military as a standard bearer. In fact, her presence inspired the French troops, and she played a crucial role in lifting the siege of Orléans in 1429, marking a turning point in the war. However, captured by the Burgundians in 1430, Joan was sold to the English and then placed on trial for charges including heresy and witchcraft. What happened next? Maybe you know. But whichever the case, if you've come to learn about Joan of Arc, I can guide you through it, from start to finish. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's good to meet you, and if you are coming back, it's great to see you again as always. If you'd like to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in the description. Otherwise, if you want to tell YouTube to push my video out to a larger audience, a like and subscribe always helps with that. Now, without further ado, let's get on to the good stuff. A biography of Joan of Arc. Please, make yourself comfortable. Let's start from the beginning. Joan of Arc was born around 1412 in Domremy, a village located in what is now the Vosges region of northeastern France. The exact date of her birth remains unknown, and she was vague about her age in her own statements. We do know, however, that she was the daughter of Jacques d'Arc and Isabelle Romée, and grew up in a family that included 3 brothers and a sister. As for her parents, her father was a peasant farmer who owned approximately 50 acres of land. He also served as a village official, where he collected taxes and headed up the local watch, which wasn't a bad deal since it supplemented his income somewhat. Joan's early life unfolded against the backdrop of the 100 Years' War. That was a prolonged conflict between England and France that began in 1337. This war was primarily fought over territorial disputes and claims to the French throne by the English. Well, by the time of Joan's birth, the war had severely impacted France's economy and led to all sorts of internal issues and political fragmentation within the country. The French monarchy in particular was unstable during this period. King Charles VI, known for his bouts of mental illness, often found himself simply unable to rule, and the times where he could rule, well, perhaps he shouldn't have. The king's complete incapacity led to intense rivalries for control of the regency, primarily between his brother Louis, the Duke of Orleans, and his cousin John the Fearless, Duke of Burgundy. Well, the assassination of the Duke of Orleans, Louis, in 1407 by the Duke of Burgundy, that John the Fearless, ignited a civil war between two houses, the Armagnacs, supporters of the Duke of Orleans' son, Charles of Orleans, and later Dauphin Charles, and the Burgundians. I'm sure you've heard of them before. As these internal conflicts continued to plague and weaken France, Henry V of England watched on and decided to take advantage of the situation. This came in the form of invading France in the year 1415. Well, the Burgundians managed to capture Paris in 1418, and the assassination of John the Fearless in 1419 during peace negotiations with the Dauphin further escalated tensions. In came Philip the Good, the new Duke of Burgundy, then allied with the English. The political chaos deepened when Charles VI, influenced by accusations against the Dauphin as a murderer and spurred on by his wife Isabeau of Bavaria, disinherited the Dauphin through the Treaty of Troyes. This treaty also arranged the marriage of their daughter, Catherine of Valois, to Henry V, and designated their heirs as successors to the French throne. You can see how things are getting a little bit complex, a lot of moving parts and different characters. Well, I'm afraid to tell you it only gets worse. In 1422, the deaths of both Henry V and Charles VI left the French throne contested between the infant Henry VI of England, who was obviously way too young to rule, but declared heir by the Treaty of Troyes, and Dauphin Charles VII, who continued to claim his right to the throne despite the treaty and allegations regarding his legitimacy. This ongoing dispute, of course, set the stage for Joan of Arc's later involvement in the war and her support for Charles VII's cause. Now, back to Joan of Arc now we've set the scene. Of course, as I had mentioned, born in 1412 in Domremy in northeastern France. She was, of course, deeply affected by the ongoing war, just like everybody else. It's never a good time to grow up during a full-scale conflict. Her parents, Jacques d'Arc and Isabelle Romay, were both peasant farmers, and she helped out as any normal peasant daughter or son would, with household chores, field work, and tending animals. It was a very normal upbringing for Joan. Domremy, in particular, was located at the Duchy of Bar and was surrounded by pro-Burgundian territories. Yet the village remained staunchly loyal to the Armagnac cause, which supported the French crown against English and Burgundian opposition. The region experienced direct impacts of the war in 1425. Domremy was subjected to a rather brutal raid, catalyzing local sentiment against the English presence in France. It was around this time that Joan, who was then only at the age of 13, began experiencing rather peculiar visions. And it wasn't a one-off. These were happening quite a lot. Well, what was she dreaming of? Or rather, what were her visions showing her? By her words, she was visited by figures like Saint Michael, accompanied by angels and other saints, appearing to her and urging her to support the French crown. These visions included Saints Catherine and also Margaret, both revered as defenders of the faithful and models of virtue. Joan's spiritual experiences became widely known and talked about in her village. She became to be a household name, and she gained a reputation for piety and determination. Amidst a backdrop of prophecy and regional folklore, which hinted that a maiden would save France, Joan felt that perhaps it was her time to act. Of course, we must remember that this is pre-Enlightenment France, and people were, especially in the countryside, very superstitious, very traditional, waiting for that promised one to come and save everybody. Generally, this seems to happen quite a lot when you have a protracted conflict, crossing your fingers, waiting for that mighty, sword-wielding hero to show up and sort things out within a matter of minutes. Well, in 1428, after a failed request for an escort to the French court from Captain Robert de Baudricourt of Vaucouleurs, she returned home. However, the visions just kept coming, and the dire state of France drove her to try again. She was getting that escort. Well, by January of 1429, she had another rejection. But she finally managed to win Baudricourt's support, thanks to the backing of local supporters Jean de Metz and Bertrand de Poulengy. Oh, by the way, if anybody's listening to my French pronunciation, I do apologize in advance. Now, at this point, the English were tightening their grip on northern France, capturing strategic locations and nearing a complete encirclement of the city of Orleans, which was a pivotal city for the French, and indeed a large population center. The potential fall of Orleans signaled a critical point in the war. Think about it like Stalingrad in the Second World War. It was that important, and winning or losing it determined the fate of the French crown. Joan's insistence that she had a divine mission to support Charles VII, the uncrowned Dauphin, gained urgency. She was finally granted her armed escort to Chinon, the seat of Charles VII, in the February of 1429. To facilitate her journey through hostile territory and to adopt a practical attire for warfare, she donned men's clothing, a pragmatic choice that she maintained for the rest of her life, simply out of practicality. This decision was both symbolic but also strategic, aligning her with her mission's martial nature and providing necessary disguise and protection as she traversed war-torn France, essentially blending in as just another foot soldier, another bobbing head among the rabble. Her arrival at Chinon and subsequent actions would mark the beginning of a remarkable but tragic chapter in the history of the 100 Years' War. When she arrived at the royal court in Chinon, she quickly made a profound impression on Charles, asserting her divine mission to lift the siege of Orleans and ensure his coronation in Reims. Their private conversation reportedly affirmed Charles' legitimacy as a rightful king, a point that resonated deeply with him and influenced his decision to take her seriously. Of course, there was quite a little bit of Charles being told exactly what he wanted to hear. I mean, if somebody showed up and told you that you were the rightful king and I and God and all of the other saints say so, well, it would be somewhat of a flattering experience for sure. Well, despite her immediate impact, the Dauphine's council remained a little bit skeptical of Joan's claims and her mysterious visions. After all, if visions can come from God, well, they could perhaps come from other, less friendly places. Certainly a few eyebrows raise when one says they're being contacted by angels and God and all the rest, even back in those days, and even if it was confirming to their bias. Well, to validate her claims and make a general assessment of her character, it was decided that they would send Joan to Poitiers, where she would undergo a rigorous examination by a panel of expert theologians. Well, when she got there, they subjected her to some pretty rigorous testing, almost like a job interview, except the job was the savior of the entire country. They did conclude that she was indeed devout and morally sound, deciding that her participation in the siege of Orleans could perhaps serve as a divine test. After all, they were a little desperate at the time, and if they were wielding a weapon sent down by God, well, what's the worst that could happen? They may as well try. Furthermore, there were less pleasant examinations. For example, her virginity was inspected by a group of women, albeit at Tours, leading to Charles' mother-in-law, Yolande of Aragon, to confirm her purity. Well, this was a pretty vital aspect, given the religious and cultural significance of virginity at the time. You may be somewhat shocked to know that very recently, I believe they've stopped it now, but the Indonesian military for female applicants also had a test for virginity. Somewhat of a breach of privacy, I believe. Well, feeling reassured by these investigations, Charles arranged for Joan to be outfitted with a set of armor and facilitated the creation of a banner under her own specifications, as well as procuring the reputedly holy sword from Sainte Catherine de Fierbois. Not a bad weapon, These actions not only equipped Joan physically, but also symbolically reinforced her role as a divinely guided warrior, solidifying her identity as Joan the Maiden, kind of like a holy hand grenade sort of thing, a weapon sent from God, wielded by the French. This certainly had a good effect on morale. At the time of Joan's integration into the royal cause, the military situation for Charles and the Armagnacs was dire, but not without hope. Although the English and their Burgundian allies had tightened their grip on northern France, internal disagreements among the enemy and strategic indecisiveness provided a bit of an opportunity. The Armagnacs, despite being demoralized by the prolonged conflict and the recent death of several important commanders, found a new vigor in Joan's arrival. Her unwavering confidence and insisting assertions of divine backing seemed to breathe new life into the French resistance. Her involvement transformed the ongoing conflict from a normal run-of-the-mill territorial dispute into a full-on religious war, elevating the stakes and rallying the French troops around a figure believed to be chosen by God. Before moving to lift the siege of Orléans, Joan sent a bold letter to the Duke of Bedford, the English regent of France, declaring her divine mission to reclaim the French territory. Joan's arrival in Orléans marked a decisive turn in the siege, and of course in the broader scope of the 100 Years' War. She joined the forces at Orléans on April 29th of 1429, and quickly became a symbolic figure of hope and resilience for the beleaguered French troops. Although she held no official military command, and was not involved in strategic planning at all, her presence was very inspirational, and she did often advise on tactical decisions. Well upon her arrival, Joan met with Jean de Dunois, known as the Bastard of Orléans, the military commander of the city. Despite initial skepticism about her role, she quickly proved instrumental. On May the 4th, during the assault on the Bastille de Saint-Loup, Joan, upon hearing of the ongoing battle, rushed to the scene, her banner fluttering in the wind. Her arrival bolstered the morale of the French troops, who rallied and succeeded in capturing the fortress. Her influence grew as she continued to participate actively in the operations. On May the 6th, after capturing the deserted fort of Saint-Jean-le-Blanc, Joan urged the French commanders to press the attack against the English fortifications at Les Augustins, which they subsequently captured. Her insistence on maintaining the offensive momentum was critical. The next day, during the attack on the strategic English stronghold of Les Tourelles, Joan was injured, but returned to the battlefield to inspire the final charge, which, of course, resulted in a critical victory. Thus, the siege of Orléans was lifted on May the 8th, and a cheer rang out among the French troops, now with boosted morale. Joan's role in the victory at Orléans fulfilled her promise made at Poitiers that she would show a sign of divine support by lifting the siege. Her success not only reinforced her divine mission in the eyes of the French, but also garnered support of prominent figures like Jacques Gelou, the Archbishop of Embrun, and respected theologian Jean Gerson, who both wrote in her favor. Conversely, the English perceived Joan's unexpected effectiveness as evidence of diabolical influence. After the victory at Orléans, Joan of Arc and the Armagnac forces led by John II, Duke of Alençon, pursued a strategic northern campaign to clear the bridge towns along the Loire River. This was essential to secure a safe passage for Charles VII on his way to Reims for his coronation. The campaign began with the siege of Jargeau, where, despite Joan's call for the English to surrender, they resisted, leading to a direct assault initiated by Joan and her troops on June the 12th. The town was swiftly captured, with significant English losses and very few prisoners taken. Continuing their momentum, Joan and Alençon's forces moved to Mont-sur-Loire. They captured the town's bridge on the 15th of June, forcing the English garrison to retreat to a nearby castle. Most of the Armagnac army then advanced to Beaugency, laying siege to the castle there. Unbeknownst to them, an English relief force led by Sir John Falstaff was approaching from Paris to aid the besieged English troops. However, before Falstaff could arrive, the English garrison at Beaugency surrendered, completely unaware of the approaching reinforcements. The main English force, now joined by the troops from Mons, retreated towards Paris. Joan urged the Armagnac forces to pursue, leading to the Battle of Patay on the very same afternoon. The English had planned an ambush, with archers positioned for a surprise attack. However, the Armagnac vanguard detected and disrupted the English positions, leading to a comprehensive rout. The battle was another significant defeat for the English, with many of their leaders captured, and Sir John Falstaff narrowly escaping with a few of his most loyal troops. Joan, who arrived as the battle was concluding, had been instrumental in advocating for the aggressive pursuit that led to this victory. This series of rapid successes significantly bolstered Charles's position, enabling his coronation journey to Reims, and it certainly put a lot of confidence in the French, who at this point were very much convinced indeed they were dealing with a messenger of God. Well, following the decisive victory at Patay, the French forces, influenced by Joan of Arc's insistence, opted to prioritize the coronation of Charles over military engagement where the English held Normandy. On June 29th, the army departed for Jeanne of Reims, encountering minimal resistance during their march. The strategic town of Auxerre yielded after 3 days of negotiations on July the 3rd, and other towns quickly realigned with the Armagnac cause as the army advanced. The only significant resistance came from Troyes, which housed a fairly modest garrison of English and Burgundian troops. Well, after a few days of fruitless negotiations, Joan initiated preparations for an assault by ordering the moat to be filled and positioning up artillery. This proactive stance led to Troyes capitulating, fearing an imminent attack. It's very difficult to remain calm when you look over the walls and they're building the trebuchets. Reims, the traditional site for the coronation of French kings, opened its gates to Charles and his entourage on the 16th of July, 1429. The following day, Charles VII was formally crowned, with Joan of Arc present, recognized in a prominent position during the ceremony. Joan saw the successful coronation as the fulfillment of her divinely ordained mission. Post-coronation, efforts to secure a peaceful transition of Paris from Burgundian to Armagnac control began. A 15-day truce was negotiated with Philip the Good, the Duke of Burgundy, who indicated he might facilitate transfer to Paris. Well, at the truce's conclusion, the Duke reneged on this commitment. Joan and the Duke of Alençon advocated for a swift march on Paris, but the royal court was divided, partly due to ongoing peace negotiations with the Burgundians, leading to a delayed advance. As the Armagnac army moved towards Paris, they encountered very little fights along the way, and many towns simply surrendered peacefully. On the 15th of August, near Montepilloy, the French forces encountered the English, led by the Duke of Bedford. Joan attempted to provoke an English attack by positioning herself visibly in front of their defences, but the English, they didn't take the bait and held their position, leading to a stalemate that ended with their withdrawal the following day. Thus, the assault on Paris commenced a few weeks later, on September the 8th. During the attack, Joan suffered a wound from a crossbow bolt, but in true fashion, she simply remained on the battlefield until nightfall. Despite suffering significant casualties, the Armagnacs were ordered by Charles to cease the assault the next day, much to Joan's displeasure. The failed attempt to capture Paris marked a moment of decline in Joan's influence at court. Her straightforward, confrontational style clashed with the court's preference for diplomatic solutions, particularly in negotiations with Burgundy. That is certainly the problem, isn't it? You know, as Joan had believed that she was ordained by God and her actions were in accordance with God's will, well, it takes a little bit of guts to effectively say to the king point blank, "No, we are not doing that. We will do what I say, because what I say is God's word." Well, God's word or not, nobody likes hearing that. Moreover, this defeat at Paris diminished her standing a lot further, and it led to critiques from both the court and the University of Paris, questioning the divine inspiration of her guidance. In October of 1429, Joan of Arc was part of a military force tasked with attacking territories held by Perinet Gressart, a mercenary who had aligned with the Burgundians and the English. The campaign began with the siege of Saint-Pierre-le-Moutier, which Joan helped capture on November the 4th by inspiring a direct assault. The subsequent attempt to capture La Charité-sur-Loire in the late November and December, however, ended in failure, with Joan's forces forced to retreat and abandon all of their siege weapons. The setback was just another part of Joan's losing streak. Her reputation, well, it was simply being chipped away little by little, regardless if it was her own fault. By the end of December, Joan returned to the royal court and was informed that she and her family had been ennobled by King Charles VII as a token of gratitude for her contributions to France. Before the failed September assault on Paris, Charles had negotiated a 4-month truce with the Burgundians, which was later extended until Easter of 1430. And, of course, since it was peacetime during this period, the court simply saw no need for Joan's services. As the Duke of Burgundy began reclaiming towns that had been ceded to him but had not submitted, Compiègne emerged as a key battleground. In late March of 1430, without explicit permission from Charles, who was still honoring the truce, Joan decided to lead a volunteer force to relieve Compiègne, which was then under siege by Burgundian forces. While some historians do argue that Joan's actions were desperate and possibly treasonous due to the lack of documented royal position, others contend that she must have had some level of courtly financial support to undertake such a mission. Joan arrived in Melun in April, where she was joined by additional commanders, enhancing her force. At Lagny-sur-Marne, Joan's troops defeated an Anglo-Burgundian force led by the mercenary Franquet d'Arras, who was subsequently executed by the townspeople themselves. They did give him a trial, though, so that was nice of them, despite the usual practice of ransoming captured leaders, so I'm sure you can probably guess what the public perception of this guy was. Well, Joan entered Compiègne on May 14th and conducted several defensive sorties against the Burgundians. By May 23, facing unsustainable demands on local resources, she had reduced her forces to about 400 soldiers, who remained in the town. During a sortie from Compiègne to attack the Burgundian camp at Magny, the operation failed, and Joan was captured. She surrendered to Lionel de Vendôme of Jean de Luxembourg's contingent, who took her to his castle at Beaulieu-le-Fontaine. Well, after an escape attempt, Joan was moved to Beaurevoir Castle, where she jumped out of the tower window into a dry moat and hurt herself quite badly, but she survived. Perhaps divine intervention. In November, she was transferred to the Burgundian-controlled town of Arras. The English, viewing Joan as a significant military threat, negotiated with the Burgundians to secure her transfer to her custody, culminating in a deal where they paid 10,000 livres to John de Luxembourg. Joan was then moved to Rouen, the English stronghold in France. Despite the high profile of her capture, there is no evidence that Charles VII made any effort at all to negotiate her release from English custody. Need to choose better friends, I think. Well, Joan of Arc's trial for heresy began on January 9th, 1431 in Rouen, where she faced charges of blasphemy for wearing men's clothing, acting on demonic visions, and claiming direct judgment from God. Now, why was this a problem? Well, there was only one entity that was meant to have been the spokesperson for God, and that was the Church. And claiming that you yourself are getting visions from God, well, that is circumventing their authority. And they don't like it when you circumvent their authority. Now, the trial, although conducted by an ecclesiastical court, was heavily influenced by political motives, primarily to delegitimize Joan's divine claims that supported Charles' legitimacy as the King of France. Bishop Pierre Cauchon of Beauvais, a pro-English and pro-Burgundian partisan, presided over the trial with significant financial backing from the English, including payments to key figures in the court. The court was predominantly composed of clergy associated with the University of Paris, many of whom were pro-English and pro-Burgundian. Despite attempts to adhere to inquisitorial procedures, the trial was fraught with legal and procedural irregularities. Joan was held in a secular prison, guarded by English soldiers, instead of being in ecclesiastical custody. She was not provided legal counsel, and the charges were not properly articulated from the beginning. Joan skillfully navigated the complex theological interrogations, however, managing to maintain her composure and prudence in her responses. She famously at one point circumvented a theological trap when asked if she knew if she was in God's grace, a question that was designed to elicit a heretical response. Joan's answer was thusly that if she was not in God's grace, she certainly hoped that God would put her there, and if she was in God's grace, she certainly hoped to remain so. Well, this answer rather impressed the court, reportedly, and of course avoided self-incrimination. A bit of a politician's answer, though. Despite the rigorous interrogation and the threat of torture, which was ultimately not employed due to a majority decision against it by the assessors, Joan initially stood by her convictions. However, under immense pressure, and after being shown the instruments of torture, Joan capitulated. And if you've seen what the torture instruments look like, well, I'm sure you can't blame her. On May 24th, 1431, during a public condemnation ceremony, she agreed to sign an abjuration document, renouncing her claims, agreeing not to wear men's clothing, and promising not to bear arms. This document was read aloud to her, so everyone could hear. There were many witnesses. And then she signed her name, agreeing to the terms. Now, the signature of this document was meant to save her from execution by burning, as it was a sign of her submission to the Church's authority. However, it didn't quite go that way. This act of submission was a strategic move by her captors to undermine her influence and the divine authority that she claimed to possess. Joan of Arc's final days were marked by a tragic return to the charges of heresy. Publicly renouncing her visions and wearing men's clothes had been part of her abjuration to avoid execution, but the conditions of her imprisonment led her to resume wearing men's attire, which she justified by the need for protection and modesty in the presence of male guards. This act was, however, deemed a relapse into heresy, since it violated the stipulations of her abjuration contract. Talk about setting her up for a fall, huh? Really not fair. Bishop Pierre Cochon, the trial's chief judge, made a visit to Joan's cell on May 28th to confront her about wearing men's clothes again. During this visit, Joan declared that she had resumed wearing male attire for the aforementioned reasons, the practical circumstances of her detention, and she reiterated that if she were moved to a proper ecclesiastical prison and allowed to attend Mass like everybody else who was on heresy charges, she would comply with the court's directives. More critically, she confessed that the voices, which she had previously renounced, had come back, and reproached her for denying them out of fear. Well, once again, this confession was considered proof of a relapse in several different areas. On May 29th, a panel of 42 assessors unanimously declared Joan a relapsed heretic, and she was condemned to be handed over to secular authorities for execution. Now, of course, inquisitions and ecclesiastical courts would never carry out torture or executions themselves. They would always hand them over to secular authorities. While this transfer typically meant she would be given to the local bailiff for execution, however, she was instead delivered directly to the English forces. Joan was then executed by burning at the stake in Rowan's old marketplace on the 30th of May, 1431. Before her execution, she was allowed to receive the sacraments, a gesture usually forbidden to those who were condemned as heretics, indicating the somewhat unusual and complex nature of her trial and execution. At the stake, she was granted a makeshift cross by an English soldier, which she kissed and held close, and a processional crucifix was held before her until her death. After her execution, to prevent any collection of relics, her ashes were thrown into the Seine River. Joan's trial and execution were profoundly influenced by these political contexts, notably the ongoing conflicts between the French and the English, and between these different factions within France itself. Her steadfastness and claims of divine guidance challenged the political and ecclesiastical authorities leading to her martyrdom. Her death had a lasting impact, turning her into a symbol of French unity and resistance against occupation. She was later canonized as a saint, immortalizing her as a hero of France. Her execution did not achieve what the English had hoped for, the reversal of the tides of the 100 Years' War. Her martyrdom instead fortified the French resolve, paving the way for future French victories and eventually the conclusion of the war in their favor. The end of the war saw the English expelled from all French territories, except for Calais, highlighting the failure of their strategies, despite Joan's death. The implications of Joan's execution as a heretic were very politically damaging for Charles himself, who had been crowned with her help. This association with a convicted heretic cast a shadow over his legitimacy. The political liability led Charles to initiate a posthumous re-examination of Joan's trial once he regained control of Rouen. The initial investigation by Guillaume Boilet was brief but pointed to the injustices and arbitrary nature of the original verdict against Joan. Although this investigation did not overturn the conviction, it did lay the groundwork for a full retrial. Not a free trial. There are no free trials. Well, this retrial, which began in 1455 under the auspices of the Church, and was actively supported by the papacy, and it was a comprehensive examination involving numerous witnesses and legal reviews. It concluded that the original trial was not only unjust, but manipulated by figures like Bishop Pierre Cochon, who had personal stakes in its outcome. The rehabilitation trial declared Joan's innocence and her martyrdom, nullifying the charges and the abjuration document she had been coerced into signing. The retrial was not merely a legal formality, but a public vindication of Joan's character and mission, which had been endorsed by the divine visions. It corrected the historical record and restored honor to Joan and her family. The trial also symbolically rehabilitated her reputation by tearing up the charges and erecting a cross at the site of her execution. Her multifaceted legacy is as a historical, religious, and cultural icon whose life has been variously interpreted through a myriad of lenses over the centuries. Religiously, Joan is venerated in the Roman Catholic Church as a saint. Her canonization process began in the late 19th century, propelled by the Bishop of Orleans, Felix du Pamplo, who saw Joan a figure of devout obedience and miraculous intervention. Her sanctification in 1920 by Pope Benedict XV and subsequent declaration as a patron saint of France cemented her status within the Church. Importantly, Joan was canonized as a virgin, highlighting her purity and devotion rather than her martyrdom, which traditionally denotes dying for one's faith in Christ. This distinction underscores her role as a divinely guided virgin who led her nation without compromising her spiritual integrity. Of course, Joan's legacy extends beyond simply Christian reverence. Her life challenges traditional gender roles, as she took on the mantle of military leadership typically reserved for men, while maintaining her femininity and commitment to her spiritual beliefs. And that's got to count for something, don't you think? Richard II, crowned King of England in 1377 at the tender age of 10 years old, faced numerous challenges during his reign, including the infamous Peasants' Revolt of 1381. This early crisis, fueled by oppressive taxes and widespread discontent among the lower classes, tested the young king's resolve and leadership. Although initially managing to quell the uprising through a mix of diplomacy and decisive action, Richard's later reign was marred by autocratic tendencies and conflicts with the nobility. His failure to maintain alliances and manage his assertive governance ultimately led to his disposition in 1399. Hello and welcome. If it's your first time here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back for more, it's great to see you here again. As always, if you like what I do, Patreon link is in the description. Otherwise, help me get to 6,000 subscribers. We're almost there. With a like, comment, and subscribe, that always seems to help. Now, without further ado, let's get on to our topic for the day. Richard II. Please, make yourself relaxed. Richard of Bordeaux, born on the 6th of January, 1367, in the Archbishop's Palace of Bordeaux, Aquitaine, was the younger son of Edward, Prince of Wales, also known as the Black Prince, and his mother was Joan, the Countess of Kent. The Black Prince, we can't go past him with a name like that, can't we, was a renowned military leader, celebrated for his victories in the 100 Years' War, especially at the Battle of Poitiers in 1356. However, his military career declined after he contracted dysentery in Spain in 1370, and he returned to England permanently weakened by the following year. If you want to know all about the Black Prince, there's a video on him in the biographies section. Richard's birth was notably distinguished by the reputed presence of 3 kings: the King of Castile, the King of Navarre, and the King of Portugal, which was latter symbolically referenced in the Wilton diptych, portraying Richard as one of the 3 kings worshipping the Virgin and Child. Now, Richard's elder brother, Edward of Angoulême, died in 1370, or rather a little bit before his 6th birthday, which is terrible. But this made Richard the heir apparent after his father's death in 1376. The English Parliament, wary of potential usurpation by Richard's ambitious uncle John of Gaunt, acted quickly to secure Richard's position by investing him with the titles previously held by his father, and this included the Princedom of Wales. Well, upon the death of his grandfather, Edward III, on the 21st of June, 1377, 10-year-old Richard ascended the throne. Edward III's long and debilitating illness had left the throne very vulnerable, intensifying those fears about John of Gaunt's possible intentions to claim, or rather steal away, the kingship. To mitigate this, Richard was crowned quickly on the 16th of July, 1377, at Westminster Abbey, and a regency was eschewed in favour of a governance model involving continual councils, from which John of Gaunt was conveniently excluded from. Well, despite John of Gaunt's exclusion from direct governance, he and his brother, Thomas of Woodstock, the Earl of Buckingham, maintained considerable informal influence over state affairs. However, it was Richard's councillors, particularly Sir Simon de Burghley and Robert de Vere, the 9th Earl of Oxford, who increasingly dominated the administration. This shift in power dynamics led to their gaining substantial control over royal affairs within 3 years, a development that did not sit well with the English Parliament. The growing dissatisfaction was compounded by the imposition of 3 poll taxes between 1377 and 1381 to fund somewhat unsuccessful military campaigns in Europe, exacerbating the discontent among the lower classes of English society. By 1381, this unrest culminated in a widespread resentment against the governing classes. The Peasants' Revolt of 1381, while ignited by the imposition of a 3rd poll tax, was more fundamentally rooted in the deeper social and economic tensions exacerbated by the Black Death and its immediate aftermath, which severely disrupted medieval England's agrarian economy and demographics. Now, one thing that really kicked this off was because there was so much fewer peasants around, the peasants found themselves on the better end of the supply and demand scale. Thus, if they wanted to get a better wage, they could quite easily go and seek one out. There simply was not enough poor people to till the fields. So, this is what they started doing. They would go from one place to another and trade their time to the highest bidder. Of course, this became a problem, and a law came in to cap their salaries as peasants. This, of course, made the peasants very angry, so angry that the peasants revolted. Hence the name Peasants' Revolt, you know. Well, the revolt began in earnest in Kent and Essex toward the end of May 1381, and it escalated rapidly as peasant bands from all over the country, driven by years of oppressive taxes and the stagnation of serfdom, converged on Blackheath, near London, on the 12th of June under leaders such as Wat Tyler, John Ball, and Jack Straw. The fury of the rebels led to the destruction of symbols of royal authority and wealth, including the burning down of John of Gaunt's Savoy Palace, one of the grandest noble residences in London. Not anymore. The insurrectionists also targeted key figures within the government. Simon Sudbury, the Archbishop of Canterbury and Lord Chancellor, alongside Robert Hales, the High Treasurer, were both captured and executed by the rebels, who were vocally demanding the abolition of serfdom altogether. How could they do that? Just capture members of the government and dispose of them? What a novel idea. Well, amidst all of the chaos, the young King Richard II, who was only 14 at the time, found himself safely sheltered within the fortress of the Tower of London, along with all of his councillors. Faced with the overwhelming rebel forces, and lacking the military strength to disperse them, the decision was made that they had to negotiate. Richard's initial attempt to speak to the rebels at Greenwich was thwarted by the sheer size of the crowd, forcing a retreat to the Tower. Well, the story goes that this meeting was organized for somewhere a little bit down the Thames River. Therefore, Richard and his close retinue got on the barge and started going down the river towards the meeting place. Unfortunately, when they got there, the crowd being so rowdy and beating their chests and saying, "Come on, King, get off your boat, let's negotiate." Well, it perhaps would not have been the wisest decision for Richard to get off the boat. He took one look at this rather excitable crowd of peasants and thought, "No, I'm going home." And that he did. Well, that being said, it wasn't the end of it. On the 14th of June, he somewhat courageously met the rebels at Mile End, where he actually agreed to their demands, not that he really had much of a choice. Yet, rather than pacifying them, this concession rather emboldened them to simply continue their rampage throughout the city. The situation escalated the following day at Smithfield, where Richard met with Wat Tyler again. And during the talks, Tyler was, perhaps from his confidence, addressing the king in a manner that he should not be addressing him. I think he was calling him brother or something. From memory. You'll have to watch my full video on the Peasants' Revolt, but it was definitely a breach of etiquette. Thus, during the talks, a scuffle broke out, and Tyler was fatally wounded by William Walworth, the mayor of London, who simply jumped out and started stabbing him to death, Julius Caesar style. This, of course, set the crowd into quite a frenzy. But you see, Richard, in a rather critical and frankly surprising moment of leadership for a 14-year-old, he addressed the stunned crowd and declared himself their leader, and diffusing the immediate threat by diverting them from the scene of Tyler's death. Following this confrontation, Walworth, the mayor of London, quickly organized forces to encircle the rebels, while the king promised clemency, allowing them to disperse back to their homes. However, Richard soon reneged on the charters of freedom and pardon he had issued, reinstating royal authority through brute force. He personally led efforts to quell the remaining disturbances, decisively ending the revolt on the 28th of June at Billericay, with a minor skirmish that saw the last remnants of the rebel forces finally defeated. The suppression of the Peasants' Revolt had a profound impact on the young Richard, showcasing his potential for decisive leadership, but also exposing him to the stark realities of ruling in a period of social unrest. The rebellion undoubtedly influenced his later governance, contributing to the development of a more absolutist approach to kingship, which would eventually contribute to his downfall, but we'll get to that later. His handling of the revolt highlighted both his capabilities and also the limitations of the royal authority in medieval England, and it set the stage for the turbulent remainder of his reign no one ever really forgot. Of course, if you want to learn about the Peasants' Revolt in particular, then go and watch the whole video on it. This is just a brief little gloss over of the events. Well, following the Peasants' Revolt, Richard began to assert his authority in a more visible manner, notably through his marriage on the 20th of January 1382 to Anne of Bohemia, the daughter of the Holy Roman Emperor Charles IV. Don't worry, we'll get to the other marriage later. Those who know a little bit about Richard II, you know what I'm talking about. Well, this union was strategically aimed at securing European allies amid the fractious divisions caused by the Western Schism, particularly to counter France's influence during the ongoing 100 Years' War, which just seemed to never end. However, the marriage, while symbolically significant, failed to garner the expected military or political gains, and was unpopular due to the substantial financial dowry and the significant burden on England's treasury because of it. Well, the marriage also did not produce any children, and Anne's death in 1394 from the plague left Richard deeply bereaved, marking a poignant moment in his reign. And this is a bit relevant to his second marriage, I believe, so we'll get back to it later. Now, Michael de la Pole, who had played a pivotal role in the marriage negotiations, gained Richard's trust and increasingly assumed a central role in governance as the king matured. De la Pole's rise from a merchant background to high office as Chancellor and later the Earl of Suffolk in 1385, however, sparked resentment among the established nobility, who viewed his ascendancy as symptomatic of Richard's preference for elevating favourites over traditional noble families. Jobs for mates, you know what I mean. Well, another figure who rose to prominence during this period was Robert de Vere, the Earl of Oxford, who became one of Richard's closest confidants, and was elevated to the newly created title of Duke of Ireland in 1386. Well, this relationship and de Vere's rapid rise and success fueled quite a bit of discontent and suspicion among the nobles, exacerbated by rather interesting rumours propagated by the chronicler Thomas Walsingham. What were those rumours? Well, there were rumours of inappropriate intimacy between Richard and de Vere. Citation needed on that, I think. Well, the political climate was further strained by differing approaches to the ongoing war in France. The court party, including Richard and his favourites, preferred diplomatic negotiations, whereas influential figures like John of Gaunt and the Duke of Buckingham advocated for more aggressive military campaigns. This divide was highlighted by the disastrous outcome of a crusade led by Henry le Despencer, the Bishop of Norwich, which ended in a very embarrassing failure. In 1385, Richard led an unsuccessful military expedition to Scotland, which failed to engage the Scots in battle, and returned without achieving any of its objectives. Meanwhile, the kingdom narrowly avoided a French invasion, thanks to an uprising in Ghent, which managed to distract France enough to take it away from its plans in England. The growing dissatisfaction with Richard's rule, however, was further compounded by John of Gaunt's departure from England in 1086 to pursue his claims on the throne of Castile, amidst the swirling rumours of a plot against him. In Gaunt's absence, the opposition to Richard coalesced around the Duke of Gloucester and Richard FitzAlan, the fourth Earl of Arundel, who assumed unofficial leadership of the increasingly restive nobility. As the threat of French invasion loomed larger in 1386, the English Parliament, known historically as the Wonderful Parliament, sounds great, convened in October of that year. In an unprecedented move, Michael de la Pole, the Chancellor, requested significant taxation to fund the realm's defense. Well, that's not very wonderful, isn't it? However, the Parliament, influenced by Duke of Gloucester and Richard FitzAlan, the Earl of Arundel, pushed back vehemently, refusing to entertain any fiscal proposals until de la Pole was removed from office. This direct challenge to royal authority was emblematic of the growing conflict between the crown and its nobility. Well, Richard wasn't going to take this lying down. His response was defiant. He famously declared that he would not dismiss even a kitchen scullion at the Parliament's behest. It was only under the threat of deposition that Richard reluctantly acquiesced, dismissing de la Pole. Well, the Parliament, We're not quite done yet. They didn't stop there. It instituted a commission to oversee and control the royal finances for a year, further curtailing the king's autonomy in governance. Well, these series of events deeply troubled Richard, for obvious reasons, leading him to undertake a nationwide tour from February to November of 1387 to drum up support for his cause. Now, during this period, he strategically appointed Robert de Vere, his best buddy, as Justice of Chester, aiming to build a loyal military base in Cheshire. Moreover, Richard secured a controversial legal opinion from Chief Justice Robert Tressilian, which asserted that the actions of the Parliament were not only unlawful, but they constituted outright treason. Well, this was music to Richard's ears, I'm sure. Upon his return to London, tensions came to a head. Gloucester, Arundel, and Thomas de Beauchamp, the 12th Earl of Warwick, escalated the political crisis by formally accusing de la Pole, de Vere, Tressilian, Nicholas Brembre, the Mayor of London, and Alexander Neville, the Archbishop of York, of treason. This move was a calculated strategy to eliminate the king's closest advisers and confidants, further isolating him. Negotiations faltered as Richard played for time, anticipating military reinforcements from de Vere. However, the situation quickly deteriorated when the Lords Appellant, a group comprising the Duke of Gloucester, Earl of Warwick, Arundel, and Henry Bolingbroke, the Earl of Derby and son of John of Gaunt, along with Thomas de Mowbray, the Earl of Nottingham, decisively defeated de Vere at the Battle of Radcott Bridge on the 20th of September 1387. De Vere's forces were then routed, and he was forced to flee the country, which he did. Well, old Richard was not quite feeling as chipper as he would have liked. With his military support completely shattered, and his advisers either captured or in exile, he was left with no option but to acquiesce to the demands of the Lords Appellant. The subsequent merciless Parliament of February 1388, not wonderful any more, rather merciless, saw the execution of Brembre and Tressilian, while de Vere and de la Pole were sentenced to death in absentia. The Parliament marked the climax of the Appellant's efforts, effectively dismantling the network of favourites surrounding the king, and significantly diminishing his power in the process. Following the chaotic events of the merciless Parliament, Richard began to reassert control over his kingdom. By 1389, Richard had reached the age of majority and was no longer obligated to rule through regents or councils. This shift coincided with the return of John of Gaunt to England, who had reconciled with his nephew and provided a stabilizing influence on the crown and national politics. On the 3rd of May 1389, Richard took decisive steps to reclaim his authority, distancing himself from the failures of previous administrations, which he contributed to poor counsel. He publicly committed to a foreign policy aimed at peace and reconciliation with France, contrasting sharply with more aggressive stances of the Lords Appellant. This approach included promises to reduce the heavy tax burden that had fueled widespread discontent among his subjects. The next 8 years of Richard's reign were marked by relative peace and stability, as he managed to reconcile with many of his previous adversaries. However, historical accounts do suggest that Richard harbored lingering resentment, particularly over the execution of his mentor, Sir Simon de Burgh, which remained a deep-seated grievance. Well, amidst all these domestic achievements, Richard also sought to secure a lasting peace with France. In 1396, after unsuccessful negotiations that primarily failed due to the unacceptable demand that an English king pay homage to a French king, no wonder they disagreed with that. A 28-year truce was established finally. Well, as part of the agreement to cement this peace, Richard was betrothed to Isabella of Valois, the young daughter of Charles VI of France. Of course, this betrothal raised concerns due to Isabella's age. Now, far be it for me to push my morality onto others, but it's a little bit of a bridge too far when Richard was 29 and Isabella was 6. Yes. Well, just one thing that I will note on this. First of all, this delayed any possibility of an heir for several years. So that's one thing. And also it was agreed upon that the marriage would not be consummated until she was 12 years old. Now, despite the very creepy photo of Richard II and Isabella at their wedding, painting rather, I should say, there is a theory that Richard was still so bereaved with the loss of his first wife, Anna, and he was quite upset about that, obviously, that he willingly chose to marry a bride that was that much younger than him, so as he could extend his mourning period. I mean, think about it. He didn't have to consummate the marriage for another 8 years. However, there is also reports of Richard apparently saying that her age wasn't a problem because, 1, it would fix itself as each day goes by, and 2, he could somewhat mold her into what he wanted her to be since she was so young. So yeah, there's that too. Either way, not cool. Anyway, let's get back to it. Parallel to his peace efforts with France, Richard also turned his attention to Ireland, where the English lordships were under increasing threat from the Gaelic Irish kingdoms. In response to this, Richard led a significant military campaign to Ireland in the autumn of 1394, commanding an army of over 8,000 men, which was unprecedented in the late Middle Ages for its size. The campaign proved to be a success, albeit a temporary one, with several Irish chieftains submitting to English rule. The venture not only bolstered Richard's position at home, but also marked one of the notable successes of his reign. However, the gains in Ireland were not durable, and the English control over the region remained a little precarious. In the late 1390s, which were marked by what many historians consider the tyranny of Richard II, things certainly began to kick off. His assertive actions in 1397, when he arrested 3 prominent nobles, that being the nobles of Gloucester, Arundel, and Warwick, were crucial in demonstrating his newly established power and willingness to eliminate any and all threats. While a chronicle hints at a possible plot against the king, more likely Richard was seizing an opportunity to retaliate against these men for their roles in the 1386–88 challenges to his authority. Arundel faced a swift trial in the Parliament of September 1397, where a direct confrontation with the king led to his execution. Gloucester, meanwhile, was held in Calais under the Earl of Nottingham's watch. Before he could be brought to trial, Nottingham announced Gloucester's death, widely believed to have been ordered by Richard to avoid the scandal of executing a prince. Warwick, though initially sentenced to death, had his penalty commuted to life imprisoned. Thomas Arundel, Archbishop of Canterbury and Arundel's brother, was exiled. Following these high-profile actions, Richard extended his retribution to local supporters of the Lords Appellant, leveraging heavy fines to enrich the crown. This campaign was both financially and politically motivated, strengthening Richard's control at the local level and demonstrating his reach beyond the nobility. During this period, Richard's court saw significant changes in its composition, with a new group of loyalists, derogatively called duchetti by critics, rising to prominence. These included Henry Bolingbroke, the Duke of Hereford, Thomas Mowbray, elevated to Duke of Norfolk, and several others who were granted new titles and lands from confiscated estates of their convicted appellants. While despite Richard's efforts to solidify his power, the House of Lancaster remained a significant threat due to its wealth, royal lineage, and potential claims on the throne, especially in any absence of direct heirs from Richard. Well, the conflict reached a critical point when Bolingbroke and Mowbray, both former Lords Appellant, accused each other of treason, leading to a planned trial by combat that Richard halted by exiling both of them. This decision was part of a broader strategy to neutralize potential rivals without direct confrontation. The Parliament of Shrewsbury in 1398 underscored Richard's authoritarian rule by nullifying the acts of the merciless Parliament and delegating extensive powers to a small group of the king's supporters, effectively sidelining the traditional role of the Parliament. The situation escalated following the death of John of Gaunt in 1399, when Richard chose to confiscate the Lancaster estates and extend Bolingbroke's exile indefinitely, a move that alienated not only the Lancasters but also many other nobles. It was this decision that set the stage for the conflict in the future, as Bolingbroke had substantial support both domestically and from foreign allies. Richard's subsequent departure for an expedition in Ireland in 1399 left the kingdom in a bit of a precarious spot, with significant discontent brewing among the nobility and the populace. This would soon lead to Bolingbroke's return and a formidable challenge to Richard's reign. While Richard's rule in the final years were marked by an unprecedented consolidation of power, fostering a distinct court culture that significantly deviated from traditional English monarchical practices. This shift was somewhat evident in the change of royal address from Highness to Royal Majesty or High Majesty, reflecting a deliberate elevation of the king's status to a more divine and untouchable level, mirroring the continental court's influences. Richard's lengthy, silent presences on the throne during solemn festivals were a testament to this new regal persona, demanding reverence and physical demonstrations of submission from his subjects. This transformation at court and kingship was undoubtedly shaped by Richard's experiences during his formative years, marked by challenges such as the Peasants' Revolt and the confrontations with the Lords Appellant. These events profoundly impacted his perspective on royal authority and governance, steering him away from the military-centric court of his grandfather Edward III, the Black Prince. Richard saw Edward's close ties with the military nobility as a potential threat to royal power, leading him to forego a martial court in favor of establishing peace with France and reducing his reliance on the nobility. To circumvent the traditional power structures, Richard developed a substantial private military retinue, which was unprecedented in size for an English king, and distinctively marked the White Hart badge, symbolizing loyalty directly to him rather than the feudal system. This move allowed him more autonomy from the noble class, and enabled him to foster a court atmosphere where culture and the arts rather than martial exploits were celebrated. This approach not only isolated him from traditional power bases of the monarchy, but also allowed him to project an image of a monarch who was above the common fray of politics and warfare. His reign significantly shaped the culture of England through his patronage and personal interests, which extended beyond mere political governance. His efforts to cultivate a majestic royal image were unprecedented, involving the commissioning of panel paintings that depicted him with a regal grandeur. Notable among these is the Wilton diptych, a prime example of the courtly international Gothic style that flourished on continental courts. This diptych, likely intended as a portable altarpiece for Richard's Irish campaign, reflects a broader cultural influence that Richard embraced gladly, drawing from the artistic innovations seen in that day's Prague and Paris. The king's investment in the arts was not limited to paintings, however. His expenditure on jewelry, textiles, and metalwork dwarfed his spending on the visual arts, suggesting a penchant for the tangible expressions of wealth and power. While unfortunately only a few artifacts directly connected to him have survived, except perhaps a crown believed to have belonged to his wife, his first wife, that being Anne of Bohemia, described as a masterpiece of Gothic goldsmithing. In terms of architecture, his ambitions were manifested in his grand project of rebuilding Westminster Hall, inspired perhaps by John of Gaunt's work at the Kenilworth Castle. Richard transformed the hall into a monumental space that reflected his authority and personal likes and dislikes. The introduction of the innovative hammer beam roof allowed the merging of 3 aisles into a single vast hall, topped with a dais where Richard could preside over the court in isolated splendor. Literature also flourished under Richard's reign, particularly through figures like Geoffrey Chaucer and John Gower, both of whom benefited the cultured environment of the court. You might know Geoffrey Chaucer from, I don't know, such... yes, the film The Knight's Tale. I'm sure many of you have watched that. Rest in peace, Heath Ledger, one of my countrymen. While direct evidence of Richard's patronage of poetry is pretty rare, the thriving literary culture of his court indirectly fostered the development of the English language as a vehicle for sophisticated artistic expression. Indeed, Chaucer, serving in various capacities under Richard, produced much of his renowned work during this period. Similarly, Gower, initially commissioned by Richard, contributed to the era's literary richness, although his later works reflected a growing disenchantment with the king. Furthermore, Richard's interest in the esoteric, specifically geomancy, highlights a broader intellectual curiosity, and his desire to integrate philosophy, science, and the mystical into the cultural fabric of his reign. Well, in June 1399, as Richard was away in Ireland, Henry Bolingbroke, who had been exiled by Richard, landed at Ravenspur in Yorkshire, with the aim of reclaiming his inheritance. His landing was facilitated by Louis I, the Duke of Orleans, who controlled the French court and saw political advantage in destabilizing England. Bolingbroke's claim that he sought only his inheritance won him the neutrality of Henry Percy, the Earl of Northumberland, and a key regional power broker. As Richard's forces were with him in Ireland, Bolingbroke encountered very little resistance as he advanced southward. Meanwhile, Richard, who was still delayed up in the north, didn't manage to return until the 24th of July, finally landing in Wales and proceeding to Conway for negotiations. By the 19th of August 1399, Richard had surrendered to Bolingbroke at Flint Castle, leading to his imprisonment in the Tower of London by the 1st of September. Bolingbroke's challenge now was to justify his claim to the throne over the rightful heir, Edmund Mortimer, the Earl of March. The solution lay in emphasizing Bolingbroke's direct male line descendant from John of Gaunt, contrasting with March's descent through a female line. Thus, Parliament convened on the 30th of September, where Richard's abdication was presented as voluntary, though alternative accounts suggest it was a more contentious relinquishment. The formal deposition took place through the acceptance of the 33 articles detailing Richard's unsuitability as a monarch, leading to his formal removal on the 1st of October and Bolingbroke's coronation as Henry IV on October the 13th. However, Richard's survival posed a threat to the new king, illustrated by the foiled Epiphany Rising, a plot aimed to restore him to the throne which did not get very far. This, of course, led to the decision to take the easy option and simply eliminate Richard, who reportedly died of starvation in Pontefract Castle around the 14th of February, the year 1400. His death was confirmed with his body displayed at St. Paul's Cathedral, and later buried in King's Langley, although there were a few rumors of his survival. The rumors continued to circulate, fueled by sightings of an impostor in Scotland. This figure was used in various plots against Henry IV, but was dismissed as a mentally ill beggar by the time of his death in 1419. Henry V, seeking to quell these rumours and atone for the reputed regicide, reinterred Richard's remains in Westminster Abbey in 1413, alongside his first wife Anne, in a tomb Richard had commissioned, bringing a dignified end to the story of his chaotic reign. Now before we go, we've just got a few last-minute notes on Richard's character, because we can't just leave it there, can't we? Well, though physically described as beautiful, with a white, rounded, and feminine face, he was known for his intellectual prowess and cultural patronage, rather than martial capabilities. His reign saw significant development in the arts, including architecture and literature, with his court fostering this refined atmosphere that had never really been seen before. Unlike the warrior kings before him, Richard's interest lay in tournaments and hunting, rather than any battlefield conquests. He was a devoted follower of Edward the Confessor's cult, famously impaling his arms with the mythical arms of the Confessor, showing orthodox religious inclinations, vehemently opposing the Lollard heresy toward the end of his reign. Well, despite all of these contributions and administrative ambitions, Richard's reign is often viewed through the lens of Shakespeare's later dramatization, which portrays him as a flawed monarch whose rule precipitated civil strife. This narrative, enduring in Tudor historiography, links his perceived misrule directly to the Wars of the Roses. Modern historiography has somewhat questioned this connection, however, suggesting a more nuanced evaluation of his political actions, independent of the conflicts that followed. Now, the debate over Richard's mental health shows another aspect of his complex legacy. Early historians like Bishop Stubbs posited that Richard suffered from mental imbalances, a theory expanded into claims of schizophrenia by later scholars. However, contemporary historians, noting the lack of solid historical evidence for such diagnoses, have largely rejected this pathologization of Richard's behavior. Instead, attributes such as good old narcissism and possibly a deteriorating grip on reality towards his reign's end are considered within the context of political pressures and personal challenges. His political strategies, particularly his efforts to centralize power and his lavish court expenditures, have been critiqued for their execution rather than their intent. His reliance on private retinue and the patronage of favored courtiers alienated the traditional nobility and proved to be quite costly, undermining his popularity and effectiveness as a ruler. His policies, while innovative in some respects, failed to reduce the fiscal burdens of his subjects, or even to secure lasting loyalty among the broader aristocracy. This disjunction between ambition and practical governance, coupled with his strange response to dissent, well, that was what ultimately led to his downfall. Henry VIII, one of England's most famous monarchs, reigning from 1509 to 1547. Best known for his role in the separation of the Church of England from the Roman Catholic Church, Henry's desire to annul his marriage to Catherine of Aragon set off a series of religious reforms that ultimately led to the English Reformation. The king's tumultuous personal life, which included 6 marriages, dominated his reign, and profoundly influenced the politics of 16th century England. Additionally, he's remembered for his significant role in the dissolution of the monasteries, which reshaped the religious and economic fabric of the country. And let's not forget his authoritarian rule, which expanded the powers of the monarchy. Hello and welcome to the channel. Is it your first time? If it is, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, welcome back. It's good to see you again. As always, if you like what I do and want to support the channel, then there's a link to the Patreon. But the best way to support the channel is help me get to that 10,000 subscriber goal, which you can do by clicking the subscribe button and liking the video, as that's good for the algorithm. Thank you in advance. And now, without further ado, let's all take a deep breath, get ourselves nice and relaxed, and we can begin our biography of Henry VIII. Henry Tudor, born on June 28, 1491, at the Palace of Placentia in Greenwich, Kent, the third child and second son of King Henry VII and Elizabeth of York. Out of his 6 or 7 siblings, only his brother Arthur, the Prince of Wales, and his sisters Margaret or Mary managed to make it past infancy. He was baptized quickly by Richard Fox, the Bishop of Exeter, at a nearby church of the observant Franciscans, and at the age of 2 years old he was appointed the Constable of Dover Castle and Lord Warden of the Cinque Ports. By 3 years old he became Earl Marshal of England and even Lord Lieutenant of Ireland. Shortly after these appointments, he was made a Knight of Bath, following being created by the Duke of York and later appointed Warden of the Scottish Marches. At age 4, he was inducted into the Order of the Garter. These early honors were intended to enable his father, King Henry VII, to maintain control over lucrative positions without having to share them with other prominent families. Henry's early life, overshadowed by his brother Arthur, who was the favorite to become king, remains somewhat poorly documented. However, we do know that he received a top-quality education, becoming fluent in Latin and French, and apparently acquiring some knowledge in Italian, because why not? Well, by November of 1501, Henry played a significant role in the ceremonies of Arthur's marriage to Catherine of Aragon, daughter of King Ferdinand II of Aragon and Queen Isabella of Castile. Henry used the royal arms, distinguished by a label of 3 points ermine, and was made a Knight of the Golden Fleece by Emperor Maximilian in 1506. However, Arthur's unexpected death at the age of 15, only 20 weeks after marrying Catherine, thrust his responsibilities solely onto the shoulders of young Henry, who then became the Duke of Cornwall, Prince of Wales, and Earl of Chester by February 1504. Despite these titles, Henry VII kept him from public duties, leading him to ascend the throne later without much experience in governance. Following Arthur's death, Henry VII sought to maintain the alliance with Spain by betrothing the young Henry to the widowed Catherine. They were formally betrothed 2 days after the treaty was signed on June 23, 1503, although a papal dispensation was initially sought for the impediment of public honesty. It shifted towards an affinity dispensation to consider potential consummation of Arthur and Catherine's marriage. The cohabitation between Henry and Catherine was delayed, as Henry was still deemed a little too young. The death of Queen Isabella in 1504 complicated things further and strained relations between Henry VII and Ferdinand II. Catherine, left in a state of uncertainty, was made ambassador by her father, allowing her to remain in England. Despite Henry's initial resistance to their union, Catherine firmly believed that it was divine intervention and God's will for them to marry, holding on to this conviction during her prolonged stay. Henry VII passed away on the 21st of April 1509, and Henry VIII, then 17 years old, ascended to the throne the very next day. Following his father's funeral on the 10th of May, Henry VIII unexpectedly announced his decision to marry Catherine of Aragon, disregarding ongoing issues regarding the papal dispensation and an unresolved portion of Catherine's dowry. The young king claimed that his father had expressed a dying wish for him to marry Catherine, and how could he argue with that? Well, you see, this claim, whether it be true or not, certainly served his political interests, especially as it thwarted the marriage plans between Henry and Eleanor, the granddaughter of Emperor Maximilian I, who had been considering her as a potential bride for Henry. Thus, the wedding between Henry and Catherine was a modest affair, and it took place at a friar's church in Greenwich on June the 11th, 1509. Henry, who had fancied himself a successor to legendary figures like Constantine and the great King Arthur, married Catherine in a ceremony that, despite its privacy, marked the beginning of continuous celebrations. The year 1509, on the 23rd of June, Henry led Catherine from the Tower of London to Westminster Abbey, where their lavish coronation occurred the following day. The event featured a procession lined with tapestries and a grand banquet in the Westminster Hall. Shortly after this coronation, Henry put an arrest warrant on Richard Empson and Edmund Dudley, two of his father's most unpopular ministers. The charge? High treason. And you know where that gets you. They were quickly executed in 1510, establishing early in his reign Henry's readiness to use political executions to consolidate power. Well, it wasn't all bad. Henry did show some leniency towards members of the House of York, unlike his father. He pardoned several individuals, such as Thomas Grey, the second Marquess of Dorset, although others, like Edmund de la Pole, remained unreconciled and were later executed. Henry's marriage to Catherine began with frequent pregnancies, but resulted in some very unfortunate tragedies. Their first child was stillborn, and a son named Henry, born on New Year's Day in 1511, died only 7 weeks after. Catherine experienced further stillbirths in 1513 and 1515, but in February she did manage to successfully give birth to a daughter, Mary, which managed to temporarily ease the marital strains. Let's not forget the terrible emotional burden this must have been on Catherine, with stillbirth after stillbirth. Not good, no matter what time you're in. Well, Henry's marital fidelity was questionable. He engaged in an affair with one of Edward Stafford, third of Duke of Buckingham's sisters, Elizabeth or perhaps Anne Hastings. By 1516, he began another significant affair with Elizabeth Blount, one of his few undisputed mistresses. Blount later bore him an illegitimate son, Henry Fitzroy, in the June of 1519. Thus, Fitzroy was made a Duke of Richmond in 1525, and his high status fueled speculation about his potential legitimization. Well, despite the public facade of a good marriage, Henry was taking mistresses left and right, the exact number of which is debated among historians. His relationship with Catherine, of course, ultimately deteriorated over issues of succession and his increasing infidelities. In 1510, Henry renewed England's alliance with Louis XII of France, an action that created divisions within his own council. The main concern was that war with the combined forces of France and the Holy Roman Empire, who were at the time allied in the League of Cambrai against Venice, would be overwhelmingly challenging for England. Nevertheless, shortly after reaffirming ties with France, Henry shifted his alliances by entering into a pact with Ferdinand II of Aragon. The politics once again changed significantly when Pope Julius II formed the anti-French Holy League in the October of 1511. Henry, aligning with Ferdinand's strategy, joined this league and became engaged in its activities. The initial military collaboration between England and Spain aimed to reclaim Aquitaine for England, fulfilling Henry's ambition to assert dominance over France. Although Henry did not lead the spring of 1512 attack personally, and despite its failure largely due to Ferdinand's self-interested manipulation, the Franco-Spanish alliance managed to expel the French from Italy, maintaining the alliance's integrity. Subsequently, Henry managed a diplomatic triumph by persuading Emperor Maximilian to join the Holy League. The Pope even offered Henry the title of Most Christian King of France, with the prospect of being crowned in Paris. Of course, this was contingent on his victory over Louis XII. In the summer of 1513, Henry personally led an invasion of France, achieving a symbolic victory at the Battle of the Spurs. His forces captured Tournai and Terouanne, contributing to Henry's propaganda efforts and bolstering his military reputation. However, his absence from England prompted his brother-in-law, James IV of Scotland, to invade England, likely at Louis's urging. This incursion was decisively repelled by English forces led by Queen Catherine at the Battle of Flodden on September 9, 1513, resulting in James IV's death and the complete cessation of Scottish involvement in the conflict. Despite these martial excursions, Henry abstained from further campaigns in 1514 due to depleted finances and limited returns from his continental allies. Following the death of Pope Julius and the succession of Pope Leo X, who was more inclined towards peace, Henry negotiated a treaty with France. He agreed to marry his sister Mary to the new French king, Louis XII, securing a peace for an unexpectedly lengthy period of 8 years. Well, the political arena saw itself redefined by the accession of Charles V, Catherine of Aragon's nephew, who became King of Spain in 1516, and even the Holy Roman Emperor in 1519, and also by Francis I succeeding Louis XII as King of France in 1515. This ushered a new era, with young leaders poised for diplomacy. Cardinal Thomas Wolsey's adept negotiations led to the Treaty of London in 1518, which sought to unify European kingdoms against the Ottoman threat. However, the ambitious meeting between Henry and Francis I at the Field of the Cloth of Gold in June of 1520 failed to foster lasting peace due to the underlying competitive tensions. Relations with Charles V proved more aligned with Henry's interests. After Charles had declared war on France, Henry initially offered to mediate, but eventually he sided with Charles, driven by his lingering desire to recover English territories in France. However, when Charles captured Francis at the Battle of Pavia in 1525, and then conveniently failed to acknowledge his debt to Henry, the English king recognized the futility of his position. Feeling sidelined, Henry simply withdrew from the conflict, signing the Treaty of the Moor in 1525 to independently secure England's interests. On the wives of Henry VIII. Henry VIII's marriage to Catherine of Aragon spanned 24 years, during which the lack of a male heir increasingly troubled the king, intensifying his desire for a quick resolution. This situation led him into an affair with Mary Boleyn, one of Catherine's ladies-in-waiting. Speculation arose regarding the paternity of Mary's 2 children, though Henry simply never acknowledged them, as he did with his acknowledged illegitimate son, Henry Fitzroy. In 1525, Henry's frustration with Catherine's inability to produce a male heir was compounded by his growing infatuation with Mary Boleyn's sister, Anne Boleyn, a rather captivating woman reportedly of 25 years old, who was within the Queen's retinue. Now, unlike her sister, Anne had resisted Henry's advances, refusing to become his mistress, which significantly shaped the subsequent political and religious situation of England. Also quite brave to reject the king. What a woman. Well, Henry then faced the dilemma of securing a dynastic succession, considering three options. 1. Legitimizing Fitzroy, which would involve the Pope and be open to challenges. 2. Arranging a quick marriage for his daughter Mary in hopes of a male grandchild, or simply annulling his marriage to Catherine to marry someone younger. The third option, particularly appealing with Anne Boleyn in mind, soon became Henry's focus, as he sought to annul his marriage to the now 40-year-old Catherine. But there's a problem. Divorce was not quite smiled upon, so something had to be done or some law changed. Initially a devout Catholic, Henry authored the Assertio Septem Sacramentorum in 1521, defending papal supremacy and earning him the title of Defender of the Faith from Pope Leo. However, by 1527, and with new priorities, Henry's views began to shift, influenced by his desperate need for a male heir. He convinced himself that his marriage to Catherine was cursed by God, citing Leviticus 20:21, which he believed made his union incestuous, since Catherine was his brother's widow. I bet he stayed up many nights trying to find an excuse to leave his wife. Well, this was the one he decided on. Henry's pursuit of an annulment was, of course, pretty fraught with political maneuvers. In 1527, he argued to Pope Clement VII that the Pope's dispensation for his marriage to Catherine was, in fact, completely invalid. When these direct appeals to the Pope failed, Henry initiated a plan for an ecclesiastical court in England, hoping to secure a favorable judgment. However, Pope Clement, likely influenced by pressure from Catherine's nephew, Emperor Charles V, called the case back to Rome in 1529, effectively stalling the process and rather frustrating Henry, who, by the sounds of it, was already frustrated enough as it is. Well, Cardinal Wolsey, Henry's chief minister and cardinal, bore the brunt of his frustration over the failed annulment, leading to Wolsey's downfall and eventual charges of treason, from which he died awaiting trial in a dirty old cell. Thomas More succeeded Wolsey as the Lord Chancellor, yet his firm Catholic beliefs made his role rather complex in the unfolding religious reform. Well, ultimately, Catherine was banished from court in 1531, and her chambers were reassigned to Anne Boleyn. Anne's influence helped ensure the appointment of Thomas Cranmer as Archbishop of Canterbury, a crucial move for Henry's annulment efforts. Cranmer's appointment, sanctioned by the Pope, completely unaware of Henry's broader ecclesiastical ambitions, marked a significant step towards the eventual establishment of the Church of England, fundamentally altering the religious landscape and setting the stage for the English Reformation. Of course, there'll be a full video on the English Reformation soon. I just have a list that is about 50 or 60 items long. Please be patient. In the winter of 1532, Henry, seeking to secure his marriage to Anne Boleyn, met with Francis I of France in Calais to gain his support. Upon returning to England, Henry, who was then 41 years old, and Anne Boleyn conducted a secret wedding ceremony. Very soon after, Anne became pregnant, leading to a second, more public wedding service in London on January the 25th, 1533. By May of that year, Thomas Cranmer convened at a special court, declared Henry's marriage to Catherine of Aragon null and void, and subsequently validated Henry's marriage to Anne 5 days later. Catherine was demoted to Princess Dowager, and Anne was crowned Queen Consort on the 1st of June 1533. Anne then gave birth to a daughter, Elizabeth, on September the 7th, 1533, who was named in honor of Henry's mother. Following the marriage, Henry's administration, under the guidance of Thomas Cromwell and others, enacted a series of legislative reforms known as the Reformation Parliament. These statutes aimed to resolve any outstanding issues, secure the new religious reforms, and handle any opposition. Thomas More resigned as Lord Chancellor in 1532, leaving Cromwell as Henry's chief minister. Thus, the Acts of Supremacy in 1534, among other laws, recognized Henry as the head of the Church of England, and pretty much completely eliminated the authority of the Pope over English religious matters. This, of course, led to an excommunication of Henry and Cranmer by Pope Clement, but that didn't matter. They had their own church now. Well, Henry and Anne's marriage wasn't perfect. There was trouble in paradise. Anne reportedly had a strong personality, and she refused to conform to traditional submissive roles, which strained their relationship. After a miscarriage in 1534, Henry viewed her inability to produce a male heir as what he said was a betrayal. By 1535, rumors were circulating about Henry's affair with either Mary or Madge Shelton, contributing further to the marital discord. Opposition to Henry's religious changes was initially suppressed. Prominent dissenters like John Fisher and Thomas More was just executed. They were just executed in 1535 after refusing to acknowledge his supremacy over the church. I mean, take the path of least resistance, I suppose. No debates. Well, this period also saw the execution of the other dissenting monks and the suppression of the monasteries. The Pilgrimage of Grace in October 1536 marked a significant resistance to these new religious policies of Henry's. This large-scale uprising in northern England, led by Robert Aske and supported by parts of the northern nobility, initially ended when Henry promised to pardon the rebels. However, when further violence ensued, Henry took this back, retracted his offer of clemency, and executed about 200 of the participants, including Aske. Well, that effectively quelled the rebellion. On the 8th of January, 1536, King Henry and Anne Boleyn received news of the death of Catherine of Aragon. The next day, Henry notably wore yellow attire, with a white feather in his bonnet. During this period, Anne was pregnant again and acutely aware of the high stakes to produce a male heir. Later in January, a jousting incident left Henry severely injured, alarming the court about his condition. The stress of Henry's accident contributed to Anne suffering a miscarriage of a male fetus on January 29th, coinciding with Catherine's funeral, a symbolic and real blow to her standing as a queen. Despite the Boleyn's family's prominent positions, Anne faced increasing hostility from many at court, including the Duke of Suffolk and her own uncle, the Duke of Norfolk. Her political influence waned as Henry's favour shifted towards alliances that the Boleyns opposed, particularly as Thomas Cromwell, who favoured the Emperor over France, gained more and more influence. Moreover, Anne had numerous adversaries, including those who supported reconciliation with Henry's daughter, Princess Mary, and saw Anne's diminishing power as an opportunity to restore Mary's status. Anne's final downfall was precipitated by her miscarriage, and her fate was sealed amidst accusations of adultery, incest, and apparently witchcraft, charges that historians continue to debate, but I think we can put the witchcraft one firmly in the maybe pile. Well, the court's atmosphere soured quickly against her. By late April, the king's attentions had visibly shifted to Jane Seymour. That's right, he had a new flame, indicating a significant change in the court dynamic. Between April 30 and May 2nd, several men, including Anne Boleyn's own brother, George Boleyn, were arrested and charged with adultery with the Queen. Despite very weak evidence, pretty much 100% hearsay, they were convicted of treason and executed on May 17th. On the very day of the execution, Henry and Anne's marriage was annulled by Archbishop Thomas Cranmer, who struggled to justify the annulment, but likely based it on Henry's prior relationship with Anne's sister, Mary Boleyn. This relationship violated Canon's law's provisions on affinity, rendering the marriage invalid. Anne Boleyn was also executed on May the 19th, 1536, at the Tower of London, marking a tragic end to her brief stint as England's queen. The day after the execution of Anne Boleyn, King Henry, aged 45 now, did not have much time to cry or mourn his wife because he was already engaged to Jane Seymour, who had been a lady-in-waiting to the former queen. Thus, they were married just 10 days later in a private ceremony in Anne's former closet at the Palace of Whitehall, London, officiated by Stephen Gardiner, the Bishop of Winchester. The rapid marriage highlighted Henry's urgency to secure a male heir and continue his lineage. Well, on October the 12th, 1537, Jane Seymour gave birth to a male heir, Prince Edward, the future King Edward VI. However, the birth itself was fraught with complications, and Jane unfortunately succumbed to a postnatal infection, passing away on October the 24th, 1537. She was later buried at Windsor. The joy surrounding the birth of a male heir quickly turned to grief. Although initially shocked, understandably, Henry quickly resumed his duties as king, while his councillors, including Thomas Cromwell, soon beginning the search for his next wife, with an emphasis on forging European alliances this time. Domestically, Henry focused on consolidating his realm rather than foreign affairs. In 1536, he passed the Laws in Wales Act, integrating Wales legally into England, thereby creating a single nation. That same year, he enacted the Second Succession Act, which recognized his children with Jane as his legitimate successors, and reaffirmed the illegitimacy of his daughters Mary and Elizabeth, barring them from inheriting the throne. This act also allowed Henry to dictate the line of succession in his will, securing the future of his dynasty. By 1538, amid negotiations of a secret treaty orchestrated by Cromwell with the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V, plans were made for a series of dynastic marriages to strengthen ties across Europe. This included proposed marriages to Mary to a Portuguese royal, Elizabeth to the son of a Hungarian king, and the young Edward to a daughter of Charles V. Additionally, a suggestion was made for Henry to marry Christina, the Dowager Duchess of Milan, though this did not come to fruition. The treaty negotiations were disrupted in January 1539, when Charles V and King Francis I of France reached a peace agreement, causing Henry to grow increasingly paranoid about potential threats to his realm. I mean, if they weren't fighting each other, they might want to fight him. Gotta fight somebody. Supported financially by the wealth accumulated from the dissolution of the monasteries, Henry invested in building a string of coastal defenses to protect against the possible Franco-German invasions, demonstrating his focus on securing his kingdom against external threats. Thomas Cromwell, recognizing the strategic importance of securing an ally in the event of a Roman Catholic attack, suggested Anne of Cleves, a 25-year-old woman from a family positioned between Lutheranism and Catholicism, as a potential new bride for Henry. Other candidates included Christina of Denmark, Anna of Lorraine, Louis of Guise, and Amalia of Cleves. To aid in this decision, Hans Holbein the Younger was sent out to Cleves to paint Anne's portrait, which was deemed accurate and helped to initially persuade the king, as Holbein remained favored at court despite rumors of flattery. Well, upon meeting Anne, Henry was immediately disappointed, finding her reportedly much less attractive than her portrait had suggested. Some things just never changed, don't they? Well, he expressed his satisfaction, stating, and this is a direct quote from Henry, "I see no such thing as hath been shown me of her by pictures and report. I am ashamed that men have praised her as they have done, and I love her not." Well, apparently, showing him the picture, and everybody had drummed Anne up quite a lot, saying that she was quite the dish. Now, unfortunately, Henry did not like her at all. Now, whether she was not physically appealing, is of course a matter of personal taste. But the problem was what the problem was, and that was Henry's reluctance. Well, despite that, the political stakes had effectively forced Henry to proceed with the marriage. He had to do it. The marriage, conducted in January of 1540, however, was doomed from the start. The morning after the wedding night, which is supposed to be quite a bit of fun, Henry openly criticized Anne's physical appearance and claimed that the marriage was not consummated, citing that he couldn't do such because of her body and unpleasant smells. He confessed to a lack of physical and emotional attraction, which sealed his decision to seek an annulment. Now we have a rather harsh quote from Henry himself, who, after he woke up in the morning and had a debrief with his best buddy Cromwell, said the following, and I do warn you it is quite mean. I quote from Henry VIII. "Surely, my lord, I liked her before not well, but now I like her much worse. She is nothing fair, and has very evil smells about her. I took her to be no maid, by reason of the closeness of her breasts, and other tokens, which, when I felt them, struck me so to the heart, that I had neither will nor courage to prove the rest. I can have none appetite for displeasant airs. I have left her as good a maid, and I found her." End of the quote from Henry VIII. Wow. I wonder how Anne ever recovered from that critique. Well, perhaps sensing her precarious situation, she chose not to contest the annulment, which was further supported by her previous betrothal to Francis of Lorraine. The marriage was dissolved in July of 1540, but Anne was generously compensated, receiving the title of the King's sister, along with 2 houses and a suitable allowance, so not bad. Well, don't worry about Henry, because he had his eye on somebody else already. His interest had once again shifted to Catherine Howard, a younger woman connected to his political rival, the Duke of Norfolk, which made Cromwell feel a little uneasy. Amid these personal upheavals, Cromwell's political standing was weakening. His downfall was hastened by the execution of his protégés, Robert Barnes, William Jerome, and Thomas Garrett, as heretics, signaling a shift in the religious climate again. Although there is little direct evidence pointing to Cromwell's mismanagement or errors, he was charged with a range of offences including treason, selling export licenses, and unauthorized grantings of passports and commissions. The charges likely reflected court intrigues and the machinations of his enemies, including the Duke of Norfolk. Cromwell was ultimately attainted and executed. On the same day as Cromwell's execution, the 28th of July, 1540, Henry married again, Catherine Howard, a younger cousin and former lady-in-waiting of Anne Boleyn, marking his 5th marriage. Reportedly delighted with Catherine, Henry lavished her with lands and riches previously held by Cromwell. Well, he's not going to complain about that anymore, isn't he? Well, all of this included a rather extensive collection of jewelry, which Catherine was of course equally delighted with. But guess what? The marriage soon encountered problems due to Catherine's indiscretions, not Henry's, but Catherine's this time. Catherine Howard's marital fidelity quickly came under question. She initiated an affair with Thomas Culpeper, a courtier, and appointed Francis Dereham, a former lover to whom she had been informally engaged before her marriage, as her secretary. The affair came to light when the Privy Council was informed about her past with Dereham while Henry was away. Archbishop Thomas Cranmer was tasked with the investigation and subsequently uncovered the truth about Catherine's previous relationship, which, of course, he reported to the king. Initially, Henry was in complete disbelief, but he finally accepted the reality of the allegations after Dereham's confession and further persuasion from the Privy Council. Overwhelmed with anger and betrayal, Henry vented his frustrations on the council before retreating to hunting to calm his nerves. Nothing like shooting a few animals to brighten up your day. Well, when confronted, Catherine could have claimed that her pre-contract with Dereham invalidated her marriage to Henry, but instead she argued that Dereham had coerced her into the relationship. Dereham retaliated by revealing her affair with Culpeper. The fallout from these revelations was severe. Both Culpeper and Dereham were executed. Catherine Howard? Well, she was subsequently tried and also executed for treason on the 13th of February 1542. But don't worry, Henry already had his eye on somebody else. I know it keeps going. Well, Henry's sixth and final marriage was to Catherine Parr in July of 1543. Now, Catherine Parr was a wealthy widow known for her reformist beliefs, often debating with Henry about religious matters. Despite the reactionary shift in politics following Cromwell's execution, Henry's religious stance remained a personal mix of Catholic and Protestant elements. Catherine Parr played a significant role in mending the strained relationships between Henry and his daughters, Mary and Elizabeth, whom she helped restore to the line of succession through the Third Succession Act of 1543. This act also granted Henry the authority to determine further succession to the throne through his will. And that was all of the wives of Henry. The poor things. Now, away from the marital affairs. In 1538, Thomas Cromwell, Henry's chief minister, intensified his efforts to eradicate practices that he deemed idolatrous within the old religion. This campaign reached its peak in September with the dismantling of the shrine of St. Thomas Becket at Canterbury Cathedral. As a result, Pope Paul III excommunicated Henry on the 17th of December that year. By 1540, Henry mandated the destruction of all remaining shrines to saints, and in 1542, he dissolved England's remaining monasteries, transferring their properties to the crown. This significantly reduced the ecclesiastical presence in the House of Lords, leaving only the archbishops and bishops as lords spiritual, who were now very much outnumbered by the lords temporal. The diplomatic landscape in Europe was also shifting. The 1539 alliance between Francis I of France and Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor, deteriorated, leading to renewed hostilities. However, with both Catherine and Anne Boleyn both deceased, relations between Henry and Charles improved markedly. This culminated in a secret alliance with the Emperor, and Henry planned to support Charles by joining the Italian War and organizing an invasion of France in 1543. In preparation, Henry sought to neutralize Scotland, governed by his young nephew, James V. The Scots were thus decisively beaten at the Battle of Solway Moss on the 24th of November, 1542, and James's death in December furthered Henry's plans to unite the English and Scottish crowns through marriage between his son Edward and James' successor Mary. Although initially agreed to in the Treaty of Greenwich in 1543, the Scottish Parliament ultimately rejected the treaty, leading to 8 years of conflict known as the Rough Wooing. Henry's military focus then returned to France. Despite his reluctance, by June 1544, he launched a two-pronged attack. Norfolk's forces besieged Montreal ineffectively, while Suffolk's forces laid siege to Boulogne, which Henry later personally commanded, resulting in its capture on 18th of September 1544. However, Henry's refusal to march on Paris as Charles had requested led to a rift between the two. Charles subsequently signed a peace agreement with France, leaving Henry to continue the war all by himself. Francis I of France even attempted an invasion of England in 1545, but he only reached the Isle of Wight before being turned back at the Battle of the Solent. Exhausted by financial and military exertions, both England and France sought resolution. The Treaty of Camp, signed on the 7th of June 1546, concluded the conflict, with the terms stipulating that Boulogne would be returned to France after 8 years for a payment of 2 million crowns, which is about £750,000 in those days' money. This treaty was crucial for Henry, who was desperate for funds after the expensive campaign of 1544, which had cost England £650,000 and pushed the kingdom basically to the brink of bankruptcy. In his later years, Henry experienced severe health issues that greatly affected his physical and mental state. Well, you've seen the thumbnail. He became morbidly obese, with a waist measuring 54 inches. He also suffered from numerous painful, pus-filled boils, likely aggravated by incessant cases of gout. His health problems were compounded by a jousting incident on the 24th of January 1536, which worsened a previous leg injury. This accident resulted in a chronic, ulcerated wound that never healed properly, hindering his mobility and, of course, contributing to his sedentary lifestyle. He just couldn't get his 10,000 steps in. It's all about keeping active. Well, historians have largely dismissed the theory that Henry had syphilis. Instead, some suggest that his health issues could have been due to scurvy, caused by lack of vitamin C typically found in fresh fruits and vegetables. There is another theory that suggests that Henry may have had a Kell-positive blood type, which could explain his deteriorating health and the difficulties in his wife's pregnancies, possibly linked to McLeod syndrome, a genetic condition affecting both physical and neurological functions. Well, his physical decline accelerated, and he died at the age of 55 on the 28th of January, 1547 at the Palace of Whitehall. Coincidentally, on the day when he would have been celebrating his father's 90th birthday. But as they say, no daylights nor heel taps, right? Well, despite his plans for an elaborate tomb, which borrowed elements from Cardinal Wolsey's unfinished tomb, Henry's resting place remained incomplete. The intended sarcophagus was later repurposed for Lord Nelson's tomb in St. Paul's Cathedral. Henry was ultimately laid to rest in St. George's Chapel at Windsor Castle, along his third wife, Jane Seymour. And that is the story of Henry VIII. Now, of course, we could talk about Henry VIII all day, but who's got time for that? Maybe you do. But me? Well, I think that's enough of Henry VIII for now. Catherine of Aragon, born 1485 in Spain, the first wife of England's King Henry VIII, and the daughter of Spanish monarchs Ferdinand II of Aragon and Isabella I of Castile. Her marriage to Henry was initially a political alliance, and she served as queen from their marriage in 1509 until their controversial divorce in 1533. Her inability to produce a male heir led Henry to seek an annulment, setting off a chain of events that ultimately led to England's break with the Roman Catholic Church and the establishment of the Church of England. Despite the personal and political turmoil, Catherine remained widely respected for her dignity and faith throughout the ordeal. Her steadfast commitment to her marriage and her Catholic faith significantly impacted English and the wider European history, influencing religious policy and politics across the continent. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to have you with me again. As always, if you want to support the channel, you're already doing it, simply by enjoying the videos. If you want to go above and beyond, a like and subscribe and having a look in the description if you feel so inclined to certainly goes a long way. Now, without further ado, let us begin. Get nice and relaxed. Our full biography of Catherine of Aragon. December 16th, 1485. Catherine was born at the Archbishop's Palace of Alcalá de Henares, near Madrid in modern-day Spain. As the youngest surviving child of King Ferdinand II of Aragon and Queen Isabella of Castile, she was introduced to a realm influenced profoundly by her illustrious lineage. Her appearance was marked by her long red hair, wide blue eyes and a fair complexion, completed by a round face and stature on the shorter side, reflected in the artwork of the time. Her roots traced back to the English royal house of Lancaster through her maternal line, her great-grandmother and namesake, Catherine of Lancaster, alongside her great-grandmother, Philippa of Lancaster, both daughters of John the Gaunt and granddaughters of Edward III of England. This connection rendered her not only the third cousin of Henry VII of England, but also the fourth cousin of Elizabeth of York, linking her fatefully to the English crown. Her education in her formative years was, of course, robust and diverse, overseen by one Alessandro Gheraldini, a learned clerk of the Holy Order. Her studies spanned the normal: arithmetic, both canon and civil law, classical literature, genealogy, heraldry, history, philosophy, religion, of course, fostering a profound Roman Catholic faith that would significantly shape her later endeavors. And it wasn't just those subjects. She was also fluent in Castilian, Spanish, and Latin, also with competencies in French and Greek. Her intellectual pursuits were heavily praised by Erasmus, who noted her lifelong dedication to good literature. Beyond the scholarly, Catherine's training extended to the domestic and artistic realms. She reportedly mastered cooking, embroidery, lace-making, sewing, spinning, and weaving, and she was also proficient in music, dancing, and drawing from an early age. This comprehensive education not only prepared her for the rigors of court life, but also imbued her with the etiquette that was necessary to navigate these complexities of her future roles in the English monarchy. So, from this very young age, she was earmarked as an ideal consort for Arthur, the Prince of Wales, and also the prospective English king. Her eligibility was significantly enhanced by her maternal English ancestry. Catherine's claim to the English throne was theoretically stronger than that of Henry VII, derived as it was from John of Gaunt, the first Duke of Lancaster's marriages to Blanche of Lancaster and Constance of Castile. Henry VIII, on the other hand, descended from Gaunt's third union with Catherine Swynford, whose offspring were initially illegitimate and only later legitimized, yet still barred from succession. This tenuous claim of Henry's casts shadows on the Tudor legitimacy, with some European realms remaining skeptical of the new dynasty. In stark contrast stood the prestigious House of Trastamara, led by Catherine's parents, the Catholic monarchs whose renown made them Europe's foremost royal family. The union between Catherine and Arthur was thus seen not merely as a matrimonial alliance, but as a vital endorsement of the Tudor claim to the English throne, offering any potential male offspring a robust claim of his own. The marital arrangements thus advanced swiftly, with the couple being married by proxy on the 19th of May 1499, and engaging in correspondence in Latin until deemed mature enough for cohabitation. When the time came for Catherine to journey to England, her entourage was a testament to her status. She was accompanied by illustrious figures such as Diego Fernandez de Cordoba, the third Count of Cabra, Alonso de Fonseca, the Archbishop of Santiago de Compostela, and Antonio de Royas Manrique, the Bishop of Mallorca. Notably, her retinue included the first Africans recorded in London, among them the trumpeter John Blank, a symbol of exotic luxury that highlighted the power and reach of her family. Initially expected at Gravesend, Catherine's arrival was met with a retinue of English gentlewomen in October of 1501, ready to escort her via a flotilla of barges up the Thames to the Tower of London, a majestic procession that showed the significance of her arrival, and also the hopes that were pinned upon this union. August 17th, 1501, the youthful Catherine of just 15 years old embarked on her journey from A Coruña, destined to meet her future husband, Arthur, the Prince of Wales. Their first encounter occurred on the 4th of November at Dogmersfield in Hampshire. Despite their prior exchanges, through letters written in Latin, their initial face-to-face meeting revealed a surprising barrier. Differing pronunciations of Latin rendered their spoken conversations almost unintelligible to one another. Nevertheless, Arthur expressed his joy and commitment in letters to his parents and in-laws, affirming his intent to be a, and I quote, true and loving husband, and of course his delight at finally seeing his lovely bride. The young couple's marriage was solemnized just 10 days later, on the 14th of November, 1501, at Old St. Paul's Cathedral, with both bride and groom still only 15 years old. A substantial dowry of 200,000 ducats underscored the union, half of which was promptly paid following the ceremony. On this notable occasion, Catherine and her Spanish ladies-in-waiting made a distinct impression, arrayed in the traditional styles of their homeland, adding a little bit of color to that bleak countryside up north. Well, post-marriage, Arthur had his own responsibilities. He was dispatched to preside over the Council of Wales and the marches from Ludlow Castle, a responsibility befitting his status as Prince of Wales. Catherine accompanied him, embracing her own new role. However, their life together was abruptly challenged when both were struck by illness, possibly the dreaded sweating sickness prevalent at the time. Tragically, poor old Arthur had succumbed to the disease on the 2nd of April 1502, leaving Catherine, now just 16 years old, a widow, far from her native Spain, navigating her uncertain future all alone. Following the premature demise of Arthur, Henry VII was confronted with a significant fiscal and diplomatic dilemma regarding that 200,000 ducat dowry of his daughter-in-law Catherine. As stipulated in her marriage contract, should Catherine return to her native Spain, the substantial dowry, of which we have mentioned only half had been paid, would need to be completely refunded to her father. This predicament was further complicated by the death of Queen Elizabeth in February of 1503, which prompted King Henry VII to contemplate marrying Catherine himself. However, opposition, understandably from Catherine's father, and concerns about the legitimacy of any offspring from such a union quickly quashed this prospect. In an attempt to resolve the situation and retain the dowry within England, they came up with a new arrangement. Catherine would marry Henry VII's second son, the younger Henry, the Duke of York. However, the death of Catherine's mother, which shifted the inheritance of the larger kingdom of Castile to her elder sister Joanna, diminished Catherine's allure in the dynastic marriage market. Well, despite the agreement, the marriage was repeatedly delayed, ostensibly until the young Henry was of suitable age, though the real impediment was Ferdinand II's reluctance to pay the remainder of the dowry, casting doubt on whether the marriage would ever transpire. Well, during this period of uncertainty, Catherine lived under constrained circumstances at Durham House in London, where she was treated more like a detainee than a princess. Her financial struggles were exacerbated by the responsibility of providing for her ladies-in-waiting as well as herself, and that's some pretty high maintenance costs. While the surviving correspondence with her father reveals her resilience and pragmatism, as she once confided to him, and I quote, "I choose what I believe and say nothing, for I am not as simple as I may seem." Well, in 1507, Catherine's situation took quite a remarkable turn when she was appointed as the Spanish ambassador to England, marking her as the first woman to hold such a position in European history. Contrary to Henry VII's expectations of her being somewhat malleable, Catherine demonstrated considerable diplomatic acumen, standing on her own 2 feet, not to be pushed around by the boys, defying the anticipations of the English court. The proposed marriage to Henry, the Duke of York, hinged on a dispensation from the Pope, as canon law prohibited a man from marrying his brother's widow. Catherine steadfastly maintained that her marriage to Arthur had never actually been consummated, thereby aligning with canon law that a non-consummated marriage could be dissolved, thus paving the way for her eventual marriage to the future King Henry VIII of England. Thus, on the 11th of June, 1509, 7 years following the death of Prince Arthur, Catherine of Aragon once again stood at the altar, this time joined in new matrimony to the newly ascended Henry VIII in a private ceremony held at the church of the observant friars just outside Greenwich Palace. At 23 years old now, Catherine embarked on this second significant chapter of her royal journey, marrying a king who had only recently claimed the throne. Thus, the coronation of Henry VIII and Catherine of Aragon, a splendid and pivotal event, took place shortly thereafter. On the eve of their coronation, Saturday the 23rd of June, they participated in the traditional procession to Westminster Abbey, which drew a large and enthusiastic crowd. Following custom, the couple spent the night at the Tower of London, the most romantic spot in the city, preparing for the grandeur to follow. The next day, Midsummer's Day, they were anointed and crowned together in a majestic ceremony at Westminster Abbey, led by the Archbishop of Canterbury. The coronation was of course a grand affair, complete with a celebratory banquet held in Westminster Hall, and the creation of many new Knights of the Bath in honour of the event. In the weeks that followed, a series of social occasions introduced the new queen to her subjects. Catherine, with her dignified presence and grace, made a strong and favourable impression on the English populace, who received her warmly. Her ascension to Queen Consort marked the beginning of a new era and set the stage for her influential role in the Tudor court. June the 11th, 1513, as Henry VIII embarked on a military campaign to France, Catherine of Aragon was appointed as Regent of England, bearing the formidable title Governor of the Realm and Captain General. Her regency was immediately tested by the capture of Louis d'Orléans, Duke of Longueville and Thorouanne, although Henry sent Duke to Catherine's household. She, concerned about security due to the active Scottish threat to the north, expressed to her Cardinal Wolsey a preference for the Duke's confinement in the Tower of London. In her correspondence, she fervently prayed for divine favour, similar to that which the English king had enjoyed in France. The ongoing war with Scotland, of course, demanded her full attention. Catherine was industrious at Richmond Palace, personally overseeing the production of standards, banners, and badges essential for the war effort. She rallied support by writing to towns such as Gloucester for muster lists, urging the assembly of troops capable of defending the realm. The Scots invasion propelled her to order Thomas Lovell to muster forces from the Midland counties on the 3rd of September, 1513. By the 8th of September, some 5 days later, Catherine, despite her advanced pregnancy, donned full armour and rode north to inspire her troops with a stirring address. Her eloquence and resolve were so impactful that reports of her speech reached Peter Martyr de Anguera in Valladolid within weeks. Contrary to reports that placed her 100 miles north of London when the victory at the Battle of Flodden Field was announced, she was actually near Buckingham. From Woburn Abbey she sent Henry a piece of the bloodied coat of the fallen King James IV of Scotland, suggesting it to be used as a banner at the siege of Tournai. Remarkable taste, as always. Well, as she aged, Catherine's commitment to her Catholic faith deepened, paralleled by a growing interest in academia. She actively educated her daughter when she came along, Mary, and influenced the broader trend of female education, donating generously to several colleges. Meanwhile, Henry had some concerns, and they were concerns about securing a male heir. Well, reminded of course by the historical precedents of long civil wars that were triggered by female succession. So it wasn't just Henry who was crossing his fingers for this. It was everybody else, because they could see what was going to happen a mile away if there was a struggle for power in the wake of Henry's death. It never ends peacefully. Well, in 1520, Politics shifted once more with a visit from Catherine's nephew, the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V. Catherine had advocated for an English alliance with Charles over France. Following his departure, she joined Henry in a magnificent visit to France for the Field of the Cloth of Gold. Yet, within 2 years, England had declared war on France, and Charles V was welcomed back, this time with plans to betroth him to Mary. By 1525, Henry's affections had shifted dramatically towards one Anne Boleyn, a young lady in waiting to Queen Catherine, who was, by the way, significantly younger than the king, between 10 and 17 years his junior. As Catherine was no longer able to conceive, Henry's frustrations and desires for a male heir intensified. He began to question the legitimacy of his marriage to Catherine, driven mainly by a biblical interpretation suggesting a union with a brother's widow would be childless. Well, although Catherine maintained until her death that her marriage to Arthur had never been consummated, making her a virgin at the time she married Henry, Henry still saw their marriage as divinely cursed. Well, that's one way of getting out of it. The question of whether the Pope had the authority to override what Henry had viewed as a scriptural impediment became central in his fervent campaign to obtain this annulment. And it's highly likely that the push for an annulment was influenced early on by Henry's desperation for a son, considering the historical context of civil wars fought over the English crown before his father's reign. Bad memories. They don't want to go through that again. Well, his resolve to secure an annulment became his overriding mission. Catherine, however, dug her heels in and remained resolute, famously refusing the suggestion to retire to a nunnery with the assertion, I quote, "God never called me to a nunnery. I am the king's true and legitimate wife." Hard to argue with that, isn't it? Well, in pursuit of his goal, Henry circumvented Cardinal Thomas Wolsey, initially keeping him in the dark, and dispatched his secretary William Knight to Pope Clement VII to argue that the dispensation by Pope Julius II was actually obtained under false pretenses. However, the task proved daunting, as Pope Clement VII was then a captive of Catherine's nephew, Charles V, following a rather unfortunate sacking of Rome in the May of 1527. Now, Knight's mission was stymied, by the way, leading Henry to reluctantly involve Wolsey, who strove to secure a favourable decision the best way he could. And amidst all of these ecclesiastical negotiations, both Pope Clement VII and the reformer Martin Luther, who was universally loved and popular at the time, suggested an unconventional solution: that Henry might take 2 wives to maintain the royal dignities of both Catherine and their daughter Mary. This proposal was not aimed at reintroducing polygamy broadly, but rather as a specific measure to resolve the royal dilemma. Cardinal Thomas Wolsey took significant steps to resolve Henry's dilemma by setting up an ecclesiastical court in England with a papal representative presiding on both Henry and Catherine in attendance. Despite this effort, the Pope, possibly swayed by the influence of Charles V, Catherine's nephew, recalled his legatee, thereby halting any proceedings taking place in England. Henry perceived the Pope's actions as a clear signal that an annulment of his marriage to the Emperor's aunt was not going to happen. Consequently, the Pope explicitly forbade Henry from remarrying until a decision was reached, and he meant a decision in Rome. Wolsey's failure in this endeavour led to his dismissal from public office in 1529. Subsequently, he engaged in a covert attempt to have Anne Boleyn exiled and communicated with the Pope towards this end. Upon discovery, Henry was not impressed and ordered the immediate arrest of Wolsey. His death in 1530 from terminal illness likely spared him from execution for treason. Which leads us to 1531, the following year, after all of these tumultuous events, if we may say so. Catherine was removed from court, and her chambers were reassigned to Anne Boleyn. You can imagine how she felt. As a matter of fact, you don't need to imagine. We have a letter that she had wrote to Charles V expressing her despair at the time, and I'll quickly read a passage from said letter. My tribulations are so great, my life so disturbed by the plans daily invented to further the king's wicked intention, the surprises which the king gives me with certain persons of his council are so mortal, and my treatment is what God knows, that is enough to shorten 10 lives, much more my own. Obviously not very impressed with the goings-on in the court. Well, in terms of religious affairs, the ecclesiastical landscape shifted further when Archbishop of Canterbury William Warham passed away, and Thomas Cranmer, the Boleyn's family chaplain, was appointed to the position. As Henry pushed for an annulment, John Fisher emerged as Catherine's staunch advocate, boldly defending the sanctity of her marriage in the papal court. His outspoken stance, reminiscent of John the Baptist's readiness to sacrifice himself for his belief, certainly drew Henry's ire. More than a raised eyebrow, perhaps a clenched fist. It prompted the king to craft a detailed Latin rebuttal to Fisher's arguments. Fisher's annotated copy of Henry's address, by the way, still exists, evidencing his fearless disposition despite the king's wrath. You've got to be pretty brave to go up against the King of England. Well, following the transfer of the case to Rome, Fisher's direct involvement ended, but Henry's resentment towards him persisted. Catherine's plight garnered widespread support, not only from Fisher but also from notable figures such as Thomas More, Henry's sister Mary Tudor, the Queen of France, Maria de Salinas, Holy Roman Emperor Charles V, Pope Paul III, and even Martin Luther himself, illustrating the broad and diverse backing she received during her ordeal. Well, after a covert meeting in Calais with King Francis I of France, Henry returned to Dover and, in secret, married Anne Boleyn, The precise motives behind their hasty marriage are debated. Some believe that Anne was already pregnant, and Henry wished to avoid the possibility of an illegitimate heir, while others argue that Anne, having witnessed her sister Mary Boleyn's brief affair with the king and subsequent disregard, insisted on a marriage before any intimate relations. Smart girl. Henry justified their union by arguing the invalidity of his marriage to Catherine, given her prior marriage to his brother Arthur, and he thus claimed that if Catherine's marriage to Arthur was consummated, he was free to marry under canon law. At least that's what he kept repeating to himself and the angry onlookers as he tied the knot with his new wife. Well, on May 23rd, 1533, Thomas Cranmer, presiding over a specially convened court at Dunstable Priory, officially declared Henry's marriage to Catherine unlawful, dismissing Catherine's steadfast assertion that her marriage to Arthur had never been consummated. And just 5 days later, Cranmer affirmed the legality of Henry's marriage to Anne Boleyn. So, it was done. The paperwork had all been signed, and, well, it was all over for Catherine. Well, not quite. Despite these declarations, Catherine maintained her status as Henry's legitimate wife and England's rightful queen till her dying day, a title her servants continued to use in her presence. However, Henry only recognized her as the, quote, Dowager Princess of Wales. Still not a bad title, but not the one she wanted. He acknowledged her as the widow of his brother, rather than as a queen. Well, her final years were marked by isolation and frequent relocations. She resided at the Moor Castle in Hertfordshire, starting in late 1531, going back in time there for a moment, before being moved to the royal palace of Hatfield, Elsing Palace in Enfield, Ampthill Castle in Bedfordshire, and finally the coveted Buckden Towers in Cambridgeshire. Just a side note, don't you just love these English town names? They're just so charming. Well, in July of 1533, she was moved to Kimbolton Castle, where she lived a reclusive life, dressed in the austere garb of a Order of St. Francis, and adhering to strict religious fasts. Catherine reportedly rarely left her room, except, of course, to attend Mass. Although she was allowed occasional visitors, she and her daughter Mary were prohibited from seeing or even writing to each other. However, sympathetic intermediaries secretly exchanged letters between them. Henry proposed improving living conditions and the possibility of reunion if both of them had acknowledged Anne Boleyn as queen. But good luck getting that to happen. Both mother and daughter steadfastly refused. In the late December of 1535, with her health rapidly deteriorating, Catherine prepared for her impending death. She drafted her will and reached out to her nephew, Emperor Charles V, requesting his protection for her daughter Mary. Amidst these solemn preparations, she is said to have written a poignant final letter to King Henry VIII, and it goes a little like this, and it's a little bit sad, forewarning. My most dear Lord, King, and husband. The hour of my death, now drawing on, the tender love I owe you forceth me, my case being such, to commend myself to you, and to put you in remembrance with a few words of the health and safeguard of your soul, which you ought to prefer before all worldly matters, and before the care and pampering of the body, for which you have cast me into many calamities, and yourself into many troubles. For my part, I pardon you everything, and I wish to devoutly pray God that He will pardon you also. For the rest, I commend unto you our daughter Mary, beseeching you to be a good father unto her, as I have heretofore desired. I entreat you also, on behalf of my maids, to give them marriage portions, which is not much, they being but 3. For all my other servants, I solicit the wages due them, and a year more, lest they be unprovided for. Lastly, I make this vow, that mine eyes desire you above all things. From Catherine, the Queen. I told you it was sad. While the authenticity of the letter has been debated, its contents certainly reflect the enduring grace and even forgiveness that Catherine maintained towards Henry. Well, we can say for sure that if this letter was somehow intercepted by Henry's new wife, well, that would certainly cause an argument. Some things never change. Thus Catherine passed away on the 7th of January 1536 at Kimbolton Castle. The news of her death spurred various reactions at court, and of course sparked rumors of foul play, including speculation that she had been poisoned, possibly by Gregory de Cassal. Mourning practices also attracted attention. Anne Boleyn and possibly Henry himself were reported to have worn yellow, a color associated with mourning in Spain, though this was seen by some as inappropriate or perhaps even celebratory. Despite the public display, both Henry and Anne reportedly mourned privately later that day. On the day of her funeral, Anne miscarried a male child, leading to further grim rumors about Catherine's death, though modern experts believe that her symptoms, as reported, were more consistent with those of cancer. Either way, she was laid to rest in Peterborough Castle, honoured as a Dowager Princess of Wales, but of course not as the Queen. Henry abstained from the funeral, and also prohibited their daughter Mary from attending, highlighting the continued complexities of his relationships and the turbulent era of his reign. Regardless, not a very kind move to bar Mary from going to her own mother's funeral under any circumstance. Now let's talk just a little bit about Catherine's religious observance, because it is a rather important part of her life. So before we go, let's just say a few words on that. Of course, she was deeply committed to her faith, and a devout member of the Third Order of St. Francis. She meticulously balanced these royal duties of hers, in any capacity, with her religious obligations, seamlessly integrating the demands of her role as queen and later on the smaller role she played with her personal piety. Now, after her marriage to Henry was annulled, She famously declared her spiritual priorities by stating, and these are her words, "I would rather be a poor beggar's wife and be sure of heaven, than queen of all the world and stand in doubt thereof by reason of my own consent." Thus, her religious practice was marked by a focus on the essential elements of Catholic devotion, the Big Four: Mass, prayer, confession, and penance, rather than the outward celebration of saints and holy relics, which she did not emphasize in her personal views on spirituality. But despite this, she remained acutely aware of the flaws she perceived within the Church's hierarchy, though she maintained a critical distance from the more radical criticisms like those proposed by Martin Luther of 1517, which ignited the Protestant Reformation, and, well, plenty of other events. You may want to watch the video on Martin Luther. It's quite interesting, especially his later writings. Now that is a rabbit hole. Well, back to Catherine. In her youth, she was lauded for her exceptional beauty, described as, and I quote, "the most beautiful creature in the world," and it was said that there was nothing lacking in her that the most beautiful girl should have. Esteemed figures like Thomas More and Lord Herbert later reflected on her appearance, noting, "There were few women who could compete with the Queen in her prime." These accolades highlight the remarkable impression Catherine made with her striking looks and royal demeanor throughout her life. But of course, it's not all about the outside appearance. It can't be. She was not only a queen, but also a pioneering advocate for women's education, and that is important. This is exemplified by the controversial book, at least at the time, The Education of a Christian Woman by Juan Louis Vives, which argued that women have the right to an education, and was both dedicated to and commissioned by Catherine. I know this all sounds pretty obvious, but you must send your brain back in time a little bit. Well, her influence extended even to her adversaries, as Thomas Cromwell, a known opponent, remarked, if not for her being a woman, she could have defied all the heroes of history. Catherine's compassion was evident when she successfully interceded on the behalf of the rebels of the evil May Day, advocating for their lives for the sake of their families, not often something you see in royals. Her commitment to social welfare in general was further demonstrated through her initiation of an extensive program for the relief of the poor. A patron of Renaissance humanism, Catherine was friends with notable scholars such as Erasmus and Thomas More, and some even viewed her as a kind of martyr. Well, her final resting place in Peterborough Cathedral is a site of continuous tribute. You'll rarely see it without decorations of flowers or pomegranates, which are, by the way, her heraldic symbol. Hers is a tomb that proudly bears the inscription, "Catherine, Queen of England." In the 20th century, George V's wife, Mary of Teck, had her grave notably enhanced, further infirming her as her status as queen. Annually, Peterborough Cathedral holds a service in her memory, featuring processions, prayers, and various events, including tributes at her grave with candles, pomegranates, flowers, and other offerings. Notably, the Spanish ambassador to the United Kingdom attended the service commemorating the 470th anniversary of her death. And in 2010, the service included a reading of Catherine's speech before the Legatine Court by actress Jane Lapotaire. In her birthplace of Alcalá de Henares, a statue captured her as a young woman holding a book and a rose, symbolizing her lifelong dedication to not only learning, but everlasting grace. And if you've listened this far, perhaps you too have a dedication to learning. Not many make it to this point. If you did, you get the special message. Anne Boleyn, born around 1501, the second wife of King Henry VIII of England, and a crucial figure in the political and religious upheaval that led to the English Reformation. Well educated in the Netherlands and France, Anne was well prepared for the complexities of the English court, which she navigated with her own ambition and acumen. Her refusal to become Henry VIII's mistress set in motion a chain of events that resulted in England's break from the Catholic Church and the establishment of the Church of England, with Henry seeking to annul his first marriage to Catherine of Aragon in order to wed Anne. Their marriage in 1533 heralded significant religious changes, but it was all short-lived, as Anne was unable to provide a male heir, leading to her arrest on fabricated charges, including adultery and treason. Thus she was executed in 1536, leaving behind a daughter, however, Elizabeth I, who would of course become one of England's most celebrated monarchs. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it is your first time here, very happy to meet you indeed, and if you're coming back, off we go again on another adventure into the past. If you'd like to support the channel, you're doing a very good job as it is. Just enjoy the content at your own pace. But a like and subscribe certainly helps, and if you want to go above and beyond, there's a few links in the description. But now, let's all get nice and relaxed, and we may begin. Anne Boleyn, the second wife of King Henry VIII, was born to one Thomas Boleyn, later Earl of Wiltshire and Earl of Ormond, and Elizabeth Howard, the eldest daughter of Thomas Howard, the future second Duke of Norfolk. The exact date of Anne's birth remains uncertain, with scholarly debate primarily centered around 2 years, circa 1501 and circa 1507. Anne's familial background included her older sister, Mary, and a younger brother by the name of George, born around 1504. This birth order is supported by claims from Mary's descendants, notably her grandson, who successfully claimed the Ormond title in 1496, asserting his grandmother's status as the elder daughter, a claim recognized by Queen Elizabeth I. During her formative years, her education was typical of a woman of her status, focusing not only on academics like arithmetic, grammar, and history, but also on essential domestic skills like embroidery and household management. Throw in a little bit of music, and we can see a very diverse range of skills. Additionally, she was trained in more physical pursuits, such as archery, horseback riding, falconry, and hunting. Now, these formative years were significantly shaped by her time spent in influential European courts, due to her father Thomas Boleyn's diplomatic career under Henry VIII. His charm and effectiveness as a diplomat garnered admiration from key figures, such as Margaret of Austria, the daughter of Maximilian I, the Holy Roman Emperor, who at the time was ruling the Netherlands on behalf of her nephew Charles. Margaret was so impressed with Boleyn that she offered Anne a coveted position in her household, and this was a rare honor, typically reserved for girls aged 12, suggesting Anne might have been younger when she began her court life, as indicated by Margaret affectionately calling her the little Boleyn. Anne's stay in the Netherlands at the court of Savoy in Mechelen, beginning in spring 1513, was also an important aspect of her upbringing. She was well regarded by Margaret, who praised her demeanor and intelligence. In October 1514, Anne moved to France to serve as a maid of honor, first to Queen Mary, Henry VIII's sister, upon her marriage to Louis XII of France, and subsequently to Mary's stepdaughter, Queen Claude. Thus she remained in the French court for nearly 7 years, a period during which she refined her French language skills and developed a keen interest in the arts and humanities, including fashion, illuminated manuscripts, literature, music, and of course religious philosophy. And it was here in France where Anne's evangelical leanings likely took root, influenced by reformist books and Jacques Lefebvre's French translations of the Bible and Pauline epistles. Her exposure to French culture, its etiquette, its dance, and its literature, alongside her experience in flirtation and courtly love, equipped her with a sophisticated persona that resonated quite strongly back at the English court. A continental flair, let's put it that way. Anne's acquaintance with Margaret de Navarre, King Francis I's sister, and a noted author and reformer, further nurtured her religious and literary inclinations. Thus, her return to England marked a transfer of continental influence into the English court, where her keen fashion sense, cultural knowledge, and religious ideas had a great influence on many. Her time in France not only polished her personal qualities, but also positioned her as an agent of religious and cultural reform, guiding, albeit very subtly, the English monarchy towards a historic break with the Catholic Church. Thus, those early years back in England were marked by a good dose of political and familial machinations that significantly influenced her trajectory. One of the pivotal moments was when she was recalled from the Netherlands to potentially marry her Irish cousin, James Butler. The marriage proposal was not born out of romantic considerations, but was rather a strategic move intended to resolve a dispute over the earldom of Ormond. The 7th Earl of Ormond had died in 1515, leaving his inheritance in question, with Sir Piers Butler contesting the will against the claims of Thomas Boleyn, Anne's father, who was descended from the eldest daughters of the previous Earl. King Henry VIII, concerned about the potential for civil unrest in Ireland over this dispute, supported a plan to marry Anne off to James Butler. This union was intended to consolidate the claims and pacify any conflict by bringing the Ormond inheritance as Anne's dowry. However, negotiations failed, and it was possibly due to Sir Thomas Boleyn's ambitions for a more advantageous match for Anne, or perhaps even so, his own aspirations to the titles. James Butler went on to marry Lady Joan Fitzgerald, who was another prominent heir. But Anne Boleyn would always be the one who got away from him. Now, parallel to Anne's failed marriage negotiations, her sister Mary Boleyn was recalled from France in 1519, where she had been involved with members of the French court, including the king. Soon after returning, Mary married one William Carey, a courtier, in a ceremony attended by Henry VIII. Despite her marriage, Mary became the mistress of Henry VIII, although the paternity of her children during this time remains a topic of historical debate. While some historians speculate that Henry VIII may have been the father of one or both of Mary's children, he never acknowledged them as he did with his recognized illegitimate son, Henry Fitzroy, by Elizabeth Blount. By 1522, Anne had herself secured a position at the English court as a lady-in-waiting to Queen Catherine. She made her public debut at a court pageant in March of 1522, where she played Perseverance, and immediately impressed the court with her elegance and intellect. This marked the beginning of her rise as one of the most prominent and influential figures at the court. Thus Anne's presence and demeanor quickly attracted the attention of several suitors. Her charm and sophistication made her a standout figure at the English court, described by historians as the perfect woman courtier. Her grace, style, and accomplishments in dance, music, and languages captivated those around her. Partnered with this, her vibrant energy and engaging personality not only drew people into conversation, but it kept them entertained, making her a focal point of any social gathering, the life of the party. Well, during her time here at the court, Anne had become romantically involved with Henry Percy, the son of the Earl of Northumberland. The two entered into a secret betrothal, a relationship that, according to George Cavendish, did not become consummated. However, this engagement was ended abruptly due to a lack of support from Percy's father and opposition from Thomas Wolsey, for reasons that, still to this day, remain a little speculative. Either way, following the end of this relationship, Anne was temporarily sent away from court to her family's estates in the countryside, although details about this period are sparse. Upon her return to court, she re-entered the service of Catherine of Aragon. Meanwhile, Henry Percy was married to Lady Mary Talbot, an arrangement made since his adolescence. Around this time, Anne also befriended Sir Thomas Wyatt, a prominent poet of the Tudor era, whose marital troubles coincided with a growing affection for Anne, although their relationship is believed to have remained platonic. Anne's most significant and history-altering courtship began in 1526, when King Henry VIII, a seasoned player of courtly love, became completely infatuated with her. Anne skillfully navigated the king's advances, refusing to become just another mistress, and often retreating to Hever Castle for periods of seclusion. Her resistance only fueled the king's desire, leading to his proposal of marriage within a year of his pursuit. Both Henry and Anne believed that an annulment of his marriage to Catherine of Aragon would be swift, although it ultimately took several years, profoundly altering the religious landscape of England. Throughout their long courtship, which spanned approximately 7 years, there is no substantial evidence to suggest that Henry and Anne's relationship was consummated, until at least shortly before their marriage. The surviving love letters from Henry to Anne during this period reflect a deep affection and desire, but also a kind of respect for Anne's stance on maintaining their relationship chaste, until marriage at least. Henry VIII's desire for a male heir was a significant driving force behind his quest for an annulment from Catherine of Aragon. The Tudor period, you see, was marked by a deep concern for a secure succession, a legacy of the civil wars over royal succession that had plagued England before Henry VIII established relative stability was still looming over everyone. Now Henry VIII was acutely aware of this history, and he sought to prevent any uncertainty regarding the legitimacy of his heir. Thus, his marriage to Catherine had failed to produce a surviving male child, with only their daughter, Mary, surviving infancy. Catherine had initially come to England to marry Henry's older brother, Arthur, who died shortly after their marriage. When Spain and England sought to maintain their alliance, Pope Julius II granted a dispensation for Henry and Catherine's marriage, under the condition that Catherine claimed to still be a virgin after Arthur's death. Over time, Henry grew increasingly concerned about the validity of his marriage, particularly as Catherine could not produce a male heir, which he took as a sign of divine displeasure. But along comes Anne Boleyn, and complicates the whole situation even more. Her refusal to become his mistress, insisting instead on marriage, catalyzed Henry's challenge to the Catholic Church's authority over his marriage decisions. Henry argued that his marriage to Catherine was invalid according to biblical scripture, claiming that the Pope had no authority to legitimize what he saw as essentially incestuous and sinful. This theological and legal battle over his marriage to Catherine came to be known as the King's Great Matter. Anne leveraged Henry's infatuation with her and his desperation for a legitimate male heir to position herself not only as his potential wife, but as a significant political partner. She refused to consummate their relationship until she was queen, a stance that ultimately played a role in Henry's decision to break from the Church and establish the Church of England. And when he did, his authority was recognized as supreme in all religious matters. Of course, the Catholic Church were not too happy with it, but, Now historians debate Anne's motives and her commitment to religious reform. Some view her as a devout evangelical, eager for religious reform, and playing a significant role in influencing Henry's religious policies, but others suggest her religious beliefs were a little more conventional, and that her actions were driven more by personal ambition than by deep-seated theological convictions. There is evidence suggesting Anne's sympathy towards Reformation efforts, including anecdotes of her promoting religious texts that critique the Catholic Church's excesses, such as Tyndale's writings or Simon Fisher's work, A Supplication for the Beggars. And she also supported scholars working on English translations of the Bible, and sought to instill scriptural piety in her ladies-in-waiting. Well, in 1528, a severe outbreak of sweating sickness struck London, leading to high mortality rates and causing the royal court to disperse. Henry VIII left London, frequently moving to escape the illness, while Anne Boleyn retreated to Hever Castle, the Boleyn family residence. It was there that Anne contracted the disease, and her brother-in-law, William Carey, succumbed to it. In his concern for Anne's health, Henry sent his personal physician to care for her, and she eventually recovered. As Anne recuperated, Henry intensified his efforts to secure an annulment from his marriage to Catherine of Aragon. He initiated a direct appeal to the Holy See, bypassing Cardinal Wolsey initially, who had been his chief adviser on the matter. Henry's envoy, William Knight, was dispatched to Pope Clement VII with the mission to annul the marriage on grounds that the original dispensation by Pope Julius II had actually been obtained under false pretenses. Additionally, Henry sought permission to remarry, specifically making provisions that would allow him to marry Anne, indicating the influence she had gained over him. However, this task proved to be a challenging one, as Pope Clement was effectively a prisoner of Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor, following the sack of Rome in 1527. Knight faced difficulties in gaining access to the Pope, and eventually returned with only a conditional dispensation, which Wolsey deemed to be insufficient. Consequently, Henry had very little choice, and he entrusted Wolsey with the annulment process. Wolsey convened an ecclesiastical court in England with the Pope's emissary, Lorenzo Campeggio, but no decisive action was taken, as Campeggio had no papal authorization to make a ruling. Wolsey's inability to secure the annulment strained his relationship with Henry and Anne, who suspected his loyalties lay more with the Pope than with the English crown. Anne's influence and Wolsey's other detractors led to his dismissal and eventual arrest on charges of praemunire, which is acting in the interest of a foreign ruler over your own king. Treason, basically. But Wolsey died of illness in 1530, before any trial could take place. Possibly what they had planned for him if he was found guilty, which he would have been. Well, perhaps that would have been worse than dying from illness. Now, by 1531, Catherine of Aragon was banished from the court, and her living quarters were reassigned to Anne, another sign of her rising status. However, the public were not too pleased with this. Their support largely remained with Catherine. In one incident in 1531, Anne narrowly escaped an angry mob by the Thames, showing once again the public discontent with her role in the king's marital strife. Seen at this time by a great many, especially in London, as a home wrecker. Well, the death of Archbishop of Canterbury William Warham in 1532 led to the appointment of the Boleyn family chaplain, Thomas Cranmer, as his successor, marking a significant shift towards a reformist influence within the church. And that same year, Thomas Cromwell, Henry's chief minister, pushed through critical legislative acts that recognized royal supremacy over the church, cementing the break with Rome and setting the stage for the establishment of the Anglican Church, also known as the Church of England. Well, even before her marriage to Henry VIII, Anne wielded significant influence at the English court. She had the authority to grant petitions, receive diplomats, and provide patronage, reflecting a substantial influence over Henry, even to the extent of advocating on behalf of foreign diplomats. Well, this period marked her as an increasingly central figure in England's political and international affairs. Thus, her influence was particularly evident in strengthening England's international position, notably by fostering an alliance with France. She developed a strong rapport with the French ambassador, Gilles de la Pommeraye, which facilitated diplomatic relations. In a strategic move to solidify her status both within England and on the international stage, Henry VIII conferred upon Anne the Marquisate of Pembroke on the 1st of September 1532. This title was not only a mark of her impending queenship, but also as a necessary status symbol in preparation for their meeting with King Francis I of France in Calais later that year. The investiture, performed by Henry himself, with de la Pommeraye as a guest of honor, showed once again her elevated position. The conference at Calais was a political success, securing implicit support from the French government for Henry's plans to remarry, despite King Francis I's delicate balancing act due to his alliances with the Pope. And of course, Anne's ascent to power also brought considerable benefits to her family. Her father, Thomas Boleyn, was elevated to the title of Earl of Wiltshire, and arrangements were made for her Irish cousin to become the Earl of Ormond. During the celebrations of her father's elevation, Anne was given precedence over the Duchess of Suffolk and Norfolk, an honor that was typically reserved for the Queen. In addition to all the politics, Anne used her influence to secure financial support for her sister, Mary Boleyn, by arranging an annual pension. She also facilitated educational opportunities for her nephew, Henry Carey. Now, finally, Anne's marriage to Henry VIII was solidified through a ceremony in secret on November 14, 1532, followed by a public confirmation of their union in January of the following year, 1533. The legitimacy of their marriage was officially recognized by Thomas Cranmer, the newly appointed Archbishop of Canterbury, in May of 1533. Cranmer's rulings, which declared Henry's marriage to Catherine of Aragon null and void, subsequently validated Henry's marriage to Anne, and it marked the culmination of a complex series of events and loopholes, whether they be theological or political, that had finally led to this moment. Anne Boleyn's coronation of Queen Consort on June 1st, 1533, was thus a grand and meticulously orchestrated event that showed her new status and legitimacy of her forthcoming child. Crowned in Westminster Abbey, Anne was the last Queen Consort of England to have a separate coronation from her husband. Remarkably, she was crowned with St. Edward's crown, traditionally reserved for the coronation of a monarch, not a consort. This unusual choice, as suggested by historian Alice Hunt, was likely due to Anne's visible pregnancy and the expectation that she would bear a male heir. Well, the day before her coronation, Anne participated in a lavish procession through London, an event designed to showcase the new queen to the public. Seated in a magnificent litter made from white cloth of gold, and adorned with a gold coronet. Her appearance was intended to symbolize purity and royal dignity, though, as you can imagine, it received a mixed reception from the public. Simultaneously, significant political and religious shifts were underway. The House of Commons had enacted laws that rejected the authority of the Pope in England, culminating in Pope Clement VII's provisional excommunication of Henry VIII and Archbishop Cranmer. The Pope also declared Anne's marriage to Henry null and reaffirmed Catherine's status as queen. Despite this, Henry required his subjects to swear allegiance to the First Succession Act, which recognized Anne as the rightful queen, and with that, her offspring as legitimate heirs to the throne. The oath completely rejected papal authority, and notable figures who refused it, such as Sir Thomas More and Bishop John Fisher, were locked up, thrown in prison. It was non-negotiable. By late 1534, the English Parliament declared Henry the supreme head of the Church of England, and that effectively established a national church that was independent of Rome. Rome was, of course, not very happy about this. It was not merely a rejection of papal authority, but also a significant step towards the English Reformation, which is a very complicated topic that I will cover in another video. Wait for me, please. Now, throughout her tenure as queen, Anne Boleyn actively supported the Protestant Reformation. She was instrumental in promoting and protecting evangelicals and reformers, leveraging her influence to advance the translation and dissemination of the scriptures, notably those by William Tyndale. Anne's efforts also extended to personal interventions, as evidenced by her letter to Thomas Cromwell, wherein she sought assistance for Richard Herman, a merchant persecuted for his involvement in distributing the English New Testament. Anne's religious influence was also personal and long-lasting. She appointed Matthew Parker, a future Archbishop of Canterbury, as her chaplain, and entrusted him with the spiritual care of her daughter, the future Queen Elizabeth I, ensuring that her reformist legacy would endure beyond her lifetime. Also, if you're interested in Queen Elizabeth I, I have already done a video on her. It's in the Britain playlist, and I believe the biographies playlist. Go and take a look. You'll enjoy it. Well, after her coronation, Anne Boleyn settled into life at Greenwich Palace, a favoured residence of King Henry VIII, as she prepared for the birth of her child. The anticipation was, of course, high for the birth of a son. Everyone was crossing their fingers, a male heir that Henry longed for to secure the Tudor lineage. However, I'm sure you can guess what happened. September 7th, 1533, Anne gave birth to a girl, who was christened Elizabeth, possibly named in honor of her grandmother Elizabeth Howard and Henry's mother, Elizabeth of York. The arrival of a daughter instead of a son came as let's just say, a disappointment to her parents, especially after the confident predictions of a male heir by court physicians and astrologers, who were, of course, always on the money with their predictions. Well, despite the initial disappointment, the infant Elizabeth was given a grand christening. After all, a daughter is as much of a blessing. Now, Anne, however, was conscious of the potential political threat posed by Henry's first daughter, Mary, who had been declared illegitimate and stripped of her princess title. To secure Elizabeth's position and alleviate Anne's concerns, Henry ordered that Mary be separated from her servants and sent to live at Hatfield House, where Elizabeth was also to reside under the care of her own substantial staff, in the healthy country air. It's not a bad deal. Now, Anne's role as queen was marked by a significant expansion in the size and scope of her household compared to her predecessor, Catherine. She maintained a large retinue of over 250 servants, and this ranged from priests to stable boys, and was attended by more than 60 maids of honor. Her court was a center of religious and political activity, and she engaged several priests as confessors and chaplains, including Matthew Parker, who later played a crucial role in establishing Anglican thought during Elizabeth's reign. But the early years of Anne's marriage to Henry were periods of relative happiness, interspersed with tension. Trouble was brewing in paradise, it seems. Let's have a look at some of the drama, shall we? Her intelligent and headstrong nature, which had been quite appealing when she was Henry's mistress, had now become a source of conflict now that she was queen and had actual power. In fact, there were reports of Anne speaking sharply even to her own family members, behavior that was deemed unseemly and, frankly, rude for the queen. By Christmas of 1534, after a miscarriage or stillbirth, Henry was already discussing the possibility of simply throwing this marriage out the window. Although this did not immediately lead to action, and the couple did reconcile, at least for a time. Anne continued to preside over a lavish court, spending extensively on clothing, jewels, and renovations of numerous palaces to match the royal couple's extravagant tastes. Her personal motto was "the most happy," symbolized by her emblem of a white falcon. It was all about spending big, living in luxury, wherever you could get it in the old times of the 16th century. As a matter of fact, do remember, she grew up around those French courts. Now, it's not to say that French courts were better than English courts, but she wanted the best of both worlds. I'm talking continental imports, that sort of thing. Well, happy wife, happy life, as they say. Henry was sort of forced to oblige on that one. But despite her efforts to secure her position and contribute to the kingdom's religious reforms, public opinion of Anne deteriorated over time, particularly as no male heir was forthcoming. And her unpopularity was further compounded by her association with the political and religious executions of her opponents. That's one way to lose popularity. Figures such as Sir Thomas More and the Bishop John Fraser, and it led to her being harshly criticized, even referred to as the king's, well, you know that word that starts with W. It's a bad one. Well, the decline in public favor set the stage for her eventual downfall, as the enemies at court increased and her influence over Henry began to wane. It was around this time, January 7th, 1536, that Catherine of Aragon passed away, and it marked another pivotal moment for Anne and King Henry. Catherine's passing was met with visible relief from Henry, who wore yellow the following day, the colour of joy and celebration in England. But, ironically, it's claimed it was one of mourning in Spain, but this is disputed. Now, this public display of festivity highlighted the complex and often strained relationships within the Tudor court. It was never really smooth sailing. No matter how rich and powerful you are, money never fixes family and marital disputes. You can never buy your way out of that one. Let that be a lesson to you if you think money's going to solve your problems, dear listener. While attempting to solidify her position and perhaps even soften her image, Anne made overtures towards reconciliation with Mary, Catherine's daughter, who steadfastly rejected these efforts. She wanted nothing to do with her. Rumors that Catherine had been poisoned, fueled by the discovery of a blackened heart during her embalming, only exacerbated tensions, despite medical consensus attributing the discoloration to cancer and not foul play. Well, during this period of chaos, Anne's personal and political stability began to waver significantly, and she was pregnant again. You know what that means. The stakes were high to produce a male heir. Simultaneously, Henry's attentions shifted towards a new woman, Jane Seymour, one of Anne's maids of honor. Seems that Henry already had one foot out the door, which is really not cool when your wife is pregnant. Far be it for me to push my morality on people who lived 500 years ago. Anyway, well, simultaneously, an incident involving a locket with Henry's portrait, which Jane flaunted in Anne's presence, reportedly provoked Anne to violent anger, and one can hardly blame her. Jane was apparently showing off. Look at this little present that I got. From your husband, nonetheless. What are you going to do about it? Well, Anne, of course. No one can blame her for acting in a very violent manner, symbolizing a growing desperation and also this complete loss of control over her circumstances. The clock was certainly ticking on Anne living the good life. Well, Anne miscarried in January 1536, shortly after witnessing an intimate moment between Henry and Jane. This, of course, was a devastating blow for everybody involved. The loss of what was reported to be a male fetus coincided tragically with the day of Catherine's burial, intensifying the personal and political implications of her failed pregnancy. Eustace Chapuis, the imperial ambassador, ominously noted the miscarriage of her savior, suggesting that the event marked the beginning of the end for Anne's marriage to Henry. You see, if there was a male heir, effectively for Anne it would be obligation fulfilled. But another disappointment in Henry's eyes, well, that was the nail in the coffin for poor Anne. One could only feel sorry. Well, Henry's reaction to the miscarriage further alienated Anne. There was no shoulder to cry on. There was no sympathy. He claimed that he had been seduced into the marriage by sortilegious, implying deception or enchantment. This accusation set the stage for Jane Seymour's elevation within the court. So Jane was moved into the royal quarters, a sign of her rising favor, while Anne's influence rapidly diminished. Additionally, Anne's brother, George Boleyn, was notably passed over for the Order of the Garter, which was instead awarded to Sir Nicholas Carow, further indicating the shifting allegiances. And thus, like that, Anne Boleyn's downfall was swift and dramatic, and historians have long debated the forces behind her arrest and execution. Now, it's been suggested that Anne and Cromwell, that being Thomas Cromwell, had significant disagreements over the redistribution of church revenues and foreign policy, which escalated tensions between them also. Anne favored using the revenues for charitable and educational purposes, and sought an alliance with France. After all, she had plenty of friends back there. But Cromwell aimed to refill the king's depleted coffers, and preferred an alliance with the Holy Roman Empire. The evidence suggesting Cromwell's involvement in engineering Anne's fall includes his conversations with the imperial ambassador Eustace Chapuis, which indicate Cromwell as the instigator of the plot against her. However, Cromwell's biographer, John Schofield, disputes this, asserting that there is no substantial evidence of a Cromwell-led conspiracy. Schofield argues that Cromwell only became involved in Anne's case by direct order from Henry VIII, and that the supposed power struggle between Anne and Cromwell had been based on unreliable sources. So now, let's talk more about these final days of Anne Boleyn. Well, the events leading up to Anne's arrest begin with the arrest of one Mark Smeaton, who was a musician in her service, who initially denied but later confessed to being her lover, possibly under torture and the promise of freedom. Now, following his confession, other men, including Sir Henry Norris, Sir Francis Weston, and Sir William Brereton, and Anne's own brother, George Boleyn, were arrested on charges of adultery with the Queen and related treasonous acts. Norris, despite being treated with initial kindness by Henry VIII, was arrested during May Day festivities, likely triggered by Smeaton's confession. Of course, he vehemently denied the charges, as did all of the others accused. Now, just quickly, we mentioned that one Mark Smeaton was a musician. Interesting fact, there were a lot of lute players, musicians and the like in medieval times that would, of course, go into courts and entertain. And actually, a few of them were spies. Think about it. The lute player sitting in the corner, hours and hours, the life of the party, providing all the entertainment. Well, as everybody gets drunker and drunker, they begin to talk, and they begin to brag, and they begin to one-up each other on their plans. Well, the lute player just keeps on playing and takes the information in. Of course, he's just there to play music, right? Who would suspect him? Anyway, maybe we'll have a video on medieval spies in the future. That's a good one. Well, back to Anne Boleyn. Of course, the legal proceedings against Anne were, at least by modern standards, completely unjust. The laws of the time were heavily weighted towards the desires of the monarchy, making the outcome a guilty verdict, pretty much 99% a foregone conclusion. This was exemplified in the charges laid against her, which included adultery, incest, and plotting the king's death. The extremity and salaciousness of the charges were likely intended to ensure that no sympathy remained for Anne. A propaganda campaign, effectively, a smear campaign even, and it facilitated a swift execution. And then we arrive at May the 2nd, 1536. Anne was arrested and taken to the Tower of London, where she was held in the royal apartments. In a state of distress, she inquired about the whereabouts of her father and brother, and the specifics of the charges against her. And it was around this time that she wrote a rather solemn message to Henry, a letter, and we're fortunate enough to have the entire thing. I'm going to read it right now, of course. Sir, your Grace's displeasure and my imprisonment are things so strange unto me, as what to write or what to excuse, I am altogether ignorant. Whereas you send unto me, willing me to confess a truth, and so obtain your favour by such an one, whom you know be my ancient professed enemy. I no sooner receive this message by him, than I rightly conceive your meaning, and if you say confessing a truth indeed may procure my safety, I shall with all willingness and duty perform your demand. But let not your Grace ever imagine that your poor wife will ever be brought to acknowledge a fault, where not so much as a thought thereof proceeded. And to speak a truth, neither prince had wife more loyal in all duty and in all true affection that you have ever found in Anne Boleyn, with which name and place I could willingly have contented myself, if God in your Grace's pleasure had been so pleased. Neither did I at any time so far forget myself in exaltation or received queenship, but that I always looked for such an alteration as I now find, for the ground of my preferment being one so sure a foundation than your Grace's fancy. The least alteration I knew was fit and sufficient to draw that fancy to some other object. You have chosen me, from a low estate, to be your queen and your companion, far beyond my desert or desire. If then you found me worthy of such a honour, good your Grace let not any light fancy, or bad counsel of mine enemies, withdraw your princely favour of me. Neither let that stain, that unworthy stain, of a disloyal heart toward your good Grace ever cast so foul a blot on your most dutiful wife and the infant princess, your daughter. Try me, good king, but let me have a lawful trial, and let not my sworn enemies sit as my accusers and judges. Yea, let me receive an open trial, for my truth shall fear no open flame. Then you shall see either my innocence is cleared, your suspicion and conscience satisfied, the ignominy and slander of the world stopped, or my guilt openly declared. So that, whatsoever God or you may determine of me, your Grace may be freed of an open censure, and mine offence being so lawfully proved, your Grace is at liberty, both before God and man, not only to execute worthy punishment on me as an unlawful wife, but to follow your affection, already settled on that party, for whose sake I am now as I am, whose name I could some good while since have pointed unto you, your Grace being not ignorant of my suspicion therein. But if you have already determined of me, and that not only my death, but as infamous slander must bring you enjoying your desired happiness, then I desire of God that he will pardon your great sin therein, and likewise mine enemies the instruments thereof, and that he will not call you to a strict account of your unprincely and cruel usage of me. At his general judgment seat, where both you and myself must shortly appear, and in whose judgment I doubt not whatsoever the world may think of me, mine innocence shall be openly known and sufficiently cleared. My last and my only request shall be, that myself may only bear the burden of your grace's displeasure, and that it may not touch the innocent souls of these poor gentlemen, who, as I understand, are likewise in strait imprisonment for my sake. If I ever find favour in your sight, if ever the name of Anne Boleyn hath been pleasing to your ears, then let me obtain this request, and I will so leave to trouble your grace any further. With mine earnest prayers to the Trinity, to have your grace in his good keeping, and to direct you in all your actions. From my doleful prison in the Tower, this 6th of May, your most loyal and ever faithful wife, Anne Boleyn. Gee, that was a bit sad, wasn't it? I thought so, certainly, if you didn't. Well, Anne Boleyn's final days were marked by both a dignified composure and a tragic poignancy. Following her conviction on charges of adultery, incest, and high treason, a trial that has been widely criticized for its complete lack of evidence, Anne faced her execution with a blend of bravery and resignation. Her trial and the subsequent events show the harsh reality of Tudor politics, where personal vendettas and politics more often than not overshadowed justice. May 12, 1536, Sir Francis Weston, William Brereton, Mark Smeaton, and Sir Henry Norris were tried and, except for Smeaton, who pleaded guilty, possibly under duress, all maintained their innocence. Nevertheless, they were convicted and executed. Just days later, Anne and her brother George Boleyn were tried before a jury of peers, including her former fiancé Henry Percy, who was visibly devastated by the proceedings. The jury found Anne guilty, no surprises there, and Percy's reaction underscored the widespread belief among many that the trial was unjust. The day before her execution, Anne exhibited a calm acceptance of her fate. She met with Sir William Kingston, the constable of the Tower, and expressed a poignant readiness for death, noting wryly that she had a little neck, i.e., it would be easy to cut her head off. Well, her final hours were spent in prayer and reflection, reaffirming her innocence right up to the moment of her death. On the morning of May 19th, 1536, Anne was led to the scaffold erected on the north side of the White Tower. Dressed in a red petticoat and a grey damask gown trimmed with fur, she addressed the gathered crowd with grace, urging them to maintain their loyalty to the king and absolving her accusers. Her speech, as recorded in various accounts, including John Fox's Acts and Monuments, showed her magnanimity and her subtle insistence on her innocence. The French poet Lancelot de Carle, who was present in London at the time, later wrote a detailed account of the event, capturing the sombre mood of those present and the dignified manner in which Anne addressed the onlookers. Thus, her execution was so profoundly solemn and a dramatic moment, this May 19th, 1536, that it was attended by all of the notable members of the court and the city's officialdom. She composed herself with dignity, removing her ermine mantle and headdress, and tucking her hair under a coif. In a poignant farewell to her weeping ladies-in-waiting, she asked for prayers, and then she knelt down, blindfolded, to meet her fate in the French style of upright kneeling, less common in England, where the block was typically used. She fervently uttered in these last moments, "Jesus, receive my soul. O Lord God, have pity on my soul." The executioner, a skilled swordsman from Saint Omer, was tasked to carry out the beheading with a single stroke, a task he executed with precision, thus sparing Anne from further suffering. A quick death. She was buried in an unmarked grave in the chapel of St. Peter ad Vincula, within the confines of the Tower of London, where her remains were identified during renovations in 1876. The reinterment in 1877 finally provided a marked grave in the chapel, acknowledging her resting place, though controversy and speculation about the identity of the remains, as suggested by some modern historians, regarding a possibility of a mix-up with Catherine Howard, adds a little mystery to the story. All in all, her execution and subsequent treatment of her legacy reflect the turbulent and often brutal nature of Tudor politics, as well as the personal tragedies and vendetta that played out at the highest levels of English royalty. It was a life and a death that marked not only the end of a queen, but also set the stage for significant shifts in England, the effects of which would resonate through the reigns of her daughter, Elizabeth I, and beyond. Well, thank you very much. Jane Seymour, the daughter of Sir John Seymour and Marjorie Wentworth, believed to have been born in Wolfhall, Wiltshire, but the exact date of her birth is unknown. Different sources suggest a range from 1504 to perhaps 1509, but nowadays common scholarship generally assumes it to be around 1508. She was a direct descendant of Lionel of Antwerp, the first Duke of Clarence, through her maternal grandfather, who was related to King Edward III. Consequently, Elizabeth and King Henry VIII were fifth cousins. Additionally, she had a common ancestor, Elizabeth Cheney, with both his second and fifth wives, Anne Boleyn and Catherine Howard. Now, Jane possessed a lower level of education compared to Henry's previous wives, Catherine of Aragon and Anne Boleyn. Although she possessed basic literacy skills, her true strengths were in her mastery of needlework and her adeptness in managing household affairs, which were seen quite a bit more essential for women. According to reports, her needlework was exceptionally exquisite and intricate. Some of it even remained in existence until 1652, when it was documented to have been presented to the Seymour family. Following her demise, it was observed that Henry possessed a fervent passion for embroidery. Jane assumed the role of maid of honor to Queen Catherine in 1532, but she may have started serving her as early as 1527. She then continued her service to Queen Anne alongside her sister Elizabeth, and Henry's initial attraction to Jane was documented in February of 1536, which was around 3 months before the execution of Anne Boleyn. Well, Jane received abundant acclaim for her serene and tranquil disposition, apparently the loveliest to be around. Indeed, John Russell described her as the gentlest lady he had ever known, while the imperial ambassador Eustace Chappie, who referred to her as Jane Semmel in his correspondence, called her the Pacific because of her attempts to promote peace at court. Chappie described her as being of average height and having a very pale complexion. He also mentioned that she was not particularly beautiful. But of course, the personality is what counts. Just ask Henry. Well, however, Russell claimed that she was the most beautiful among all of the king's wives. I suppose it's all in the eye of the beholder. Polydore Virgil remarked that she possessed an exceptional allure in terms of both personality and physical attractiveness, but in general she was perceived as timid, kind, virtuous, and all in all uncomplicated, and her extensive family led others to believe that she would be capable of having numerous children, which, well, that was Henry's mission, of course, chasing that coveted male heir. So, Henry VIII became engaged to Jane on the 20th of May, 1536, which was the day following the execution of Anne Boleyn. Their marriage took place on the 30th of May, 1536, at the Palace of Whitehall in London, specifically in the Queen's Closet. And just remember, at the time, all the way up to Anne Boleyn's execution, Anne was still writing him those very pitiful letters saying that she still loved him and all the rest. All very sad. So Jane knew exactly what she was getting into. She chose him. Well, the ceremony was officiated by Bishop Gardiner, and as a wedding gift he bestowed upon her 104 manors in 4 counties, together with several forests and hunting grounds, to provide her with an annual income to sustain her throughout the marriage. Well, on the 4th of June, 1536, she was officially declared queen in a public manner. Her widely known empathy for the deceased Queen Catherine and her daughter Mary demonstrated a more sensitive nature, which made her highly regarded among the general public and the majority of her courtiers. Due to the outbreak of plague in London at the time, the coronation ceremony, where she was supposed to be crowned, never actually took place, and Henry may have hesitated to crown her until she had completed her obligation as queen consort by giving birth to a male heir for him. Remember, by this point he was getting a little impatient, to say the least. Jane, as queen, was reputed to possess a severe and formal demeanor, which was a bit of a departure from her pre-royal days. The opulent festivities, merriment, and excessive spending of the Queen's household, which had reached its zenith during Anne Boleyn's era, were substituted with stringent propriety. She prohibited the French styles that Anne had introduced, and her political stance seems to have been, all in all, quite conservative. In 1536, she made a request for pardons for those involved in the Pilgrimage of Grace, which was her sole recorded engagement in national matters. According to reports, Henry refused this, warning her of the consequences that her predecessor faced when she had interfered in his matters. We all know what happened to her. As a queen, Her motto was bound to obey and serve. So, couldn't really get along too well with the husband. The next best thing is the stepdaughter, Mary, and she cultivated quite a strong bond with her, actively working to ensure that Mary would be reinstated in court and included in the line of succession, even if Jane were to have children with Henry. Well, she raised the matter of Mary's restoration on multiple occasions, both prior to and following her ascension to the throne. Although she could not reinstate Mary in the line of succession, she successfully reconciled her with Henry. Chapis corresponded with Emperor Charles V, informing him of her empathy and diligent actions in support of Mary's reinstatement. Mary's letter expresses her thanks towards her. Although Mary and Elizabeth were first excluded from the succession, it was Catherine Parr, Mary's sixth and final wife, who ultimately persuaded him to reinstate them after being urged by Mary to do so. Well, according to one historical source, it is speculated that she might have been pregnant and experienced a miscarriage around Christmas in the year of 1536. But eventually, a child was born, and that was Edward, the sole male heir of Henry VIII who managed to survive infancy. Of course, both of his daughters, Mary and Elizabeth, were in attendance in carrying Edward's train during the ceremony. But Jane's labor was arduous, enduring for a duration of 48 hours, likely due to the baby's unfavorable positioning. And, well, she didn't make it. Jane was interred on the 12th of November 1537 at St. George's Chapel at Windsor, following the funeral, during which her stepdaughter Mary served as the principal mourner. Following her demise, Henry donned black attire for a duration of 3 months. During his time as a widower, he gained weight and became obese. I'm sure you've seen the pictures. He's a big boy, experiencing swelling and getting both diabetes and gout. Well, it didn't take him too long to find a new wife. And thus we arrive at wife number 4, which is quite an interesting one, Anne of Cleves. Anne was born in 1515, between the 22nd of September and the 28th of June. She was born in Dusseldorf, that's right, not in England, as the second daughter of John III of the House of Lamarck. Now, John III had various titles including Duke of Juric-Jure-Uxoris, the Duke of Cleves, and the Duke of Bers-Jure-Uxoris, along with the Count of Mark and a few others. Anne's father was swayed by Erasmus and adhered to a moderate approach with the Reformation. He opted to align himself with the Schmalkaldic League and actively resisted Emperor Charles V, that is Charles V of the Holy Roman Empire, by the way. Now, following John's demise, Anne's sibling William ascended to the title of Duke of Jülich-Cleves-Berg, earning the notable nickname the Rich. I hope I can get that nickname one day. Well, in 1526, Sibyl, the older sister of the person in question, wedded John Frederick, the Elector of Saxony and leader of the Protestant Confederation of Germany, who was widely regarded as the foremost advocate of the Reformation movement. So there's the background, politics of the Holy Roman Empire. It's always good fun, and it's always quite complicated. Well, in terms of Anne, at the tender age of 11 years old in 1527, she was engaged to Francis, the 9-year-old son and future inheritor of Antoine, the Duke of Lorraine. However, due to Francis being below the legal age of consent, 10 years old, glad we raised that one when the agreement was made, the betrothal was deemed unofficial and thus terminated in 1535. While her brother William identified as a Lutheran, the rest of the family did not have a specific religious affiliation. However, her mother, the Duchess Maria, was known to be a staunch Catholic. Due to her father's continuous struggle over Gelderland with Charles V, her family became acceptable friends for England's King Henry VIII after the Truce of Nice. The king's senior minister, Thomas Cromwell, strongly encouraged the match with Anne. Now Hans Holbein the Younger was sent to Duren to create pictures of Anne and her younger sister Amalia, both of whom Henry VIII was contemplating as potential candidates as his fourth bride. Henry instructed the artist to prioritize accuracy over flattering the sisters. The portraits are currently housed in the Musée du Louvre in Paris and the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. You can still go and see them. Trinity College in Cambridge also houses a 1539 picture created by the school of Bathel Bruin the Elder. Well, the negotiations to arrange the marriage were actively underway by the March of 1539. Thomas Cromwell supervised the negotiations, and the marriage treaty was officially agreed upon on the 4th of October in that same year. Henry esteemed knowledge and cultural refinement in women, such as Anne Boleyn. However, Anne did not possess these qualities in the amount that he desired. You see, despite lacking formal schooling, she possessed expertise in needlework and enjoyed engaging in card games. She possessed the ability to comprehend and produce written language, specifically in German. However, Anne, on the other hand, was seen as mild, chaste. This is Anne of Cleves, rather, and also meek, making her a highly suggested choice for Henry. Now, according to the French envoy Charles de Marillac, Anne was characterized as being tall and slender, with a moderate level of attractiveness. I doubt there's many women who like to be described like that. But she was also described as having highly confident and determined facial expression. She had blonde hair and was reputed to possess a beautiful countenance. Well, at least by English standards, she had a somber demeanor and appeared older than her actual age. Holbein depicted her with a prominent forehead, eyes that were partially closed, and a chin that came to a point. Now, Anne had originally planned to travel to England alone with her entourage. However, due to the loss of her father, her brother and mother were unable to accompany her. There were apprehensions about the safety of a young and attractive woman, even if she was only moderately attractive, who had never been by sea undertaking such a voyage, particularly during the winter season. She journeyed from Dusseldorf to Cleves, and subsequently to Antwerp, where she was welcomed by a group of 50 English merchants. Henry personally encountered her on New Year's Day 1540 at Rochester Abbey in Rochester, while she was travelling from Dover. He and a group of his courtiers, in accordance with a courtly love custom, entered the room where Anne was residing while wearing disguises. Eustace Chappes provided a report. The king so went up to the chamber, where the said Lady Anne was looking out of a window to see the bull baiting which was going on in the courtyard, and he suddenly embraced and kissed her, and showed her a token which the king had sent her for New Year's gift, and she, being abashed and not knowing who it was, thanked him, and so he spoke with her, but she regarded him little, but always looked out the window, and when the king saw that she took so little notice of his coming, he went into another chamber, took off his cloak, and came in again in a coat of purple velvet. And when the lords and knights saw his grace, they did him reverence. End of the account. Now, based on the accounts of Henry's associates, he had actually expressed a dissatisfaction with Anne, perceiving her to be different from what was previously stated. Did not look like the picture. As chronicler Charles Wriothesley noted, Anne showed very little regard for him, but it is uncertain whether she was aware that he was actually the king. Subsequently, Henry disclosed his actual persona to Anne, and despite her alleged reservations, the arrangements for their marriage continued. Henry and Anne had their official meeting on the 3rd of January at Blackheath. A lavish feast was arranged for the occasion. Now, the majority of historians think that Henry's reservations about marriage stemmed from Anne's unappealing physical appearance. I mean, think about it. If you are going to describe a woman as moderately beautiful, that's usually to spare some feelings. I mean, you feel bad for her a little bit. But to use the term, she's moderately good looking, well, we all know what that means. Either way, it failed to arouse his desire to consummate the union. He experienced a sense of deception when his counselors lauded Anne's beauty, stating, I quote, "She does not possess the level of attractiveness that was previously described." Well, he went on to inform others in the court that if it were not for the fact that she had travelled so far to his kingdom and the extensive preparations and ceremonial arrangement that the people had made for her, and fear for causing a disturbance in the world and pushing her brother into the arms of the emperor and the French king, he would not be marrying her at all. However, at this point, it was past the point of no return. Now, Cromwell was held partially responsible for the Holbein image, that picture that was presented originally that roused Henry's attentions, as Henry considered that it did not accurately depict Anne, and for some of the overblown accounts of her attractiveness, well, it was all seemingly a lie. Well, Henry implored Cromwell to discover the lawful method to circumvent the marriage. However, at this juncture, accomplishing this task was unattainable without jeopardizing the crucial relationship with the Germans. Of course, I don't think the Germans could see the funny side in it. Well, driven by his intense wrath and fury, the king directed his attention towards Cromwell, a decision he would later come to regret. Well, notwithstanding Henry's explicit reservations, the couple were wedded on the 6th of January 1540 at the regal palace of Placentia in Greenwich, London. Anne's wedding ring bore the inscription, "God send me well to keep." Edward Hall reported that she was dressed in a luxurious gown composed of gold fabric, adorned with huge flowers and valuable pearls, designed in the round fashion of the duchy. A circular gown did not have a train. Following the wedding, jousting events took place on the subsequent Sunday. Anne was attired in the English style, with a French hood. Well, the big night was here. The romance was about to begin. However, their wedding night was not triumphant. Henry had disclosed the morning after that he had not consummated the marriage at all, expressing, I quote, "I didn't like her before, but now I like her even less." Now, I don't want to besmirch the poor lady, but apparently Henry was turned off by, well, the smell of her. You don't want to go into too much detail. But that was apparently the problem. Apparently it was so off-putting that he quoted that he did not have the courage to go through with it. My God. Well, moving beyond that, Anne was basically ordered to depart from the court on the 24th of June, and on the 6th of July she was notified of her husband's choice to reassess the marriage. Testimonies were obtained from several courtiers and 2 physicians, documenting the king's dissatisfaction with her appearance and the other problems. Henry expressed his disbelief to Thomas Heneage and Anthony Denny on the state of the woman in question. Well, soon after, Anne was requested to give her agreement for an annulment, to which she willingly accepted. Cromwell, who was the driving force behind the marriage, was convicted of treason. The marriage was invalidated on the 12th of July 1540 due to lack of consummation, and of course they found out about that little prior agreement to marry Francis of Lorraine, just tipping the scales a little bit. Well, according to Henry's physician, following the wedding night, Henry claimed that he was not impotent because he had experienced 2 nocturnal emissions during sleep. Well, January 1540, Anne received dower estates to finance her household, which included the manors in Hampshire which were previously owned by Bremore Priory and Southwick Priory. Being the former queen, she was granted a substantial settlement, which included Richmond Palace and Hever Castle, the residence of Henry's former in-laws, the Boleyns. Anne of Cleves House, located in Lewes, East Sussex, is among the numerous buildings owned by Anne of Cleves, despite her never having even resided there. Well, after this, Henry and Anne had a cordial relationship. She held a special position in the king's family and was given the title the king's beloved sister. During her decision to not challenge the annulment, Henry, as a gesture of appreciation, granted her the privilege of being ranked higher than any other women in England, except, of course, for his new wife and daughters. In March 1547, Edward VI's Privy Council requested her relocation from Bletchingley Palace, her customary abode, to Penshurst Palace in order to accommodate Thomas Cowardin, the master of revels. They indicated that Penshurst was closer to Hever, and the relocation was in accordance with the wishes of Henry VIII. On August 4th, 1553, Anne sent a letter to Mary I to express her congratulations on her marriage to Philip of Spain, and on September 28th, 1553, Mary departed from St. James's Palace to go to Whitehall, where she was joined by her sister Elizabeth and Anne of Cleves. and additionally participated in Mary's coronation procession and potentially attended her crowning at Westminster Abbey. These are likely to have been her final appearances. However, there is a record of Anne being presented at Westminster Abbey in August of 1554, following the marriage of Mary and Philip. Due to the new queen's strong adherence to Catholicism, Anne once again converted to Roman Catholicism. Well, upon Anne's declining health, Mary granted her permission to reside in the Chelsea Old Manor, which had previously been inhabited by Henry's final spouse, Catherine Parr, following her remarriage, of course. Well, in July of 1557, Anne dictated her final will. She refers to her sibling's spouse, as well as the upcoming Queen Elizabeth, the Duchess of Suffolk, and the Countess of Arundel. She bequeathed a sum of money to her slaves and requested Mary and Elizabeth hire them for their own families and treat them well. She was widely recognized by all who served her as a very benevolent and even quite a laid-back mistress. And thus, Anne had passed away at Chelsea Old Manor on the 16th of July, 1557. Cancer was the most probable factor contributing to her death. Well, and that is the life of Anne of Cleves. And now we get to the fifth wife of Henry VIII, Catherine Howard. A little bit more detail from now on. Well, Catherine Howard, she was born in 1523. Once again, precise dates uncertain. Well, regrettably, her early upbringing was marred by the often imprudent, to say the least, choices made by her father, Edmund Howard. You see, as the son of a prominent family, Edmund's options were restricted to depending on the benevolence of his wealthier relatives as his own capability to create his path. Regrettably, he exhibited excessive pride and was extravagant with his spending. And we all know what happens when you spend beyond your means. Well, the insult he made towards the king and the subsequent events would progressively deteriorate and gradually entangle him as well as his family in a web that they could simply not get out from. He acquired a compulsive gambling habit that posed a constant risk of being imprisoned for unpaid debts, leading him to flee and hide on several occasions. In fact, in 1527, he wrote a letter to Wolsey expressing his desperation and imploring Wolsey to be his benefactor, as he believes that without Wolsey's kind assistance he would face complete ruin. Well, if Cardinal Wolsey had provided assistance to the family in response to that letter, for which there is scant evidence that he did, the cash was received in small and irregular amounts and would have likely been insufficient. Well, the family experienced their most challenging period between 1524 and 31, which aligns with the birth of the early years of Catherine Howard. This portrayal suggests that the girl is probably neglected, and possibly even unwanted, as her birth implies the need to gather funds for a future dowry. Catherine's early upbringing was characterized by a lack of stability and certainty, which explains why she is frequently described as having limited literacy skills and a genuine lack of education. You see, her father plainly did not prioritize her, especially when it came to her schooling and her future in general. Thus, in 1531, Catherine received assistance indirectly from her cousin, the future Queen, Anne Boleyn, who intervened on her behalf. Well, either as a result of her mother Joyce's demise in 1528, her family's financial difficulties, or Catherine's approaching the age for wardship, Catherine's family was effectively disbanded in 1531, when she was approximately 8 years old. Catherine and her brother Henry were placed under the guardianship of Agnes Howard, their step-grandmother and the Dowager Duchess of Norfolk, while 2 of her older sisters were married off. The Duchess oversaw extensive households at Chesworth House in Horsham, Sussex, and at Norfolk House in Lambeth. These households accommodated numerous staff, and also housed numerous wards, who were mostly the children of impoverished aristocratic relatives. Although it was customary for European nobility to transfer young children to aristocratic houses for education and training, it seems that both Chesworth House and Lambeth had, inadequate supervision. The Dowager Duchess frequently attended court, but had a minimal direct role in the raising of her wards and her young female servants. Now, around 1536, Catherine initiated music instruction with 2 tutors, of which one being Henry VIII, which the Duchess's residence in Horsham. Subsequently, a romantic involvement ensued between them. Now, the precise age of Manor at the time was uncertain. Recent claims on his age suggest that he was in his late 30s, possibly around 36. However, these assertions lack backing from Catherine's biographers. There is evidence suggesting that Manor was still unmarried. Either way, given his background, it would have been extremely uncommon for someone in his position to be unmarried into their late 30s. Well, he entered into matrimony during the late 1530s, maybe 1539. Additionally, there is some indication that he was of the same age as the other 2 individuals employed in the household, including his cousin Edward Waldegrave, who was in his late teens or early 20s from 1536 to 38. Now, the specifics and chronology of this relationship are disputed among contemporary historians. It's been suggested that Catherine became more and more disgusted by Manor's insistence on engaging in sexual activity with her, and was infuriated with his habit of discussing the intimate aspects of their relationship with the household staff. That's a big no-no. You can't do that. Well, during Catherine's adultery investigations when she was King Henry's wife, both Manox and Catherine admitted to engaging in sexual contact, but they denied having actual intercourse. When interrogated, Catherine had stated, under the charming and reasonable influence of Manor, despite being a young girl, she allowed him on several occasions to touch and handle intimate parts of her body, which was neither appropriate for her to allow, nor was it for him to request. Well, Catherine terminated all communication with Manor in 1538, perhaps during the spring season. Contrary to occasional claims, it is not accurate to say that this occurred because she started to increase her time spent at the Dowager Duchess's residence in Lambeth. Lambeth was Manor's local parish, and it's possible that he got married there, possibly 1538 or 39. Well, soon after, Catherine was chased by Francis Derham, a secretary of the Dowager Duchess, and they purportedly entered into a romantic relationship, referring to each other as husband and wife. Durham also assigned Catherine with additional responsibilities expected of a wife, such as managing his finances during business trips. A significant number of Catherine's roommates, who were part of the Dowager Duchess's maids of honor, were attendants, well aware of the relationship, all of them. Well, however, it came to an end in 1539, when the Dowager Duchess discovered it. However, it's possible that Catherine and Durham separated with the purpose of being married when he came back from Ireland, after consenting to a pre-contract of marriage. Now, if they had, in fact, exchanged vows prior to engaging in sexual intercourse, they would have been regarded rather, as married, at least according to the Church's perspective. Well, Catherine's uncle, the Duke of Norfolk, secured her a position inside the household of the king's fourth wife, Anne of Cleves. As a youthful and appealing lady-in-waiting, Catherine swiftly attracted the attention of several men, including the king himself and Thomas Culpeper. During the initial phase of her tenure at court, before Anne of Cleves arrived, that is, there has been no discussion about her connection between the king and Catherine. Well, either way, he displayed an evident attraction towards her, and even when they were together, they openly engaged in flirtatious behavior. However, it seems that their relationship did not progress beyond that. Upon Anne's arrival, the king's lack of interest in her created a gradual chance for Catherine. Now, what about Thomas Culpeper? Well, up until this point, they had developed a quasi-relationship, but it seems to have not been an intimate one. However, based on later evidence, Culpeper did anticipate that it would soon become so. He expressed his love for Catherine, although it was likely driven more by lust than genuine affection. Catherine declined the offer. She was a good girl, prompting him to pursue another woman that was also part of the household. But you see, Catherine was profoundly disturbed by all of this, as it seems that she did have some degree of affection for him at that time, and on one occasion she even cried in front of her other maids of honor over all the stress of it. You see, before this occurrence, she had the power to determine the duration of her relationships and decide whether or if at all they would come to an end. As the king's fascination with Catherine intensified, the House of Norfolk's sway also increased. The middle-aged king found her youth, beauty, and liveliness to be quite compelling, stating that he had never encountered a lady quite like her before. On 28th of July, 1540, King Henry and Catherine were wedded by Bishop Bonner of London at Oatlands Palace, coinciding with the day of Cromwell's execution. She was an adolescent, while he was 49 years old. Wow, that sure is something. The marriage was publicly announced on the 8th of August, and religious invocations were recited in the Chapel Royal at Hampton Court Palace. Henry catered to her every need due to her reportedly unpredictable and impulsive behavior. Catherine was youthful, exuberant, and unburdened by worries. Of course, the king, well, he was quite thrilled too. He indulged in an extravagant spending spree to commemorate the marriage, undertaking substantial renovations and enhancements at the Palace of Whitehall. Subsequently, there were more lavish presents given for Christmas at Hampton Court Palace. But during that winter, the king's negative moods intensified, and he became increasingly irascible, partly due to the discomfort caused by his ulcerous legs. Well, he accused the councillors of being deceitful and self-serving individuals and started to feel remorse for carrying out the execution of Cromwell. Well, following a gloomy and melancholic march, his spirits seemed to have been elevated somewhat during the Easter. Preparations were made to detect any indications of a royal pregnancy. And, well, there was one that was reported on the 15th of April. Well, if it was confirmed, well, the plan was to have her officially crowned. Well, Catherine's potential involvement, however, with Thomas Culpeper, that favoured male courtier of King Henry during the marriage, is suggested by Derham's later evidence. You see, Culpeper was described as a young man who had taken Henry's place in the Queen's heart. During her tenure as a maid of honour to Anne of Cleves, she had actually contemplated entering matrimony with Culpeper instead. Now, individuals who asserted to have observed her previous sexual conduct during her residence in Lambeth allegedly reached out to her, seeking favours in exchange for their silence. Blackmail, effectively. It is possible that some of these extortionists were subsequently appointed to her royal household. John Lascelles, a supporter of Cromwell, informed the Archbishop of Canterbury, Thomas Cranmer, that his sister Mary declined to join Queen Catherine's household. Mary claimed to have observed the Queen Catherine's promiscuous behaviour while they were residing together at Lambeth. Cranmer proceeded to question Mary Lascelles, who claimed that Catherine had indeed been intimate while under the guardianship of the Duchess of Norfolk with another prior to her involvement to the king. Well, Cranmer promptly undertook the case to overthrow his adversaries, the Roman Catholic Norfolk family. Lady Rochford had an interrogation too, and, apprehensive of potential torture, acquiesced to divulging information. She recounted on how she had kept a lookout for Catherine using the back stairs, while Culpeper managed to flee from the Queen's room. Well, during the investigation, a romantic letter penned in the Queen's unique handwriting was also discovered in Culpeper's quarters. This is the last remaining letters of hers, apart from her subsequent confession. Well, November 1st, 1541, the king deliberately positioned himself in the Chapel Royal, engaged in prayer and observance of All Saints' Day. He was presented with a letter detailing the accusations against Catherine. On November 7th, 1541, Archbishop Cranmer led a group of advisers to Winchester Palace in Southwark in order to interrogate Mary. Even the unwavering Cranmer felt the teenage Catherine's distressed and confused situation to be deserving of pity, expressing that he discovered her in such a sorrow and sadness that he had never witnessed in any person, to the extent in that it would have evoked sympathy in anyone who beheld her. He commanded the guards to confiscate any items that she could potentially employ to carry out self-harm. Proving the existence of pre-contact between Catherine and Derham would have resulted in the termination of Catherine's marriage to Henry. However, it would have also given Henry the opportunity to annul their marriage and exile Catherine from the court, condemning her to a life of poverty and disgrace, instead of executing her. It is worth noting that there is no evidence suggesting Henry would have opted for this alternative, but the alternative was there. Well, At first, when confronted, Catherine openly admitted her relationship with Derham, but later she consistently denied any prior agreement, asserting that Derham had actually sexually assaulted her. Catherine was deposed from her position as Queen on the 23rd of November 1541, and confined in the newly established Sion Abbey, located in Middlesex. Culpeper and Derham were charged with high treason and brought before the Guildhall on the 1st of December 1541. Culpeper was killed by beheading, and Derham was executed by hanging, drawing, and quartering at Tyburn on the 10th of December 1541. As per tradition, their heads were mounted on spikes on London Bridge. A significant number of Catherine's family were likewise apprehended in the Tower, sent to trial, convicted on the offence as concealing treason, and therefore sentenced to lifelong incarceration and confiscation of their possessions. Catherine's status remained uncertain until Parliament enacted a Bill of Attainder on the 29th of July 1542, which was subsequently approved on the 7th of February 1542. The Royal Assent by Commission Act 1541 established that it was an act of treason punishable by death for a Queen Consort to withhold information about her past from the monarch within 20 days of their marriage, or to encourage somebody to commit adultery with her. While this action effectively resolved the issue of Catherine's alleged pre-contact and, established her as 100% guilty. But there was no official trial conducted. Well, the writing was on the wall now. Prior to her execution, Catherine is said to have dedicated numerous hours to perfecting the technique of positioning her head on the block, which was provided to her upon her specific demand. She passed away with a certain level of calmness, but appeared pale and filled with fear. Apparently she needed help to ascend up onto the scaffold. Contrary to the popular belief, there is no credible evidence to support her claim that the last words were, "I died a queen, but I would rather have died the wife of Culpeper." I really wish she had have said that, though. Eyewitness accounts instead confirmed that she adhered to rather conventional final words. God forgive me, all that sort of thing. The boring stuff. She sought forgiveness for her sins and acknowledged that she deserved severe punishment for betraying the king, who had always treated her with great kindness. And then the axe came down, and her head rolled off into the little basket. And that was the end of the life of Catherine Howard. And now, the final wife of Henry VIII, Catherine Parr. Born in 1512, the first daughter of Sir Thomas Parr, who unfortunately passed away during her childhood, leading her to develop a strong bond with her mother, Maud Parr, as she matured. Catherine's early education paralleled that of other privileged ladies, but she cultivated an enthusiasm that endured for acquiring knowledge in general. She possessed fluency in French, Latin, which she also engaged in composition of that language, and Italian. Additionally, she commenced the acquisition of the Spanish language, subsequent to assuming the role of queen. Biographer Linda Porter suggests that the account of Catherine expressing her aversion to sewing as a child and proclaiming that her hands were meant for crowns and scepters rather than spindles and needles is most likely to be a later tale made up, apocryphal. But we do know that by the age of 17 in 1529, Catherine entered into marriage with Sir Edward Burrough, who was the grandson of Edward Burrough, the second Baron. Well, prior biographies erroneously state that Catherine had wedded the elder Burgh, but this is not the case. So, after the death of the second Baron Burrough in December of 1528, Sir Thomas Burrough, Catherine's father-in-law, was called to Parliament in 1529 and became the new Baron Burrough. A little complicated, I know. Well, Catherine's initial spouse was in his 20s and potentially suffered from ailing physical conditions. Well, he acted as a trustee for Thomas Cadell and held the position of magistrate. In addition, his father and son obtained a joint patent for the position of steward of the manor of Soak of Kirton in Lindsey, which included survivorship rights. Sir Edward Burrough, the younger, passed away in the spring of 1533, before being able to receive the title of Baron Burrough. So, first husband, away he goes, off to the next world, and after the death of him, Catherine Parr possibly visited the Dowager Lady Strickland, Catherine Neville, who was the widow of Catherine's cousin Sir Walter Strickland, at the Stricklands' ancestral home in Cedar Castle in Westmoreland, which is now in Cumbria. In the summer of 1534, Catherine entered into a second marriage with John Neville, the third Baron Latimer, who was not only her father's second cousin, but also related to Lady Strickland. Catherine's marriage made her the second lady in the Parr family to marry into the peerage. Now on to Latimer, who had been widowed twice, was almost twice Catherine's age, and he already had 2 children, John and Margaret, from his first marriage to Dorothy de Vere, who was the sister of John de Vere, the first Earl of Oxford. Despite Latimer's financial hardships resulting from his legal pursuit of the Earl of Warwick title alongside his siblings, Catherine now enjoyed the benefits of having her own residence, a noble title, and a husband who holds a prominent position, wielding influence in the northern region. Latimer was an advocate of the Catholic Church, and had objected to the king's initial annulment, his following union with Anne Boleyn, and resulting ecclesiastical implications. During the Lincolnshire Rising, in October of 1536, Catholic insurgents confronted the Latimers at their residence, coercively demanding Latimer's participation in their campaign to restore the connections between England and Rome. Catherine observed her spouse was forcefully pulled away. From October 1536 until April 1537, Catherine resided in solitude, filled with apprehension, while she cared for her stepchildren and faced numerous challenges to ensure her survival. During this period of uncertainty, Catherine's vehement response to the revolt likely reinforced her commitment to the Reformed Church of England. In January of 1537, Catherine and her stepchildren were taken captive at Snape Castle in North Yorkshire as part of the rebellion known as the Pilgrimage of Grace. The insurgents looted the residence and conveyed a message to Lord Latimer, who was en route from London, stating that unless he promptly returned, they would execute his entire family. Probably best you get back quickly then. Well, upon Latimer's arrival to the castle, he successfully persuaded the rebels to release his family and leave. However, the consequences of this event and the trauma of it all proved to be mentally and emotionally draining for the entire family. I mean, it's certainly hard to forget an event like that, isn't it? Now, on to the King, Henry VIII, and Thomas Cromwell. Well, they received contradictory information regarding Latimer's status, with some reports suggesting he was a captive, while others claimed that he was actually involved in a conspiracy of his own. Now, this is a problem, because being involved in a conspiracy, well, that means that you're a traitor, and you could be convicted of such, resulting in the loss of properties. And Catherine and her stepchildren, well, they would be left without any money. And, well, that's the greatest tragedy of all, isn't it? Well, the monarch personally corresponded with Thomas Howard, the 3rd Duke of Norfolk, urging him to ensure that Latimer would denounce the malefactor Robert Aske and surrender to our leniency. Well, Latimer acquiesced. It is probable that Catherine's brother William Parr and her uncle William Parr, the 1st Baron Parr of Horton, who both opposed the revolt, interfered to save Latimer's life. Well, despite the absence of any formal allegations, Latimer's reputation, which had implications for Catherine, was permanently damaged throughout his lifetime. During the following 7 years, the Latimer family dedicated a significant portion of their time to the southern region. In 1542, the family resided in London, while Latimer participated in the proceedings of Parliament. Catherine paid a visit to her brother, William Parr, who held the title of 1st Marquess of Northampton, and her sister, Anne Parr, who was known as the Countess of Pembroke, while they were all at court. And it was here that Catherine met her eventual 4th husband, Sir Thomas Seymour. The ambience of the court starkly contrasted the rural estates that she was familiar with. Big city girl now, isn't she? Catherine had the opportunity to discover the most recent developments, and not just in matters of religion, but also in less significant worldly matters, like fashion and jewellery. Well, Lord Latimer, he had problems. His health had deteriorated by the winter of 1542. Catherine provided care for her husband until he passed away in 1543. She was designated as the guardian of his daughter Margaret, and entrusted with the responsibility of managing his affairs until the daughter reached adulthood. Latimer granted Catherine a life estate in the manor of Stowe in Northamptonshire, which is located 11 miles away from Horton, along with other holdings. In addition, he left a sum of money to provide financial support for his daughter. If his daughter failed to marry within a period of 5 years, Catherine was entitled to receive an annual allowance from the income to sustain herself. Well, she inherited a substantial fortune after her husband's passing, but with the demise of Lord Latimer, she confronted the prospect of having to relocate back to the northern region, and she didn't like that. Catherine certainly experienced genuine grief for her spouse, as evidenced by her continued possession of a New Testament book with his name written within, which she held until her passing. Catherine capitalized on her late mother's connection with Henry's initial consort, Catherine of Aragon, to re-establish her own bond with the daughter of the former Queen, Lady Mary. By the 16th of February, 1543, Catherine had integrated herself into Mary's household, and it was then that Catherine attracted the attention of the king. Despite initiating a loving relationship with Sir Thomas Seymour, the sibling of the deceased Queen Jane Seymour, she considered it an obligation to prioritize Henry's proposal over his. Bad luck for him, I suppose. Well, Seymour was assigned a position in Brussels as a means of relocating him away from the king's court. Yeah, but maybe it was for the best. Nothing like a change of scenery, especially after a girl dumps you. Well, Catherine wedded Henry VIII on the 12th of July, 1543 at Hampton Court Palace, his 6th wedding. She was the inaugural monarch of England, who also held the title of Queen of Ireland after Henry adopted the designation of King of Ireland. Additionally, she was the 3rd spouse to have his name Catherine, albeit with different spelling in her autographs. You see, she didn't spell it in the normal way. She spelled it Katheryn, perhaps just to distinguish herself from the others. Well, Catherine and her newlywed husband had several shared royal and noble ancestors, which established them as cousins. Henry's mother and Catherine's father were 3rd cousins once removed, as they shared a common ancestor, Ralph Neville, 1st Earl of Westmoreland, and Lady Joan Beaufort, who was the granddaughter of Edward III. Additionally, they were double 4th cousins once removed through their fathers, as they shared common ancestors, Thomas Holland, the 2nd Earl of Kent, and Lady Alice Fitzalan, the granddaughter of Henry, 3rd Earl of Lancaster, as well as John of Gaunt, the 1st Duke of Lancaster, son of Edward III, and Catherine Swynford. Now, I don't know about you. I haven't got a huge family, and I always struggle to work out this 1st cousin twice removed on the mother's side. It's not for me. It's not for me. Well, anyway, I digress. Upon ascending to the throne, Catherine appointed her former stepdaughter, Margaret Neville, as her lady-in-waiting. Additionally, she granted posts in her household to her niece Maud, Lady Lane, and Lady Somerset, the wife of her stepson John. Catherine played a significant role in facilitating the reconciliation between Henry and his daughters from his previous marriages. Additionally, she successfully cultivated a positive rapport with Henry's son, Edward. Upon ascending to the throne, Catherine appointed her uncle, Lord Parr of Horton, as her Lord Chamberlain. Parr's psalms or prayers extracted from the Holy Scriptures were published by the royal printer on April 25, 1544. The translation of a Latin work by Bishop John Fisher circa 1525 was published anonymously and reissued on the 18th of April 1544. But Fisher was executed in 1535 due to his refusal to accept the oath of supremacy. Consequently, his name is absent from the title page. Now, Parr's publication emerged concurrently with the completion of war preparations, and it functioned as a potent instrument of wartime propaganda aimed at assisting Henry in his military campaign against France and Scotland by invoking the prayers of his subjects. The collection consists of 17 psalms, if we're going to use that terminology, primarily centered around vanquishing adversaries. It finishes with a prayer for the king, adopted from a prayer for the Holy Roman Emperor by George Witzel, and a prayer for men to say entering into battle, which is a translated version of a prayer by Erasmus. Parr purchased premium gift editions of the books that were printed on vellum and distributed among the court. The deluxe edition of the book contains notes made by Henry VIII himself, and the 9th Psalm was written to existing music by Thomas Tallis and was probably performed during a special wartime service at St. Paul's Cathedral on the 22nd of May 1544. Parr's prayer for the king had significant posthumous impact. You see, in 1599, the text was revised and incorporated into the Book of Common Prayer, most likely by Elizabeth, who held the position of Supreme Governor of the Church of England at the time. This prayer is still included in the Book of Common Prayer and continues to be utilized by Anglican churches worldwide to offer prayers for the British monarch. Now, on to Henry. What's he up to? Well, he embarked on his final military expedition to France, lasting from July to September of 1544, while appointing Catherine as his regent. Due to the presence of friendly members on her regency council, such as Thomas Cranmer, the Archbishop of Canterbury, Lord Hertford, and her uncle William Parr, Lord Parr of Horton, who was added at her specific request, Catherine gained effective power and was able to govern according to her own discretion. Well, she managed the supply of resources, handled financial matters, and organized military gatherings for Henry's military expedition in France. And additionally, she authorized 5 official decrees on behalf of the monarchy and maintained regular communication with her subordinate Lord Shrewsbury, who was responsible for overseeing the volatile situation with Scotland in the northern borderlands. Her actions as regent, together with her strong character, dignity, and subsequent religious beliefs, are said to have had a significant impact on her stepdaughter, Lady Elizabeth, who would, of course, eventually become Elizabeth I of England. Now, Parr's second publication, titled Prayers or Meditations, was released in June of 1545. Similar to her initial book, it achieved significant commercial success. And in this instance, Parr employed an intricate compositional technique by revising the third book of Thomas A. Kempis' Imitatio Christi to create a monologue delivered by a non-specific Christian orator. The volume was also disseminated in handwritten manuscripts and high-quality printed copies. Princess Elizabeth rendered the book into Latin, Italian, and French as a New Year's offering for Henry VIII in December of 1545, and bestowed the manuscript in an exquisite hand-embroidered cover. The British Library now has a digitized version of the volume. You should be able to find it if you look it up. Now, onto the Queen's religious beliefs, which were regarded with mistrust by officials who opposed Protestantism, such as the Bishop of Winchester, Stephen Gardiner, and Lord Wriothesley, the Lord Chancellor. Despite her Catholic upbringing, she subsequently developed an affinity for and curiosity for the new faith. By the mid-1540s, she became the subject of suspicion over her true religious affiliation, which was believed to be Protestant. This perspective is bolstered by the robust, reformed concepts that she expressed following Henry's demise, when her third publication, Lamentation of a Sinner, was released in the latter part of 1547. In 1546, the Bishop of Winchester and Lord Wriothesley attempted to alienate the monarch from her. An arrest warrant was issued, and widespread rumours circulated around England of the king's infatuation with her intimate companion, the Duchess of Suffolk. Well, of course, it doesn't take too much to believe that with Henry VIII. I don't think people would have been too surprised, if it were true. Well, nevertheless, upon seeing the warrant, she successfully restored her relationship with the king by stating that her discussions about religion were solely intended to divert his attention from the distress caused by his manky leg. Of course, he had a lot of gout and all of these problems at this time. He couldn't stop eating either. Well, you've seen the pictures, as I've said. Now, on the next day, Chancellor Wriothesley, accompanied by a detachment of his guards, attempted to apprehend her as she was having a little walk with Henry, who was, well, they were completely unaware of their reconciliation. Of course, the king was not impressed by this, and he terminated the Chancellor immediately. The time of Henry, of course, had to come to an end too. Prior to his death, however, he arranged for an annual stipend of £7,000 to be allocated to Catherine to sustain her financially. He additionally commented that following his demise, Catherine, despite becoming a Queen Dowager, should be accorded the same level of reverence as a reigning Queen of England. If he was still alive, that is. Well, following the crowning of her stepson, Edward VI, on 31st of January 1547, Catherine withdrew from the royal court and settled in her residence at Old Manor, Chelsea. Well, it was during this period that Catherine started experiencing conflicts with her brother-in-law, Edward Seymour, who held the title of First Duke of Somerset. Similar to Thomas, Edward held the position of the king's uncle and also served as the Lord Protector. A rivalry emerged between Catherine and her previous lady-in-waiting, Anne Seymour, the Duchess of Somerset, primarily centered around Catherine's extensive collection of jewelry. The Duchess contended that Catherine, in her role as Queen Dowager, no longer had the right to adorn herself with the precious gemstones that rightfully belonged to the king's wife. Now that's fighting words, that's for sure. On the contrary, she, as the wife of the guardian, should be designated individual rights to don the garments. Well, the entire incident caused a lasting and irreparable rift in their relationship. Additionally, the relationship between the two Seymour brothers deteriorated further due to Thomas perceiving the dispute as a direct assault on his social status by his brother. Well, Catherine also released her third literary work in November of 1547. The book advocated the Protestant doctrines of justification through faith alone, which the Catholic Church considered to be heretical. The sponsorship for this event was provided by Catherine Brandon, the Duchess of Suffolk, as well as by William Parr, Catherine's brother. The preamble for the event was written by William Cecil, who would later become Elizabeth I's chief minister. Parr commenced the organization of an English translation of Erasmus's paraphrases upon the New Testament in either 1544 or 1545. Now, the huge volume of work was ultimately published in 1548. Parr recruited Nicholas Udall, Thomas Keyes, and Mary Tudor to translate various portions, and it's possible that she herself created sections within Matthew. Well, either way, over the years, many educated members of the parish would have come across extensive expressions of admiration for Parr's knowledge, her dedication to the Bible in the common language, and her contribution to the English Reformation. In fact, she possessed a multitude of books and actively engaged in cultural traditions of annotating her own books and autographing books that were held by others. Imagine what it would be worth if you had an autographed copy of one of her books. Well, of course, there was life after Henry, and she actually conceived a child when she reached the age of 35. Now, this came as a little unexpected, as she had not been pregnant in her previous 3 marriages. At this juncture, Thomas Seymour, her new husband, had developed a fascination for Lady Elizabeth. Well, I say new husband, but they weren't quite married yet. It is said that Seymour had allegedly planned to marry her before marrying Catherine, and it was later said that Catherine found the two of them in an intimate embrace. Now that is scandalous. According to Cat Ashley's deposition, there were a few instances where the situation was on the verge of getting quite out of control. During these times, Catherine not only agreed to participate in playful activities, but also actively helped her husband. I'm not going to go too far into that. Unfortunately, there's a few tragedies of Elizabeth's early life that I'd rather not talk about. I'm sure you can piece it together through imagination. Well, Elizabeth was sent away in May of 1548 to reside with Sir Anthony Denny's household at Cheshunt, and from then on she never had the opportunity to see her stepmother again, although they did maintain correspondence. Upon departing Chelsea, Elizabeth promptly penned a letter to both the Queen and Seymour, a letter that exhibits quite a form of regret. After Catherine's death and Seymour's detention for another attempt to marry Lady Elizabeth, Cat Ashley, who had acquired a romantic interest in Seymour while she was at Chelsea, urged the Lady Elizabeth to cooperate with him. At one juncture, she even expressed her belief that Elizabeth would have been fortunate to have a spouse of Seymour's caliber. She informed Lady Elizabeth that Seymour had disclosed his desire to marry her before Catherine. Well, following Catherine's demise, Ashley fervently urged Elizabeth to compose a letter to Seymour expressing her sympathies, aiming to console him in grief, as he would perceive great benevolence in such an act. In June 1548, Catherine relocated to Sudley Castle in Gloucestershire, escorted by Lady Jane Grey. The Dowager Queen pledged to furnish her with schooling. Catherine would spend the final months of her pregnancy and the last summer of her life in that location. She delivered her sole child, a female named Mary Seymour, in honour of Catherine's stepdaughter Mary, on the 30th of August 1548. And on the 5th of September 1548, Catherine passed away at Sudley Castle, likely due to childbed fever, a sickness that was prevalent as the result of inadequate cleanliness during childbirth procedures of the time. The funeral of Catherine took place on the 7th of September 1548. This event was the inaugural Protestant funeral conducted in the English language, and Lady Jane Grey served as the primary mourner for her. The burial took place in St. Mary's Chapel, located on the premises of Sudley Castle in Gloucestershire, England. Elizabeth I, one of the most celebrated monarchs in English history. Her reign, often referred to as the Elizabethan era, was a period of significant cultural, economic, and political flourishing. With the establishment of English Protestantism and the defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588, just a few of her notable achievements. Her skillful management of Parliament and her moderate religious policies helped stabilize a kingdom previously torn apart by religious conflict. But she never married, which earned her the moniker the Virgin Queen, and her leadership provided the stability that enabled the arts to thrive, with figures like William Shakespeare defining the age. Hello and welcome to the channel. Is it your first time? Well, if it is, welcome. And if you're coming back, it's great to see you again. As always, if you want to go above and beyond to support the channel, links are in the description. Otherwise, the best way to support is by liking, subscribing, and just enjoying the video. Now, with that being said, let's all get nice and comfortable, take a deep breath, and relax, and we can begin our full biography of Queen Elizabeth I of England. Elizabeth Tudor entered this world on September the 7th, 1533. She was born at Greenwich Palace, bearing the names of her esteemed grandmothers, being Elizabeth of York and Lady Elizabeth Howard. She was the second child of Henry VIII of England to survive infancy within the bonds of marriage. Her mother, Anne Boleyn, Henry's second wife, second out of 6, by the way, gave birth to Elizabeth, who at her birth was the heir presumptive to the English throne. However, her half-sister Mary had lost her position as a legitimate heir due to Henry's annulment of his marriage to Mary's mother, Catherine of Aragon, and his subsequent marriage to Anne, all in pursuit of siring a male heir to ensure the Tudor succession. Elizabeth was baptized quickly on September 10th, 1533, 3 days after her death, with prominent figures such as Thomas Cranmer, the Archbishop of Canterbury, serving as her godparents. Tragedy struck, however, when she was just 2 years and 8 months old. Her mother, Anne Boleyn, had her head removed. Yes, on May 19th, 1536. And Elizabeth, well, she was declared illegitimate, losing her place in royal succession. Shortly after Anne's execution, Henry married one Jane Seymour, who did manage to bear him a son, being Edward, cementing his position as the undisputed heir apparent to the throne. Elizabeth was then placed in her half-brother's household and participated in his christening, holding the chrisom or baptismal cloth. Well, despite all of these uncertainties and challenges of her early years, Elizabeth demonstrated a keen intellect and a thirst for knowledge. Under the tutelage of her governesses and tutors, such as Catherine Champernowne, later known as Catherine Ashley, and William Grindal, she mastered multiple languages, among them including French, Dutch, Italian and Spanish, all of the big ones for effective diplomacy, by the way, at the time, especially French and Spanish. By the age of 12, she could even translate religious works and classical texts from Latin and Greek into English, and other languages as well. Her education continued under Roger Ascham, who fostered a love of learning and intellectual curiosity in Elizabeth, ensuring she became one of the best educated women of her time, especially at such a young age. Quite impressive. Well, old Henry VIII, he wasn't around forever either, and he died in 1547. And following his death, Elizabeth's half-brother, Edward VI, assumed the throne at the very young age of 9 years old. Catherine Parr, Henry's widow, remarried Thomas Seymour, Baron Seymour of Sudley, who was Edward's uncle and the brother of the Lord Protector Edward Seymour, the Duke of Somerset. The newlywed couple welcomed Elizabeth warmly into their household at Chelsea, where she encountered a rather troubling episode that, as some scholars speculate, had a lasting impact on her emotional well-being. Now, I don't generally like to supply these kinds of warnings, but in the interest of all of my audience, those who do not want to hear any SA-related material, please skip forward a few minutes. Thank you. Thomas Seymour engaged in, let's just say, inappropriate behavior with Elizabeth. This included some rather touchy-feely playing, and tickling even, crossing more than a few lines, it seems. Apparently he would also enter her bedroom at night wearing his night clothes. Not cool, especially since she was only 14 at the time. Well, very uncomfortable with these unwanted advances, Elizabeth would rise early and surround herself with maids to avoid his unwelcome morning visits. But shockingly, rather than addressing her husband's behavior, Parr actually participated in these activities. On one occasion, she even held Elizabeth so she couldn't move while Seymour cut her gown into pieces. Well, it didn't last forever. The fun had to end when Parr, perhaps feeling a little bit jealous, put an end to the situation after she walked in one day on Seymour rather forcefully embracing Elizabeth. Well, despite Parr's intervention, Thomas Seymour continued his attempts to exert influence over the royal family. Following Parr's death in childbirth on September the 5th, 1548, Seymour renewed his advances towards Elizabeth, with the intention of actually marrying her. Elizabeth's governess, Cat Ashley, who favoured Seymour, encouraged Elizabeth to console him in his grief, whatever that means. However, Elizabeth, of course being intelligent, especially for her age, remained very skeptical of Seymour's motives, doubting his sincerity in mourning, perhaps trying to get one out of sympathy. Well, in January 1549, Seymour's ambitions led to his arrest and imprisonment in the Tower of London, which is not a place you would want to be imprisoned in. He was thrown in there, locked up on suspicion of plotting against his brother Somerset, orchestrating a marriage between Lady Jane Grey and Edward VI, and also the attitudes towards Elizabeth and seeking to wed her, which was seen as not cool. Well, despite intense interrogation, Elizabeth steadfastly maintained her innocence, frustrating her interrogator, Robert Thirlwit, who believed that she had a part in this and was as guilty as anybody else. Well, sticking to her guns certainly proved to be advantageous, because she managed to get away with everything, although she hadn't really done anything. But, politics. Seymour, however, well, his was executed on March 20th, 1549, bringing an end to his tumultuous pursuit of power and his seeking of marriage to Elizabeth. It turns out it's very hard to act inappropriately towards the Queen when you are missing your head. Well, following Edward's death on July 6th, 1553, at the age of 15, his will disregarded the Succession to the Crown Act of 1543, bypassing both Mary and Elizabeth as heirs, and instead naming Lady Jane Grey, Henry VIII's great-niece, as his successor. Well, you can see how this is a bit of a problem. Lady Jane Grey was proclaimed Queen by the Privy Council, but her reign was short-lived, lasting only 9 days, as support for her quickly dissipated. On August the 3rd, 1553, Mary triumphantly entered London, accompanied by Elizabeth. Initially, the relationship between the sisters appeared from the outside to be very harmonious. But as with all struggles for power, and unfortunately family affairs, things soured quite quickly. Well, you see, Mary, she was a staunch Catholic, and Catholics are traditionally not very keen on Protestantism. Thus, Mary aimed to suppress Protestantism, which Elizabeth had been raised in. You can see the problem here. Mary enforced attendance at Catholic Mass, forcing Elizabeth to conform, outwardly at least. Thus Mary's popularity dwindled in 1554, when she announced her intention to marry Philip of Spain, who was also a devout Catholic. Thus discontent spread across the nation, with many turning to Elizabeth as a symbol of opposition to Mary's religious policies. In January and February of 1554, Wyatt's rebellion erupted, but was swiftly quashed. Elizabeth was summoned to court and questioned about her involvement. Despite her protests of innocence, she was imprisoned in the Tower of London on March 18, 1554. And while there is little evidence that she had conspired with the rebels, some had attempted to have communication with her. Some had even approached her. Mary's advisor, Simon Renard, argued that Elizabeth posed a threat to her throne, which was technically true. Elizabeth's supporters, including William Paget, Baron Paget, persuaded Mary to spare her sister's life due to a lack of concrete evidence against her. And, spoiler alert, the life was spared. On May 22nd, 1554, Elizabeth was transferred from the Tower to Woodstock, where she remained under house arrest for nearly a year, under the supervision of Henry Bedingfield. Her journey elicited cheers from the crowds. In the April of 1555, Elizabeth returned to court as Mary's apparent pregnancy had advanced. If Mary and her child died, which was a very likely scenario in those days, women dying during childbirth was extremely common, Elizabeth would ascend the throne. However, when it became evident that Mary was not pregnant, Elizabeth's prospects of becoming queen increased. Acknowledging these shifting politics, King Philip, who became King of Spain in 1556, sought to cultivate Elizabeth as an ally. She was, after all, a preferable option to Mary, who was betrothed to the Dauphin of France. While Elizabeth received visitors at Hatfield House, where she had been living since October 1555. By October 1558, she was already preparing for her reign. Mary formally recognized Elizabeth as her heir on November the 6th, 1558, and when Mary died on November the 17th, Elizabeth ascended to the throne. She had become queen at the age of 25, and she immediately communicated her intentions to her council and peers who had gathered at Hatfield to pledge their allegiance. In her speech, Elizabeth expressed great sorrow for her sister's passing, acknowledging the weight of the responsibility that was now suddenly placed upon her. She invoked the concept of the sovereign two bodies, distinguishing between the natural and the political. And here is a quote from her. "My lords, the law of nature moves me to sorrow for my sister. The burden that is fallen upon me makes me amazed, and yet, considering I am God's creature, ordained to obey his appointment, I will thereto yield, desiring from the bottom of my heart that I may have assistance of his grace to be the minister of his heavenly will in this office now committed to me. And as I am but one body naturally considered, though by his permission a body politic to govern, so shall I desire you all to be assistant to me, that I with my ruling and you with your service may make a good account to Almighty God, and leave some comfort for our posterity on earth. I mean to direct all my actions by good advice and counsel." Well, as Elizabeth's procession moved through the city on the eve of her coronation, she received an overwhelmingly enthusiastic welcome from the citizens. Orations and pageants, many with a very obvious Protestant theme, greeted her along the way. Her gracious responses endeared her to the spectators. Well, on January 15th, 1559, a date chosen by her astrologer, John D., Elizabeth was crowned and anointed by Owen Oglethorpe, the Catholic Bishop of Carlisle, in Westminster Abbey. Amidst all of the organs and fifes, bells and trumpets and drums, she was presented for the people's acceptance, and accept her she did. Well, while Elizabeth was welcomed as a queen in England, the country remained apprehensive about perceived Catholic threats, not just at home, but abroad, as well as uncertainties surrounding her choice of a spouse. Her religious convictions have been a subject of scholarly debate, by the way. While she did identify as a Protestant, she maintained a lot of Catholic symbolism, such as the crucifix, and minimalized the importance of sermons, which was contrary to the fundamental belief of Protestantism, so, yeah. While recognizing the potential threat of a Catholic crusade against England due to her heretical status, Elizabeth and her advisers pursued a Protestant solution that aimed to appease Catholics to some extent, while addressing the demands of the English Protestants. However, she remained staunchly opposed to the Puritans, whose reforms were just too extensive. In 1559, the Parliament began to enact legislation for a church that was modelled on the Protestant settlements of Edward VI, with the monarchy serving as its head, but retaining many Catholic elements, including certain vestments. Kind of like going to a bit of a buffet. Just take the things you like and bring it back to the table and have a nice little meal. But this time it was for religion. Well, while the House of Commons strongly supported these proposals, the Bill of Supremacy encountered resistance in the House of Lords, particularly from, guess who, the bishops. Elizabeth benefited from the fact that many bishoprics were vacant at the time, including the Archbishopric of Canterbury. This allowed her supporters among the peers to outnumber and simply outvote the bishops and conservative peers. Despite this, Elizabeth had to concede the title of Supreme Governor of the Church of England, rather than the more contentious title of Supreme Head, which many deemed inappropriate for a woman to hold. The new Act of Supremacy was enacted on May the 8th, 1559. It mandated that all public officials swear an oath of loyalty to the monarch as the Supreme Governor, or you get fired. That's right, full disqualification from office. Additionally, the heresy laws were repealed to prevent the persecution of dissenters experienced during Mary's reign. Simultaneously, the Parliament passed a new Act of Uniformity, which mandated attendance at church services and the use of the 1559 Book of Common Prayer, although the penalties for non-compliance, known as resuscency by the way, were really not very severe, and not really enforced anyway. Since the outset of Elizabeth's reign, the expectation of her marriage loomed large, sparking speculation about potential suitors. And there were plenty of them too. Apparently she was quite the dish. Well, despite receiving numerous proposals, she never married and remained childless. You go, girl, leaving historians to speculate about the reasons behind her decision. Well, unfortunately, some do suggest that her experiences with Thomas Seymour may have soured her on the entire idea of romantic relationships. Perhaps so, but that's a bit of speculation. Throughout her life, Elizabeth entertained various suitors, considering marriage until she reached the age of 50. Her final courtship was with Francis, the Duke of Anjou, who was, by the way, significantly younger than her. While marriage presented the opportunity for an heir, it also posed risks, potentially jeopardizing her power or inciting political instability. Well, in the spring of 1559, it became very apparent that Elizabeth had harbored romantic feelings for her childhood friend, Robert Dudley. Rumors circulated that she would marry him if his wife Amy were to die. Okay. Well, guess what happened? Amy's death in September 1560 sparked suspicions of foul play. How did she die? Well, apparently she fell down the stairs. Right. Well, many, of course, pointed the finger at Dudley to orchestrate this entire thing so that he could marry Elizabeth. And it all seems a little bit too convenient, doesn't it? You don't have to be Hercule Poirot to figure this one out. Well, despite Elizabeth's contemplation of marrying Dudley, opposition from her advisers and conservative peers, as well as the rumors of a potential uprising, dissuaded her. Well, Dudley, he had to find another wife, didn't he? He was down a wife right now and needed to fill that void. So his marriage to Lettice Knollys, yes, a real name, in 1578, had apparently stirred Elizabeth's displeasure. But even so, he had apparently remained central to her emotional life. He died shortly after the defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588, leaving behind a note addressed to Elizabeth, discovered among her personal effects after her death. That's right, she kept it all that time. Certainly shows that old Dudley meant quite a lot to her. Well, marriage negotiations played a pivotal role in Elizabeth's foreign policy strategy. In 1559, she declined the proposal from Philip II of Spain, her half-sister's widower, but she did remain open to other potential matches, including King Eric XV of Sweden. Earlier discussions had also broached the idea of a Danish alliance, with proposals from Henry VIII for a match with the Danish Prince Adolf, Duke of Holstein-Gottorp, and later from Edward Seymour, the Duke of Somerset, for a union with Prince Frederick, later Frederick II of Denmark, although these talks had stalled by 1551. As Sweden courted Elizabeth, King Frederick II of Denmark proposed to her in the late 1559 to counterbalance Sweden's advances. Elizabeth also entertained the prospect of marriage to Charles II, Archduke of Austria, a cousin of Philip II of Spain. But unfortunately in 1569, relations with the Habsburgs had soured somewhat. So, one more thrown on the no pile. In the subsequent years, Elizabeth explored marriages with French Valois princes, initially with Henry, the Duke of Anjou, and later with his brother, Francis, also the Duke of Anjou, who had been the Duke of Alençon. The proposal with Francis was linked to plans for an alliance against Spanish control in the southern Netherlands. Elizabeth appeared to take the courtship seriously, for a time, even wearing frog-shaped earrings gifted by Francis, and apparently she had referred to Francis quite a lot as her little frog, which is, I think, quite funny. Well, however, Elizabeth's attitude towards marriage evolved over time. In 1563, she confided to an imperial envoy her inclination to simply remain single, forever, preferring a modest life, a quiet one, over all the nonsense and responsibilities of queenhood. Despite pressure from Parliament to marry or designate an heir, particularly following her illness with smallpox in 1563, Elizabeth had dug her heels in. She was not letting anybody tell her what to do. Tradition be damned. She prorogued Parliament in April of 1563, resuming only when she needed its support for taxation in 1566. I bet all the members of Parliament got paid anyway. Ugh. Well, by 1570, it was widely accepted among her senior government figures that Elizabeth would simply never marry, or even name a successor. William Cecil, her trusted advisor, began considering alternative solutions to the succession issue. Her decision not to marry was often criticized, but she saw it as a means of safeguarding her political security, recognizing that naming an heir could make her vulnerable to plots and coups, as had been the case for her predecessor, and, well, if anyone's been watching the other videos, pretty much everyone else. Elizabeth's unmarried status gave a kind of rise to a cult of virginity, drawing parallels to the Virgin Mary. In art and literature, she was often depicted as a virgin or a divine figure, rather than a mortal woman. Initially, Elizabeth herself emphasized her virginity, declaring to the Commons, and I quote in 1559, "And, in the end, this shall be for me sufficient, that a marble stone shall declare that a queen, having reigned such a time, lived and died a virgin." Later, poets and writers elaborated on this theme, elevating Elizabeth to an iconic status. While public displays of devotion to the Virgin Mary in 1578 were interpreted as veiled opposition to Elizabeth's marriage negotiations with the Duke of Alençon, Elizabeth herself maintained that she was wedded to her kingdom and subjects, under divine protection, declaring in 1599, "All my husbands, my good people." That's sweet. Yeah. However, not everyone accepted Elizabeth's claim of virginity. A few eyebrows were raised. Catholic eyebrows. Well, the Catholics accused her of engaging in sinful behavior that tainted the nation symbolically. Actually, Henry IV of France, not of England, of France, famously questioned whether Elizabeth was truly a virgin at all. Very salacious. A contentious issue surrounding Elizabeth's virginity was whether she consummated her relationship with Robert Dudley. In 1559, she had Dudley's bedchambers moved next to her own, and in 1561 she fell mysteriously ill, causing her body to swell. Probably a coincidence. In 1587, a young man named Arthur Dudley was apprehended of suspicion of espionage in Spain, claiming to be the illegitimate son of Elizabeth and Robert Dudley. Arthur's age aligned with the 1561 illness. While he provided a detailed account of his life, including his upbringing in the royal palace, his story, well, it wasn't quite good enough to convince the Spanish authorities, and modern scholars mostly dismissed the notion of Elizabeth concealing a pregnancy, citing the intense scrutiny of her life by contemporaries. She just wouldn't have gotten away with it. Now, on to Mary, Queen of Scots. We're going to backpedal a little bit now, talk about her rivalry with Mary for a little bit, if you would permit me to do so. So, we're going back to around 1560 on the timeline, okay? Elizabeth initially opposed the French presence in Scotland, fearing that they aimed to invade England and install her Catholic cousin Mary Queen of Scots on the throne. Mary, being the granddaughter of Henry VIII's elder sister Margaret, was considered by many to be the rightful heir to the English crown. Elizabeth, persuaded by the threat posed by Mary and the French, supported Protestant rebels in Scotland, culminating in the Treaty of Edinburgh in July of 1560, which effectively removed the French threat from the north. Upon Mary's return to Scotland in 1561, the country had embraced Protestantism, and a council of Protestant nobles, supported by Elizabeth, now governed it. Despite Elizabeth's efforts to maintain control, Mary refused to ratify the treaty. This, of course, put the two at odds, certainly a strained relationship. Well, in 1563, Elizabeth proposed her own suitor, Robert Dudley, as a husband for Mary, but both Mary and Dudley showed very little interest. Instead, in 1565, Mary married Henry Stuart, Lord Darnley, who also had a claim to the English throne, but not a very strong one. However, Darnley, well, everybody hated him, and because of his severe unpopularity, he was murdered in 1567, likely orchestrated by James Hepburn, the Earl of Bothwell, whom Mary subsequently married not long after. I'm sure that Darnley was turning in his grave over that one. Well, Elizabeth, who was suspicious of Mary's involvement in Darnley's death, confronted her about the hasty marriage, and you can see how this all went. One can only imagine the conversation between the two. These events, well, they ultimately led to Mary's downfall. It was all pretty obvious what had happened. Well, she was forced to abdicate in favor of her son, James VI, and then she was thrown into the Lochleven Castle prison, not a nice place to be. Although she did manage to escape in 1568, her defeat at the Battle of Langside led her to seek refuge in England, where she had hoped, somewhat misguidedly, for Elizabeth's support. However, rather than risk political instability, Elizabeth chose to detain Mary in England for the next 19 years, unwilling to commit to either returning her to Scotland or sending her to France. Mary thus became the focal point of rebellion in England, particularly among Catholics. In 1569, a significant Catholic uprising occurred in the north, with the primary goal of freeing Mary, marrying her to Thomas Howard, the Duke of Norfolk, and installing her as the English Queen. The rebellion was swiftly crushed, leading to over 750 executions on Elizabeth's direct orders. Pope Pius V responded to the revolt's perceived success by issuing the papal bull Regnans in Excelsis in 1570, excommunicating Elizabeth and declaring her a heretic, thereby releasing her subjects from allegiance to her. The papal bull, of course, intensified anti-Catholic sentiment in England and prompted legislative measures against Catholics by Parliament. These measures, although severe, were somewhat mitigated by Elizabeth's direct intervention. For example, in 1581, converting English subjects to Catholicism with the intent to withdraw them from allegiance to Elizabeth was made a treasonable offence. And, of course, the punishment for treason was getting your head removed. From the 1570s, missionary priests from continental seminaries clandestinely entered England with the aim of reconverting the country to Catholicism, a dangerous mission indeed. Well, not many of these priests managed to do the job for very long. They were found and executed. But this had the effect of somewhat fostering this cult of martyrdom among the English Catholics. Remember the whole thing of the New Testament, Jesus saying they persecuted me first. Well, now they're persecuting you. Well, they must be persecuting us because we're on Jesus' side. Well, becomes a little bit difficult when everybody wants God on their team. Well, regnans in excelsis, that papal bull, provided English Catholics with a compelling reason to view Mary as the rightful sovereign of England. Although Mary might not have been directly involved in every Catholic plot to place her on the English throne, evidence such as the Ridolfi plot in 1571 and the Babington plot of 1586 do quite a lot to suggest her utmost complicity. Elizabeth's spy master, yes, they had them back then, Francis Walsingham, and the Royal Council diligently gathered evidence. Initially, Elizabeth resisted calls for Mary's execution, thinking it was a little bit in poor taste. However, by the late 1586, she had run out of patience. She approved Mary's trial and execution based on letters intercepted during the aforementioned Babington plot. Mary was, therefore, beheaded at Fotheringhay Castle on the 8th of February 1587. Elizabeth later claimed that she had not intended for the execution warrant to be dispatched, and blamed her secretary, William Davison, for its implementation without her knowledge. However, doubts remain about the sincerity of Elizabeth's remorse and her true intentions regarding the execution. Now, away from Mary, Queen of Scots, let's talk about a little bit of policy. Foreign policy first, which was primarily defensive in nature, except for a few instances where aggressive actions had to be taken, such as the English occupation of Le Havre from October 1562 to June of 1563. Elizabeth had this goal with Le Havre, to eventually exchange it for Calais, the port city on the mainland, which had been lost to France in 1558. However, the occupation ended in failure when her Huguenot allies joined with the Catholics to retake the port, which no one really saw that one coming, Huguenots being Protestants who were constantly at odds with the Catholics in France. Watch my video about the French Wars of Religion. Now that's one to have with dinner. Well, throughout her reign, Elizabeth relied heavily on her fleets to pursue an aggressive policy, particularly in conflicts against Spain. The Anglo-Spanish War, which saw around 80% of its battles fought at sea, was a significant example of this strategy. Elizabeth actually knighted Francis Drake after his circumnavigation of the globe from 1577 to 1580. Drake became famous for his raids on Spanish ports and fleets, contributing significantly to England's naval power. And just a few days ago, I did a video about him. You might want to go watch it. Quite interesting. Well, despite all these maritime successes, Elizabeth largely avoided military expeditions on the continent, at least until 1585. In that year, she sent an English army to aid the Protestant Dutch rebels against Philip II of Spain. This decision came after the deaths of key allies and the surrender of Dutch towns to Spanish forces. The Treaty of Nonsuch in August 1585 marked the beginning of the Anglo-Spanish War, which lasted until the Treaty of London almost 20 years later in 1604. The expedition to aid the Dutch was led by the Earl of Leicester, Elizabeth's former suitor. However, Elizabeth was not fully supportive of this course of action. She initiated secret peace talks with Spain shortly after Leicester's arrival in Holland, which contradicted Leicester's plans for active military engagement. Elizabeth didn't want that. She wanted to avoid decisive action with the enemy, while Leicester, well, he was more on an aggressive approach, intending to fight actively. Their conflicting strategies led to tensions between them, exacerbated by Leicester's acceptance of the post of Governor-General from the Dutch States General without Elizabeth's consent. Elizabeth's reluctance to fully commit to the Dutch cause, combined with Leicester's political and military shortcomings, and the chaotic situation in Dutch politics, ultimately led to the complete failure of this campaign. Elizabeth repeatedly refused to send the promised funds for her soldiers, undermining the military effort, and Leicester, well, he eventually resigned from his command in December of 1587, ending a chapter in Elizabeth's foreign policy characterized by hesitancy and internal discord. The expeditions of Francis Drake against Spanish ports and ships in the Caribbean in 1585 and 86, along with his successful raid on Cadiz in 1587, played its own role in weakening the Spanish naval power and disrupting Philip II's plans for enterprise in England. These actions demonstrated England's ability to strike at the very heart of Spanish maritime interests, and ultimately thwarted Philip's attempts to launch a full-scale invasion of England. The Spanish Armada, a formidable fleet of ships assembled by Philip II, set sail for the English Channel on the 12th of July 1588, with the intention of ferrying a Spanish invasion force under the Duke of Parma from the Netherlands to the coast of southeast England. However, they encountered a series of setbacks, including miscalculations, misfortune, and of course the devastating attack by a group of English fire ships. Well, that was admittedly the main issue. This attack occurred off Gravelands on the 28th to the 29th of July. Certainly a night to remember. Well, this led to the dispersion of the Spanish fleet, and its eventual straggled return to Spain, with significant losses occurred along the way, particularly off the coast of Ireland. You see, they couldn't just sail back the same way. No, too many English fire ships. They had to go all the way up and all the way around. And let's just say the North Sea Passage is not very kind that type of year. Well, in response to this perceived threat of invasion, English militias were also mustered under the command of the Earl of Leicester. Yes, the boats were sank, but he just wanted to make sure. No harm in boots on the ground, right? Elizabeth, displaying her characteristic courage and resolve, addressed her troops at Tilbury on the 8th of August, declaring her determination to defend her realm against any and all foreign aggression. Her famous speech to the troops at Tilbury emphasized her faith in her loyal subjects and her commitment to protecting England from invasion. Thus, the defeat of the Spanish Armada was celebrated as a triumph for Protestant England and a testament to Elizabeth's leadership. That ground invasion? Well, it never really came. Either way, the boats were sank, and it bolstered national morale, reinforcing the perception of Elizabeth as a strong and capable monarch. Who needs a husband anyway? Well, not her, apparently. However, the victory did not end the conflict with Spain, and the war continued. In fact, despite all of the losses, the continuing war often favored the Spanish, who still maintained control over the southern provinces of the Netherlands. In 1589, Elizabeth launched the English Armada, or the Counter Armada, whichever we want to call it. I think English Armada sounds cooler. Well, this was led by Francis Drake, very experienced, and John Norreys, in an attempt to retaliate against Spain. Well, despite having Francis Drake on their side, the expedition ended in disaster, with heavy casualties suffered by the English fleet, and really no significant gains made at all. The defeat marked a setback for England, and allowed Spain to regain its naval superiority in the following years. Despite the failure of the English Armada, Elizabeth's resolve to defend her realm remained undiminished. Her involvement in France after the Protestant Henry IV inherited the French throne in 1589 marked another shift in foreign policy. Concerned about the potential threat posed by a Spanish takeover of the Channel ports and eager to support a Protestant ally, Elizabeth dispatched military support to Henry IV, her first venture into France since the failed English occupation of Le Havre in 1563. However, the English campaigns in France proved to be disorganized and ultimately ineffective. Peregrine Berthier's campaign in northern France in 1589 ended in disarray, and half of his troops were simply evaporated under the French forces. Better luck next time, kid. John Norreys' expedition to Brittany, yes, the same one who was in the Armada in 1591, was even more disastrous, and it resulted in the near destruction of his army by a force from the Catholic League. Elizabeth's reluctance to invest in supplies and reinforcements for her commanders hindered their efforts, leading to even more setbacks. In July of 1589, Elizabeth sent Robert Devereux, the Earl of Essex, to aid Henry IV in besieging Rouen. However, Essex's campaign yielded little success, and Henry ultimately abandoned the siege in April of 1592. Elizabeth then struggled to maintain control over her commanders once they were abroad, often expressing frustration at the lack of communication and progress. In addition to her challenges in France, Elizabeth faced significant opposition in nearby Ireland, where a predominantly Catholic population resisted English authority. Old habits die hard, it seems. The 9 Years' War, which erupted in 1594 and lasted until 1603, posed a severe test for Elizabeth's rule. Rebel leader Hugh O'Neill, backed by Spain, led a revolt against English control. Despite efforts to quell the rebellion, including sending Robert Devereux to Ireland in 1599, Elizabeth encountered difficulties in achieving meaningful victories. Throughout her reign, she also maintained diplomatic relations with the Tsardom of Russia, initially established by her half-brother Edward VI. Despite occasional tensions, particularly over trade and military alliances, Elizabeth's correspondence with Tsar Ivan the Terrible remained generally amicable. However, Ivan's successor, Fyodor I, adopted a more open approach to foreign relations, dismissing English trading privileges and rejecting Elizabeth's proposals for an alliance. Now who's terrible? Well, during Elizabeth's reign, England also expanded its trade and diplomatic relations with the Barbary states, particularly Morocco. Despite a papal ban and opposition from Spain, England established a trading relationship with Morocco, exchanging armor, ammunition, timber, and metal for Moroccan sugar. It was a sweet deal, I suppose. Well, in 1600, Abd-ul-Wahed ben Masoud, an ambassador from the Moroccan ruler Moulay Ahmad al-Mansur, visited England to negotiate an alliance against Spain. After all, they were quite close as well. And, well, living memory of the Reconquista. I suppose that one is hard to get out of the nightmares. Well, this did indicate a potential for cooperation between the two powers, but I don't think the Pope would have liked that very much. Well, don't forget about the Ottoman Empire, the Pope's best friends. Diplomatic ties were also forged with them too, with the establishment of the Levant Company and the dispatch of the first English ambassador, William Harborne, to the Ottoman capital in 1578. What a job! Well, the Treaty of Commerce was signed in 1580, and there were numerous exchanges of envoys and correspondence between Elizabeth and Sultan Murad III. Murad even entertained the idea of an alliance between Protestant England and the Ottoman Empire, considering their shared rejection of idol worship. Elizabeth's government exported tin, lead, and even ammunition to the Ottomans, and there were discussions of joint military operations against Spain during the outbreak of war in 1585. Well, in the realm of exploration under Elizabeth's reign, Humphrey Gilbert sailed to Newfoundland in 1583 with the aim of establishing a colony, while his half-brother, I'm sure you know of him, Walter Raleigh, explored the Atlantic coast, and claimed territory in present-day Virginia, possibly named in honor of Elizabeth. You know, Virginia, Virgin, the Virgin Queen. That's pretty much it. Well, Riley also attempted to establish colonies in Virginia, landing on Roanoke Island in 1585 and 1590, though the fate of these ventures still remains a little uncertain. And of course, the big one that eventually grew a little too big for its boots, and eventually when I make a video about it will probably be 4 hours long, the East India Company, founded in 1600 with a charter from Queen Elizabeth granting it a complete monopoly on English trade in the Indian Ocean and China. Commanded by James Lancaster, the company embarked on its first expedition in 1601, becoming a dominant force in global trade and acquiring substantial territory in India during the 18th and 19th centuries. While the period following the defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588 was marked by significant challenges for Elizabeth, which persisted until the end of her reign, which we are quickly approaching. Ongoing conflicts with Spain and in Ireland, coupled with heavy taxation and economic hardships resulting from poor harvests and the costs of war, strained the nation. Raising prices and declining living standards added to the populace's woes. Sounds familiar? Well, in response to internal dissent and the threat of Catholic opposition, Elizabeth intensified repression against Catholics, authorizing commissions to interrogate and monitor Catholic households. To maintain a facade of peace and prosperity, she increasingly relied on internal spies and propaganda, once again sounding all a little familiar. While Elizabeth's later years saw a shift in the character of her government, particularly her Privy Council in the 1590s. Many of her key advisors had already passed away, leaving a new generation in power. Factional strife within the government, which had not been prominent before the 1590s, became a defining feature of daily politics, and a bitter rivalry emerged between Robert Devereux, the Earl of Essex, and Robert Cecil, son of Lord Berkeley, each backed by their own numerous supporters, further complicating governance and diminishing the Queen's personal authority. As her reign progressed, Elizabeth resorted to granting monopolies as a form of patronage to courtiers instead of seeking additional subsidies from Parliament, exacerbating public resentment. This practice led to price fixing and widespread discontent. The culmination of this discontent was evident in the agitation within the House of Commons during the Parliament of 1601. In response, Elizabeth delivered her famous Golden Speech in November of 1601 at Whitehall Palace, where she professed ignorance of the abuses and sought to appease the members with promises and appeals to their emotions. Here's a quick little excerpt of her speech. Who keeps their sovereign from the lapse of error, in which by ignorance and not by intent they might have fallen? What thank they deserve, we know, though you may guess. And as nothing is more dear to us than the loving conservation of our subjects' hearts, with an undeserved doubt might we have incurred if the abusers of our liberality, the thrallers of our people, the wringers of the poor, had not been told us Yes, language is a little old, I know. Well, despite the economic and political uncertainties of Elizabeth's later years, England experienced an unparalleled literary renaissance. So, everyone was poor, but hey, at least the books were good. The emergence of a new literary movement began towards the end of the second decade of Elizabeth's reign, marked by works such as John Lilly's Euphues and Edmund Spenser's The Shepherd's Calendar in 1578. Do look them up. And of course, by the 1590s, some of the greatest names in English literature, including William Shakespeare and Christopher Marlowe, reached their peak, leading to the zenith of the English theatre continuing into the Jacobean era. The Elizabethan era's greatness owes much to the contribution of its builders, dramatists, poets, and musicians, rather than the direct patronage of the Queen herself, who was actually not a significant supporter of the arts, but at least she wasn't a repressor of them. Well, by this point, she was getting on a bit. As Elizabeth aged, her public image underwent a transformation. She was depicted as various mythological figures, including Belphoebe, Astrea, and Gloriana, the eternally youthful fairy queen from Edmund Spenser's poem. Despite the idealized portraits, Elizabeth's physical appearance was marred by smallpox scars, leading to dependency on wigs and cosmetics. Her oral health also deteriorated significantly due to severe tooth decay, and many of the teeth had actually fallen out at this point, making it difficult for foreign ambassadors to understand what the hell she was saying. Yes, kind of hard to pronounce those L's and F's without any front teeth, I'm afraid. However, despite these physical challenges, Elizabeth's courtiers continued to praise her beauty, and she herself embraced the role, possibly even believing her own performance in the final years. Her fondness for the charming yet impetuous Earl of Essex, despite his repeated indiscretions, illustrates her personal vulnerabilities. Despite his desertion and attempted rebellion in 1601, Elizabeth was deeply affected by Essex's fate, recognizing her own misjudgments as contributing factors. Lord Burghley's death in 1598 marked a significant transition in the Elizabethan government, with his son Robert Cecil assuming the role of senior advisor and de facto leader of the government. One of Robert Cecil's key tasks was to ensure a smooth succession upon Elizabeth's death, as she had still never officially named a successor. In secret negotiations, Cecil engaged with James VI of Scotland, who had a strong claim to the English throne. Through coded correspondence, Cecil coached James on how to approach Elizabeth, advising him to humor her and avoid too many unnecessary questions. And Elizabeth responded favorably to James's tone, indicating her implicit approval of him as her successor. Well, until the autumn of 1602, her health had remained relatively stable, apart from the teeth, when a series of deaths among her close friends plunged her into severe depression. In March of 1603, Elizabeth fell seriously ill, exhibiting signs of a deep depression and melancholy. Despite her reluctance, Robert Cecil insisted that she retire to bed and rest, to which she defiantly replied that must is not a word to use to princes, little man. Well, it wasn't long after that little man comment, it was very unnecessary, that she passed away on the 24th of March 1603 at Richmond Palace. Cecil and the council promptly proclaimed James as the new King of England. And well, although her death is conveniently recorded as occurring in 1603, in England at the time followed the Julian calendar, where the new year actually began on the 25th of March. Hence, by the modern calendar, Elizabeth actually died on the last day of 1602. But now we're just getting technical. Well, eventually a funeral procession came, and it was held on the 28th of April, and it was a somber affair, led down with these horses draped in these black draperies, with a large procession through the streets, thousands of people gathering to witness her interment at Westminster Abbey alongside her half-sister Mary. In the words of the chronicler John Stowe, Westminster was surcharged with multitudes of all sorts of people in their streets, houses, windows, leads and gutters, that came out to see the obsequies. And when they beheld her statue lying upon the coffin, there was such a general sighing, groaning, and weeping, as the like hath not been seen or known in the memory of man. And with that, we reach the end of our biography of Elizabeth I. I would like to thank my top-tier patrons, Star Factory, JC and Jeffrey. And if you have reached this point of the video without clicking off or without falling asleep, I think it's only fair that you say a hello in the comments below or subscribe and like the video. It's a fair trade, don't you think? And with that, I will wish you all the best, and I will see you next time, same place, right here on YouTube, where the history never stops. Good night, everybody. Love you all dearly.